Hi, everybody. Charles from GMAT Ninja here, and welcome to part 2 of our 24-hour nonstop GMAT Crash Course marathon, raising money for Ukrainian refugee charities. Thank you very much for joining us. We're in hour number 13 right now. What I want to start off with here, so a lot of the lessons, I've just been going through the lesson and saying, hey, I'm going to do my best to give you the very best GMAT content I can in 24 hours straight, give you all the things that we think you might be doing wrong on the GMAT, regardless of your level. And if you like what we've been doing, we'd love to have you donate. And even if you're watching this months or years later, please find a cause you care about, whether it's Ukraine or somewhere else, displaced people somewhere in the world. Donate what you can, whatever you think this course was worth. I want to give you guys a quick update on what we're doing and kind of how the donations are going. Our goal is $45,000 for Ukraine refugee charities. Right now, we're at 85% of that. So if you're watching this, you're enjoying yourself, please kick in whatever you can afford. If you've got friends that maybe aren't interested in the GMAT, but you think they'd be interested in supporting Ukraine charities, helping out refugees, please ping them. Tell them you know this crazy American guy running around in Colorado doing 24 hours straight, and maybe they'll take pity and donate a little bit. The charities that we're supporting today. So World Central Kitchen, they're setting up stations to feed refugees on the borders with Poland. Caritas, faith-based organization, doing phenomenal work on the ground via churches. Come Back Alive Ukraine, helping provide protective equipment to Ukrainians of all stripes. International Red Cross, classic organization, always one of the first on the ground in crises. Save the Children, helping refugee children to have as much of a normal life as they can under the circumstances. You can donate directly to these charities and just send us a receipt. We'll count it towards our totals. Or if you want to donate to our general fund at gmatclub.com/donate, that's perfect too. And we'll divide all the money equally among the 5 charities. Now, we couldn't do this without the support of our GMAT Club partners. We've had just a wonderful, wonderful outpouring of support. Missionato, Gatehouse Admissions, MBA Mission, Applicant Lab, eGMAT, Personal MBA Coach, Stratus Admissions, Stacy Blackman, Cars Helping Charities, which is not an admissions consultant, not connected to the GMAT at all. Former student of mine actually started up a nonprofit. If you need a good way to donate a car to make sure that money gets maximized by a charity, that's the place to go. If you're a charity, but looking to make sure that you're really getting another way to get funds, these are guys to go to. Create a wonderful, wonderful platform. Guy with a huge heart, adopted 6 children in a year. Now he started up a nonprofit, amazing guy, Cornell University graduate. So there's our sponsors. Can't thank you guys enough. We pulled all this together in about 9 days' notice. Want to do something as quickly as we can with the community here to support Ukraine. So huge thanks to the sponsors who support us right from the start. A lot of these guys went to all the employees in the organization. There have been matching funds for some of these organizations. Just wonderful to see the support. It means a lot to us personally. As you may know, Bogdan, the founder of GMAT Club, he's from Kiev. Been watching his old neighborhood on the news. Most of our GMAT Club technical team is from Lviv in Western Ukraine. My grandparents on my mother's side of the family were Ukrainian immigrants displaced in World War II. All right, that's enough of the preambles. Off to the content. Once again, if you like what we're doing here, even if you're watching this years or months later, please donate what you can to a charity you care about. Hour number 13, kicking off with probability and combinatorics. We're not going to be able to be comprehensive with it in just an hour. What I'm getting at is, what do you really need to know? If your goal is a 47 plus on the quant section of the GMAT, what do you need on probability? What's the minimum you need to know to be able to get to that score level? And if you want to get higher, what do you need to do? So we're going to kick this off with a quiz once again. 5 questions, going to give you 10 minutes to do it. If you're watching this live, please go ahead and punch your answers into the Google form that's up in the links. That gives me some nice, fresh data. And I'll be able to react to that and kind of tailor the lesson to what you guys are struggling with. And we'll run through those 5 questions. And depending on how you're doing, we'll either give you some harder ones or keep building up those foundations. So thank you again, everybody, for watching. And enjoy that 10-question quiz. And please invite your friends. If you got friends just to keep us company, I would absolutely love it. Middle of the night here, coming up, halfway through, need the energy. So bring your friends, make comments in the chat, make jokes, make wisecracks. Make jokes about how I look like Adam Sandler. Make jokes about how tired you are of that picture that's on the screen right now. Whatever it takes, keep the energy up. Have a good time, learn some stuff. Enjoy that quiz. All right, looks like time's up. Here we are. So please punch in your answers if you haven't yet. Please finish up those forms. Helps me enormously to know kind of what you guys are struggling with. Right now, I don't really have enough responses to do much with this. So if you're struggling, you're running out of time, go ahead and hit it, please. I'll stand here awkwardly for another 30 seconds or so. Okay, everything's causing trouble, it looks like. Getting just enough responses in there that I think we know what's happening. Okay. We need to go over all this stuff. That's awesome. Good to know. Okay, thank you so much, everybody. If you're still working on the questions, punch something in, guess if you need to. Better if I have the data. If I know that you couldn't get to it in 2 minutes, I know there's an issue with efficiency. All these questions should be pretty quick, ideally. Okay, so theme today, what is it that you're doing wrong on probability and combinatorics? Thing number one that I get all the time. So one of the fun things I used to do, especially in my earlier days as a tutor, was, back before the internet was much of a thing, now we handle everything over email, but people would call me and say, hey, I just took the test. I'm disappointed in my score. Can you help me? Have a conversation with them. They're walking out of the test center. It's the next day. And I'd say, oh, what do you think caused the trouble for you? And one of the things that everybody would say is probability, combinations, permutations, hear it all the time. And after a while, I started to realize that the next question I needed to ask was, well, how many did you see? And then they'd go, well, I guess 2 or 3 or 1, maybe 4 at the very, very most, back when the test was longer. But these are both fairly rare question types. Probability about 2%, combinations, permutations about 2%. You don't see a lot of them. And what do I really want out of these for most of you guys? If your goal is a 700, 47 plus, let's say on Quant, you can get a 47 handling just the basics. If you can handle the 5 questions we stuck into this quiz that are fairly foundational, you're in great shape. You don't need to be able to do the super crazy stuff. You don't need to be able to do the Bunuel level questions. So what I'm going to do in this hour, so we're going to go through the 5 on the quiz, since I'm seeing some pretty rough results. Looks like we need to go over some of the basics. We'll run through those pretty quickly. And then we'll kind of talk about where's that line roughly as far as what you really need if your goal is to kind of get into the 700s, again, get into the high 40s. Now, if you're somebody who has a compelling reason to get up, 50, 51, or you just enjoy it, knock yourself out. You can get really good at this stuff, and we'll have some more challenging questions, time permitting, towards the end of the hour. But one thing I want to be really, really clear about, if your goal is to improve your score on the GMAT, and unless you have some compelling reason to go for the super, super high quant score, you're applying to a program that demands it. If you're applying to just a normal MBA program where your study time is probably better spent elsewhere. So that 10 hours you spend on probability and combinatorics, spend 8 of it on verbal instead, or whatever your weaknesses really are. And something, again, I ask people all the time, students walk out of the test and, how much probability did you see? Yeah, sometimes 2, sometimes 1, sometimes none. Got some people weighing in on the comments that they saw none on theirs. Okay, now that I filibustered a little bit extra, how's the data looking? Not too rosy. Cool, good to know. All right. First question here, and I've got kind of 2 on the board right now in the interest of time. First one, board of directors consists of 10 members. Let me flash on the board real quick to refresh everybody's memory. 3 of those members are in leadership positions: president, vice president, treasurer. How many different ways are there to assign these 3 positions? Now, look, I think where the mistake is probably coming in here, difference between combinations and permutations. Permutation, I don't care so much about the jargon, but order matters, right? So if I'm talking about a code, if we're asking the question, how many ways are there to rearrange, I don't know, the letters A through E into a 5-letter code, something like that. Yeah, you're talking about order matters, right? So if you rearrange those letters, you get a different outcome. First thing you want to ask yourself, is this something where order matters or not? So if we have 10 people and we're going to go ahead and put them into these 3 positions, think about what happens if you have Bunuel, Evan, and Chuck. That is a much better company than if you have Chuck, Evan, and Bunuel, though he'd be a fantastic treasurer. He should be running stuff. So order matters, right? If you change the order, you get a fundamentally different company or different board of directors. So order matters. When order matters, it's a code, it's rearranging things. You could use a formula here. I don't necessarily mind if you do, but usually I think the most intuitive thing for most people, if you're struggling, is just think about it in terms of slots. Be intuitive. How many options are there for president? There's 10. Well, can't hold more than 1 position. How many options are there for vice president? 9 left. How many options for treasurer? 8. What to do with the numbers? Multiply them. Great, our answer is 720. which I believe is E. Now, what if I ask the question instead of saying I've got 10 people and we're going to make them president, vice president, treasurer? What if I ask instead 10 members? I want to know how many committees of 3 could be formed. Now, this wasn't the phrasing on the question you saw, but if I want to know how many groups of 3, now this is a combination. Order doesn't matter anymore. We're just saying, hey, you guys go form a committee, go over there, do whatever it is a committee does. I'm not a corporate guy. I don't know what committees do. And then we're using the nice little formula, n factorial over n minus k factorial times k factorial. If you've never seen this before, n is the number in your large group, k is the number in your subgroup. It becomes second nature really, really quickly. 10 in your main group, 10 factorial over 7 factorial, 3 factorial. And again, if you need a walkthrough of the basics, we're going to have a separate videos on probability and combinatorics up on the GMAT Ninja YouTube page, YouTube channel in the next month or so, if you need the walkthrough of the very, very, very basics. What we end up with here is a fundamentally different number. Can cancel pretty easily here, 1098 on top, divided by the 3 factorial. Cleans up pretty nicely, you get 120. Makes sense, right? Because if we're talking about rearranging these people, you should get a different number, a bigger number than if we're not rearranging them. The same 3 people can give you a whole bunch of different rearrangements, a whole bunch of fundamentally different companies. But if they're just saying, hey, go stand there on the other side of the room, fewer of them. Very easy to mix them up. I'm going to write something on the board real quick. I want you to delete from your brain for most of you. Again, unless you're already acing this, which I know some of you are, but I know from the data that a lot of you are not. Formula for permutation, I don't use this. So this is going to give you the 720. This is what you use when order matters. This is what you use when it doesn't matter. Now, I don't like this one bit. So again, some of you have technical training in this and you know it cold, fantastic. I'm not saying you should delete it from your brain. If you're new to this stuff, just put it out of your head. It's not intuitive. They look the same. If you memorize them, you don't understand them very well, you're just going to mix them up. You run a big risk of mixing up, especially under time pressure, especially if you're not studying this stuff a ton. And again, why should you? It's 2% of the test, maybe. So order matters. Watch you use slots. Order doesn't matter. Use that formula. Only one formula. Again, if you're new to this stuff, that's going to make it a lot easier on you. Okay, that's combinations, permutations. Question number 1, plus a riff on it. Question number 2, let me check the data one more time. Absolute bloodbath. That's fascinating. Okay, more than half of you missed it. Party on. Now, probability. Again, I don't need you to be super stud of probability. You just don't need to know a ton of it. You're not going to see much that is that far past this unless you're way up in the upper reaches of the score range. And if that's the case, look, good for you. You can probably afford to miss it, right? So if you see anything that's much harder than this, you're in great shape. 3 apples, 3 mangoes. I'm going to select 3 without replacement. So thing 1, been preaching this whole time, read questions twice, which I know it's really annoying. It sounds ridiculous, but you miss those little modifiers. I see it happening all over the place. Every single session we do, I know some of you guys are tired too if you've been with us for all 13 hours. But just watch that stuff with replacement, without replacement. Without replacement, we're saying once we take one out, we're not putting it back in. So on these 3 trials, I'm going to get 3 different denominators. So first one, so pick 1 here. Yeah, I'm going to get something over 6. We'll talk about this more in a second. If I'm not replacing, I got 5 choices for pick 2. And I got 4 left for pick 3, and we'll get into the rest of it in a moment. So that's one concept that I have a really, really strong feeling is causing issues for some people. You're either not seeing it or not thinking through what it means. Issue number 1. And again, that's sometimes your general hygiene on quant. If you're not reading twice, plotting your path forward, maybe you're just going and starting to do stuff. Take a breath. Spend the extra 6 seconds. Read. All right. Probability that you get at least 1 mango. This is the other thing that to whatever extent you're going to see probability on the GMAT. Can't say it enough, couple percent. It's not a ton of it. This is one of the preferred concepts. I don't want to oversell it and say you must know this, but if you're going to kind of get to a level where you're going to defend yourself against missing easier questions, it's probably something I expect you guys to know. What do you do with that at least 1? I think this is a really hard question if you try to address this directly, because you can kind of get yourself into all sorts of trouble and go, well, okay, on the first pick, what if I get a mango, 3 out of 6, but then what does that mean on the second one? I could get a mango or not a mango. So is that 5 out of 5? But then what if this is not a mango and then this maybe needs to be a mango, and now our brains are exploding and popping off and rolling down the street. Much, much, much simpler way to think about this. Think about what that phrase "at least one" means. It's the opposite of none, which is the most exciting thing anyone's going to say to you all day and all night. So what I mean by that is, well, think of it this way. Everybody watching this presentation right now either has at least one ostrich at home or has no ostriches. True statement, right? Either you have none or you have at least one. No matter what happens here from these 3 picks of the fruit, you're either going to get at least one mango or you're going to get no mangoes. So the probability of at least one mango, I'm going to erase this for a second, plus the probability of no mangoes, got to give you 1, right? Which means that all I need to do is get the probability of no mangoes, subtract it from 1, and I got the at least 1 mango, and you're out of there. So this is a heck of a lot easier to calculate. I don't have to sit there and break my brain going, well, what if the first one's a mango, then the second one doesn't need to be, but if it's not a mango, then one of the next 2 needs to be, and blah. Instead, really easy to calculate probability of no mangoes. So pick 1, probability of no mangoes. It's just the probability I get an apple. Great. Second pick, well, there's 2 apples left. 5 total things left. Third one, just 1 apple left out of 4 picks. I multiply all those guys together. Stuff cancels. It's great. 1 out of 20. That's probability of no mangoes, which means probability of at least 1 mango just has to be the complement, 19 out of 20. You're going to see this, again, probability and combinatorics both. This is one of the most frequently tested concepts. Again, in a fairly infrequently tested domain, but what I'd like you guys to be able to do, again, if your goal is high 40s or even mid 40s, defend yourself against missing a pretty easy one here and you're in business. All right. Question number 3. So just flashing it up here real quick. Let me check the stats. Sorry, you guys seem to do a little better on this one. And I guess this one isn't so complicated. Certainly mathematically it isn't. All right. So this is more of kind of a quick logical thing that I think cleans this up for you. So Ben and Ann are among 7 contestants from which 4 semi-finalists are to be selected. Of the selections, how many contain neither Ben nor Ann? Really kind of a quick logical thing here. We're going to select 4. So ignoring the Ben and Ann situation for a second, we're going to select 4 from the 7. But once Ben and Ann are removed, we're still selecting 4, but we're selecting 4 from 5 now. Ben and Ann are out. And now, I mean, you could just kind of logic your way through it. Logic's a verb. Let's go with that. Because you reason your way through it and decide that it's 5. If you really want to, you could say, well, what I'm doing here is out of 5, I'm choosing 4. You could go back to this if you really wanted to. So 5 factorial over 4 factorial. Obviously, it's a little bit trivial to do the math, but you're going to get 5 either way. And that's that. Question number 5. Actually, let me check something real quick here. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that was about 60% correct on that one. Most successful of the whole bunch. And now number 4. Okay, if X is to be chosen at random from the set 1, 2, 3, 4, Y is to be chosen at random from the set 5, 6, 7, probability that the product will be even. Quick little bit of kind of basic, I don't know, I guess definition of probability, really. If you're fairly new to probability, if you're struggling with it, and again, looking at the data, I suspect that, probably about half of you have some basic struggles here. Just the vocal people on the live broadcast don't often. I think the issue might be that you're not really anchoring yourself in what is probability really. What we kind of get taught in school, especially here in the West, not universally necessarily, but a lot of us, it's like, I don't know, as a kid, it's like we just kind of multiply stuff together and that's what probability is. And that's what most of us walk away with, or we walk away with absolutely nothing. Honk, if you're a Westerner and you feel the same way about that. So our temptation is just to kind of start multiplying things together. And I could do that here. So I could say, well, probability that XY is even. And now I can kind of start making some mistakes. So I can say, well, pick 1 So this is for x. So let's probably do that x is even. It's 1/2, 2 out of 4 in that set. So set x is 1, 2, 3, or 4. Y is in the set 5, 6, 7. Okay, so 1/2 probability I get an even one there. And then I pick from Y 1/3 chance, and I can multiply them together. And I've got utter garbage. I'm not even close here, as it turns out. And now you can kind of start going down the road of, well, maybe I need to multiply something else. Well, what's the probability that that's even and that's odd? And you can kind of go down that kind of ugly sinkhole of just multiplying random stuff together, and then you start adding it. And easy to start making mistakes, too many steps, get yourself into trouble. I would take a simpler approach here, more intuitive, and just say, look, what's probability? And that sounds really, really silly. But again, speaking for Westerners here, certainly, what do we get taught probability is? It's multiplication randomly. That's what we get taught. That's what we take away from it. What is it really? It's the number of desired outcomes over your number of total outcomes. That's the definition. Don't think of it as a formula. Don't go memorizing this. That's not the point. That's what probability fundamentally is. I'm going to take this question off the screen. So if we think about the total outcomes, I'm picking one from here, one from here. My total outcomes has to be 12. Now, again, tons of ways to do this that are going to get you the right answer. And I don't think it is a problem if you do a different one here. But I'm kind of looking at this and going, what's my Trojan horse? If I try to do some kind of blind multiplication here, I can get in the business of, well, that 6 can be multiplied by the odd ones too, and you get an even number. And it's like, how about I just find the most efficient way to figure out how many desired outcomes I have? These are not large numbers. We got 12 total outcomes. That's it. I can probably just think my way through that and go, well, look, if y is 6, I got 4 outcomes where the product x, y is even. That's 4 right there, where y is 6. Great. Okay, what are my other even possibilities? I've got the 2 here. We already counted 2 times 6. So I've got 2 times 5 and 2 times 7. That's 2 more. 4 times 5, 4 times 7, 2 more. And there's your answer, 8 out of 12, 2/3. And that's it. Again, other ways to do it. And that's one of the joys of the GMAT sometimes. One of the things that can be legitimately enjoyable is there's all kinds of different ways to solve it. They're trying to test you on, can you find the best way? Don't be afraid on probability. Again, for most of you, we're trying to be defensive. Get you to that 40, 47, 48 kind of score. Get this right. You don't need to be super fancy. You don't need to be able to do anything super advanced. This is going to do the trick for you. Sometimes dumb guy way is the best way. And that's all this is here. Again, other ways to do it, but no harm at all in doing it this way if you're struggling. Okay. Number 5 is actually quite a bit tougher, I think. Although you have proven me wrong. This is actually the second most successful question from the live group. So I stand totally corrected here. And one quick note here on this one again. Somebody just pointed out it's easier to count the odd numbers. And yeah, totally fair. How many ways are there to get odds here? Not very many. So that's totally fair as well. And that is an absolutely fine way to do it. Tons of ways on this, and that's kind of the point. Mid-level question, probably 6 or 7 different ways you could go about it. Find the one that works best for you. I don't need it to be synchronized swimming on probability. It's just not that common. This one I would think is a little bit tougher, but you guys actually did a little bit better on this than on most of the others. It was your second best question from the live group here. And maybe it is because it's pretty heavily algebraic. We got 9 blue. And the rest are red. I'm just going to say it's X red. And we're going to select 2 without replacement. And again, look, I screw this up all the time. I'm reading it twice every time. Am I sure it said without replacement? Let me think through what that means again. Always a healthy thing to do. The probability that both cards chosen will be blue is 6/11. What's the number of cards in the stack? So we know that this is going down. So I got pick 1, pick 2. I multiply those together, and I'm getting 6/11. All right, well, it's probably to get a blue on the first one. Again, if you need to anchor yourself in the idea that probability is just desired outcomes over total outcomes, Desired outcomes, I want a blue. How many total are there? Well, I got 9 plus X. Great, I'm the second pick. Well, one's gone, it's without replacement, so I got 8 blue left, 8 plus X left total. And there you go, multiply. You're gonna get a fun little quadratic there. I'm not gonna go through all the math, I don't need to spend the time on that. Cleans up pretty nicely, and there you go. You can have fun doing that, finishing that one up as homework if you're interested, but that's just some pretty straightforward algebra. All right. Final one. Wait a minute. Oh, I've got 2 number 5s in my list, which is not correct. Okay, I'm going to give you another one. It is listed as number 5, but that's not quite right. How much time do we have? We got about 20 minutes to go here. Going to give you 2 or 3 more of these. I'm going to start challenging you a little bit more, but honestly, this is kind of the end of the rainbow. If you can handle these 5 questions, I don't need you to be a whole lot better than that if your goal is 47 plus. Again, if you're going for that 50, 51, or you just love this stuff, knock yourself out. You know, we could have fun doing this for 3 hours and just keep throwing you waves of hard stuff. We can throw you waves of Bunuel's questions. I enjoy this stuff. I love teaching it. Actually, I love doing it. But for most of you, arguably a waste of your time. Okay. And yes, answer to that last one was indeed 12. if you're struggling, again, helps me enormously if, just say something like struggling, ouch, uncle, mercy, whatever your complaint of choice is. Because I'm realizing as we collect data, as we do some of these quizzes, that I think I'm hearing from vocal people who are doing well. And I don't know if it's a silent minority that's struggling or a silent majority that's getting their butts kicked here. So please weigh in. Thank you for the ouches. Thank you guys. Don't be shy. Seriously, nobody's judging you. I actually really appreciate the vulnerability when you guys, kind of publicly say you're struggling. There's some great versions of it. Uncle Sam, Save Me, Struggling. Okay, hugely appreciated, you guys. Again, I've probably heard me say this before. I mean, my thing is I do one-on-one tutoring. I get inside people's heads, respond to that. So when I'm doing kind of broadcasts like this, a little weird to talk into a camera. So the more feedback I get, the more comfortable I'm making sure I'm getting you the right stuff. So again, we're past what most of you need. If you're going to be happy with the 650, 700, 47, 48 quant, you're good. You don't need this. What happens as you go from kind of the basics that I think you really do need for that kind of 47, 48 kind of score? And what is it that kind of happens as you go beyond it? Does it get more technical? Not really. There's a couple of things where we can sort of say, well, that's sort of a specific way of thinking about it, where maybe, as we look at these formulas, and I'm not going to spend time on it really, and we say, well, okay, permutation formula, combination formula. If I've got somebody who, actually have a student right now who is, he's trying to get a PhD in finance. He's got to get a supersonic, super high score. He's going to study a ton of statistics. Yeah, I'm ramming this down his throat. He better understand this and understand why this is here. He needs to be able to basically derive it. That's coming for him. And for the score he needs to get into that program, yeah. Get into this deeply, really understand it. Most of you guys really don't need that. So in that sense, yeah, there is some technical stuff that's useful. And again, really fun, I think. But for most of you guys, yeah, what's going on? What makes it more difficult? There's very little that's technical. Usually it's just there's some little hitch that makes it not totally intuitive, or you got to kind of split it up in some funny way or something like that. So in this case, my instinct is to start going, okay, I got a code. I don't need to use a formula here. I'm going to use the slots and kind of start punching in the potential number of things in there. So, okay, 10 digits. First digit can't be a 0 or a 1. So that leaves me with 10 things. So between 2 and 9 inclusive, 9 minus 2 plus 1 gives me 8. 8 options for that first spot. Now, here's the, I don't know, what I would actually do, or I think what I did when I first saw this question. 2, because there's 2 different options for the second digit. And then now these can't match, except it's not they can't match, they both can't be 0. So now it's getting kind of fiddly there. And I'm not sure what to put here. And I think that's where most people who might be fine on a simpler one are going to start train wrecking. And instead, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take 2 different cases. So version number 1 here is if this is a 0, it's the second digit. Now I'm not multiplying that. I'm saying 8 options here, and this is actually a 0. Then the third digit can't be a 0 in the same code. Well, great. That still gives me 9 options. Nice. So only one option here, that's got to be a 0. 8 options here, 9 options there. That means I got 72 different codes where you have a 0 in the middle spot. And now I can do the same thing where I say this is a 1, because that's the only possibility here for the second digit. Still 8 options here. Now we've got everything possible here for digit number 3. Just says they can't both be 0. If it's a 1, this could also be a 1, no problem, times 10. That gives you 80. 80 plus 72, you're out of here. And again, plenty of other ways to do it. This is the one that I think is kind of the simplest, most intuitive. And this is what you see as we start ramping up the difficulty a little bit. Is you just kind of got to find that way to unlock it. And that is a skill you can absolutely get better at with probability combinatorics both. But don't torture yourself over it. Lots and lots of questions where we can throw different wrinkles in. I can give you 30 of them. You're going to get better. And as you get to the 31st, you'll be better at it. You might not get the 31st one, but you'll get better at it. But again, for most of you, the question is, why would you do that to yourselves? If you want to. Ian Stewart, by the way, is another good guy to call. I think he really enjoys this stuff too. All right. Next question. I think we can cram in 2 more if we hustle. Give you guys about 30 more seconds. Thank you, Anthony. I appreciate that. Anybody else stuck here? I see fairly small number of of answers here, which makes me think silent majority getting their butts kicked. All right. Put you guys out of your misery here. So again, I'm going to keep emphasizing this. Most of you do not need this question. It's fun to do. The stretch is really good, even if your goals are pretty modest. Looking for, let's say, mid to high 40s. But it's also not that far out of reach. We're not going to go super crazy here on the hard ones. I'm getting that question from some people. Judging by the data I was getting on the first few, most of the crowd is struggling here, and I think that's what I'm seeing in the live chat as well, where I'm just getting a handful of people weighing in and saying they got it, and crickets for most of the rest. The occasional person who says I'm getting my butt kicked. Okay, so again, one of the concepts they really like on the GMAT, to whatever extent you see probability and combinatorics, not a ton of them on the test, is at least one business. If you can anchor yourself in that logic, the whole question opens up to you, and you say, okay, selections of 5 books that have at least one of each type. Okay, let's start with this first part, selections of 5 books. And that's irrespective of type for now. So how many selections of 5 books are there? 10 factorial over 5 factorial, 5 factorial. It's going to be a little annoying, but 10 times 9 times 8 times 7 times 6 over 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. A little bit annoying, not so bad. Cancel all that out. Cancel this out. That probably wasn't the best move, actually. Whatever, that's fine. Times 2, so I got 4 times 9 times 7 there, so 63 times 4. Somebody please check my math. So I'm on hour number 13, but 252, I believe. Hopefully that's what everybody's getting. So that's selections of 5 books. Now there's 2 kinds of selections of 5 books. There's the one with at least 1 paperback and the ones with no paperbacks. There's the one with at least 1 hardback and there's one with no hardbacks. So all I really need to do here is take that number and subtract out the ones that are going to be all one of a single type. So how many selections have with no hardbacks? Well, it's impossible. Choosing 5 books, you only got 4 paperbacks. It is absolutely impossible to get all with no hardbacks here. You're always going to have 1. So this is 0. How many selections with no paperbacks? So that's all hardbacks. How many ways are there to do that? Not that many. 6 hardbacks, we're choosing 5. 6 factorial over 5 factorial, 1 factorial. If you want to get fancy, that's 6. So 252 total selections. There's only 6 of them that you don't want here. And that's it. Subtract out the 6 and you got it. Answer is 246. Answer is D. Okay. Do you have time for one more? Barely. So I have one that's pretty quick. That one's pretty ugly. I wonder if we should just wrap this one up. Because I think everything I've got left here is pretty brutal, to be honest. Let's do this one real quick. And we'll go pretty quickly. Okay, so we're coming up to the end of the hour here. A screenshot if you need to, pause if you need to. So again, kind of the deal when you get into probability and combinatorics, there's the ones that are straightforward, formulaic. Say something like, okay, 10 people, gonna make 3 of them, form a committee of 3, nice formula, nice and clean. What makes these harder? It's not super technical. It's just things where you kind of have to think through sort of how to arrange it, has sort of an element of reasoning and kind of rearranging, and maybe there's different scenarios you need to take into account. And maybe those scenarios operate a little bit differently. Maybe it's a little bit tough to kind of see the way to unlock it. And I'm getting some really fun comments now where people are like, E, no, wait, now I see it. It's not E. As you kind of look at this long enough, maybe something kind of dawns on you. Pretty typical. Again, how many of these do you need to get right? Very, very few. The thing most people are doing wrong with probability and combinatorics is overdoing it. Again, unless you have a compelling reason to, don't kill yourself over it. 3 people, 2 offices. Offices can be empty. So we could have 3 here, 0 here. There's no further ways to rearrange this, right? 3 people here, no people there. So that's one way. There's another way. 0 people in office 1, 3 people in office 2. And then you could have 2 and 1 and 1 and 2. And the temptation here might be to say, well, the answer's 4, which isn't one of the answer choices, which is very nice of them. But now as you think about how different ways you can rearrange this, that's where things get a little more interesting, because you could have 3 different individuals here. So this is one way, no different ways to rearrange these 3 people in the office. One way here. And then if you think of this as 3 separate people, again, it's Bunuel, Bogdan, and Doug. They all could be in office 2. So 3 different ways to arrange it with 1 person in office 2 and 2 people in office 1. Same thing here. I think the easiest way to think about it intuitively is to say, same deal, 3 people, Bunuel, Doug, and Bogdan. 3 different ways to arrange, or 3 different people you could put in that first office. The other 2 would be stuck here either way. 3 ways, add them up, and you get 8. And that's your answer. Answer is D. Okay. So one of the questions I'm getting here real quick. So it says that some of the offices can be empty and more than 1 employee can be assigned to an office. But all of these 3 people have to be arranged in these 2 offices. So that's the hitch here. These 3 people all have to go somewhere. Okay. That is it for this hour. Thank you so much for watching Probability and Combinatorics. Don't overdo it, guys. Hour number 14 coming in a moment. All right, Charles from GMAT Ninja still here. Welcome to hour number 14 of our nonstop GMAT Crash Course Marathon, raising funds for Ukrainian refugee charities, 5 charities. Come check out our donation page, learn about those 5 charities. And again, if you're watching this, it's months later, it's years later. By all means, if you like what we're doing, you think this is valuable to you, it's doing something to further your progress on the GMAT, it's something you would love to see in a course, please take whatever you think it's worth, donate to a charity of your choice, if Ukraine is no longer in need at that point. Hour number 14 here, we're going to get back to sentence correction. I've been kind of looking forward to doing this one for a while. So we're going to talk about pronouns. And I think might have been the first video I did on the GMAT Club channel was, I think, on pronouns. It was one of the maybe first 4 or 5, might have been the very first one. 100 and something thousand views later. I made a bunch of mistakes in that video. I think there were some things that I kind of presented with rigidity. And as much as I've always preached flexibility and kind of the intuition and the meaning in sense correction, I made some mistakes in that video. And I kind of want to go at that again here now and frame things for the most part in similar ways, but a few things I'm going to do just a little bit differently. So as we think about pronouns, we can get really, I don't know, the temptation is to get super mechanical with it. And sometimes that can have value to kind of say, well, hey, if you see a singular pronoun, you're looking for a singular noun somewhere. Okay, great. Fair enough. If there's no singulars, you have a problem. Fair enough. Those are the foundations. Excuse me, pretty basic stuff. But then you kind of get into stuff like, well, where do you look exactly, and how close does it need to be, and what does ambiguity do? And one of the things that I really emphasized in the first version of a pronoun video is ambiguity is not an absolute rule. It's something you should look out for. If your only two decision points are down to two answer choices, one has an ambiguous pronoun, one does not, and there's nothing else to go off of, yeah, pick the one that's not ambiguous, right? But not an absolute rule. You shouldn't cross it out automatically because it's ambiguous. There are actually a couple things I got into where I was a little bit rigid with it, and I kind of regret that. And that is going to be kind of fun for me here. So I'm going to go through a few of these. And again, remember on sentence correction, always, 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 what does good hygiene look like? Get your definite errors first, things you can look at and say, I know that one's wrong, cross it out. That's your route to efficiency. Take your remaining answer choices and think through meaning on those and find those little differences and try to figure out what do those do. All right, let's get to it. I want to sleep 15 hours a day. I am loving this conversation that's going on. Part of what makes me happy here, and I realize that some of this stuff I'm saying is of way less interest if you're watching this after the fact. Um, but this block is sponsored once again by Applicant Lab. Maria Witchvilla, one of my favorite people in the industry here. She's here answering questions with us on the live chat. I love it. So having a nice back and forth with actually a guy that's a now recovered successful GMAT Ninja student, and I'm really enjoying watching kind of the back and forth, seeing a lot of disagreement on this particular question. Real quick before I get into this question, tell a quick little story about Maria. All good stories. So I think I was joking in the other blog she sponsored about, GMAT Club will say, hey, Charles, do you want to, moderate a panel? No. Maria will be on it. I'm like, yeah, okay, that'll be fun then. Now, I have a good friend, won't name names here, who paid for a pretty high-priced admissions consultant, kind of conventional consultant. And to paraphrase and remove the expletives, he later said, yeah, it was useless, and I'm removing a lot of his favorite words from there. And met Maria, worked with Applicant Lab in kind of its earlier days, and has told me over and over again how much he got out of that he didn't get out of the full consultant experience, the full expensive experience. And just the depth of her knowledge and advice, absolutely fantastic. Harvard graduate, one of my favorites. Maria, not judging your mistakes on the sentence correction, but love what you're doing over at Applicant Lab. Go check it out. Free trial is available. Doesn't hurt to get in there way before you're done with your GMAT. Go kind of think about how you might start framing this stuff. Doesn't hurt to get your brain working. Doesn't hurt to kind of see what products are out there, what kind of price. So big fan of Applicant Lab. Maria, thank you again for having our backs on the fundraiser. All right. Sentence correction. Is that what this one's about? I'm getting sleepy. What are we talking about here? We're talking about sloths and their long rubbery limbs. So sentence correction, what's it about? Noticing the things that are going to help you. That first step, find the definite errors, find them efficiently. That's what we're going after here. Non-underlined portion, buried way at the end. And this came up in a bunch of our lessons today on other things where it's like parallelism. Yeah, your trigger might be way in the non-underlined portion and you don't even see it. Happens all the time. That's why this is one of my favorite questions. Once you learn to look for the right things, this is totally mechanical, really, really clean question. But it is really easy to miss this stuff because it's buried, 30, 35 words in here. So its coat, its toes, A, B, and C are out immediately. Can't be sloths. Got to be sloth singular, which is getting harder and harder to say as I get more sleep deprived. The sloth singular, its coat, its toes, fantastic. So now we're down to 2. And now, okay, what's different between these two? And I'm seeing some great comments in the live chat. Oh, how did I miss this? Like, yeah, that's the deal. We aren't inclined to look at it. So again, it's not that GMAT's trying to get you with this stuff, but when something's in bold in real life, your eyes go to that and you're going to kind of maybe sort of lightly skim over the rest of it. That's part of how, again, the GMAT's not out to get you with it, but bold-faced questions on CR, that's kind of the mind game, right? Is your eyes go to the thing that's in bold. Sentence correction, your eyes go to the thing that's in the answer choices, go to things that's underlined. It's natural, right? That's what we do. It's underlined, must be important. So it's really easy to miss this stuff. So the way I want you to think about it is these things that can get you easy eliminations, pronouns, parallelism, certain kinds of modifiers. I want those to jump off the page at you no matter where you see them. Underline, not underline, doesn't matter. Got to jump off the page. You scan for those first, doesn't matter where they are. Okay. The sloth hangs by its limbs, sleeping 15 hours a day and moving so infrequently that 2 species of algae grow on its coat and between its toes. And that 15 hours of sleep sounds absolutely wonderful. And E, the sloth, hangs from trees by its long rubbery limbs, sleeps 15 hours a day, and it moves. I like the and. So we got parallelism here somewhere. Let me look at E first. It moves. Okay. But what's going on with the rest of that list? Pronouns fine, but we have the sloth does 3 things. It hangs, it sleeps, and it moves. That's not parallel. Verb, verb, pronoun, verb. That's out just on a purely mechanical basis here. A lot of people object to D. I actually kind of fell in love with this question. Love the comment, Shobek. I kind of fell in love with this question. It's kind of a teaching example for my students. This one's been around for a really long time. I want to say it goes back to the 12th edition, 2007-ish, something like that. A lot of people look at this and go, not parallel. The sloth hangs, sleeping, and moving, not parallel. It sounds better, and I actually think this is true. It sounds better to say hangs, sleeps, and moves, or hangs, sleeps, and it moves. Even sounds better to me. Is it okay to say hangs, sleeping, and moving? Well, sure, it just changes the meaning a little bit, not in a bad way. So the sloth hangs by its limbs, its long, rubbery limbs, sleeping 15 hours a day and moving. Well, this is just modifying that whole phrase. What's it doing as it hangs from trees by its long, rubbery limbs? No, sleeping 15 hours a day. That's describing what it does when it hangs from its long, rubbery limbs. And it moves so infrequently that algae grows on its toes. I think I should be a sloth in my next life instead of a GMAT tutor. This is tiring, man. Just kidding. I'm having fun. So that's totally fine. Doesn't sound parallel, but it is. So our answer here is D. And yeah, I'm seeing some really good interpretations of it here. It's like that modifier, those ing modifiers, you can think of it as, well, what's it doing while it hangs from its long rubbery limbs? Or how is it doing it? Or whatever. Like, are we describing more of this? So what is it doing? It's sleeping 15 hours a day and moving infrequently while it hangs by its limbs. It's a modifier. Okay. One more that's kind of pretty foundational, and then I think we'll arguably make it a little harder after this. All right, seeing a little bit of disagreement here on this one. Not a ton. Most of you guys are doing pretty well on it. Okay, so the pronoun here, this question is a little bit more mechanical, I'd probably argue. What I want you to focus on here is that if you like the jargon, demonstrative pronoun, that of, those of, works just like any other pronoun for the most part. That is just a singular pronoun, it has to have a referent. Best way to handle it is to take that and kind of go, all right, let me find out what that refers back to, or what it's making a copy of, if you prefer that, or what it's replacing, and then punch it back in and reread the sentence. That's the only real difference between an it and a that. It has the same basic function. But what I'd like you to be able to do here is just get in the habit of saying, okay, I'm gonna take the that, replace it with the thing it refers back to, and then see if it makes any sense, because we can kind of, I don't know, plays tricks on our ears. I think when I first started grappling with GMAT sentence correction, again, lazy native speaker, no grammar training in English. My grammar training was all in other languages that I tried to learn as second languages or third languages or whatever. So I went off of instinct, and that have just never sounded right to me. And then eventually I realized it was right sometimes. So I kind of started ignoring it, and that wasn't right either. And I realized I had to be kind of really mechanical about saying, okay, pronoun, what does it refer back to? Let me punch it in, reread it, see if it makes sense. So we're going to do that with this guy. So we'll pick on the ones with the that of first, and we can look at the others. So A, retail sales rose in August, intensifying expectations that personal spending in that quarter. I just abbreviated to Q3 here. More than doubled that of the growth rate in personal spending. Okay, so what could that refer to? I'm looking for a singular. That could refer to quarter. That's the nearest one. Let's see if it works. Intensifying expectations that the personal spending in the July-September quarter more than doubled the quarter of the 1.4% growth rate. I'm speaking total nonsense. What about personal spending? That's singular. Intensifying expectations that personal spending in the quarter more than doubled personal spending of the growth rate in personal spending. Still nonsense. So what am I doing here? It's mostly meaning-based, right? There's one little kind of mechanical thing where it's like, it's got to refer to something singular. Let me find the singular, punch it in. That's the mechanical bit. Then you put on your human brain and go, does this make any sense? Personal spending more than doubled the personal spending of the 1.4% growth rate in personal spending. What the heck are we talking about? Utter nonsense. A's out. If we wanted to spend the time, and maybe we do, maybe we don't, I'll go pretty quickly here. Once I see that error with the that of, I'm trying to see if that's repeated anywhere. I've got it in D. Intensifying expectations, I'm going to put this back on the screen. Intensifying expectations of personal spending in the quarter more than doubling personal spending of the growth rate in personal spending. Still nonsense. Intensifying expectations of personal spending in the quarter more than doubling the quarter. Nonsense, right? There is no way out of this. There's nothing it could refer to that makes any sense at all. D is out. E, same deal. Personal spending in the quarter that would more than double whatever, quarter, personal spending, whatever you want it to be, still makes no sense. Very, very quickly, just by applying that little thing with pronouns, we're out of here. We're down to 2, and life is pretty happy. Coming back to those 2. Intensifying expectations that personal spending in B of the quarter would more than double the growth rate. Okay, personal spending would double the growth rate in personal spending. That's pretty good. Intensifying expectations of personal spending. Apologies for the ditto marks. Intensifying expectations that something occurs. So at this point, I'm intensifying our number, I don't even know what we're on, 14. For those of you still watching live, I'm intensifying expectations that I'm going to fall face first in my keyboard. I'm intensifying expectations that something will occur. Am I intensifying expectations of personal spending? You could talk about intensifying expectations of inflation, maybe, of higher inflation, that kind of thing. What does it mean to say expectations of personal spending? Kind of nonsense. Meaning-based thing there in C, one strike against it. And then look at that last part. That it more than doubled. I'm super confused by this, that personal spending, I guess that's okay. The it refers to personal spending, but what's the that doing? Intensifying expectations of personal spending that it more than doubled. Is this trying to modify something here? Is it trying to modify July-September quarter? Can't make any sense of that either. So for that reason, C's out. B's our winner. Okay. How are we doing time-wise? I am struggling to keep track of what time we're ending here. Okay, I got about 30, 35 minutes. How many do I have here? Okay. Let me jump ahead. Rhinos. Enjoy. Okay. Seems like you guys are doing pretty well on this one. So one of the, I don't know, I guess exciting debates we have on GMAT Club, questions we get all the time. Pronoun ambiguity, how much of a problem is it really? Is it something you should be aware of? Absolutely. Is it sometimes a deciding factor on questions? Absolutely, without a doubt. Is it an absolute rule? Not at all. And we're going to talk about that more in the next couple of questions. Here, I'm going to kind of go from roughly from kind of worst to best. I'm going to address the if versus whether issue because I don't think you can get away with it or get away from it completely here. So I'm going to start with B. So a proposal has been made to trim the horns from rhinos posters. Question is whether tourists will continue to visit game parks to see one. I'm sorry, that's not the one I meant to go after. Yeah, to see one once their horns are trimmed. I'm struggling a little bit with this. To see one, that's the rhino. And then I got the there here. Look, is it the end of the world? Do I kind of know that it's their horns is the rhino? Is that pretty clear to me? Yeah, most people don't have horns. Maybe after 14 hours of either teaching GMAT lessons or watching them, you feel like you have horns or feel like there's horns in your eyes, or you wish there was a pointy horn in your eye because you just want to go to bed. But tourists don't have horns, and it causes just enough confusion that I look at B and kind of go, that's not ideal. Now look, in isolation, do I cross it out? Do I say this is absolutely wrong? No. Because sometimes you can get away with that ambiguity. Let's say that the other four all have absolutely heinous errors, then no problem. But that's not the deal here. When you look at the other options we have much better ones, right? So again, we can argue about kind of, is this horrible? There we've got rhinos, tourists. I think B is worse than A in terms of that pronoun ambiguity. Legitimately unclear in B. You can figure it out, but legitimately not good because there seems to be referring to the singular here. I know the rhinos are way back there somewhere. Problem. Here, is this terrible? No. Tourists visit game parks after their horns are trimmed. Whose horns are we talking about? Obviously the rhinos. It's pretty close, not a big deal. But wouldn't it be nicer if we do what we get in C here, where it just eliminates all doubt? Crystal clear, good. Totally clear here. The animal's horns have been trimmed. Absolutely no doubt. No reason to have to worry about it and go, well, what does that one mean? No hesitation. That's better. You got some other minor issues in here. Whether tourists will visit game parks and see rhinos. So the tourists are doing two things, visiting game parks, and tourists are also seeing rhinos. That sounds good. Sounds parallel. It is parallel. The question is, should it be? I would argue that it shouldn't, because then it sounds like it's kind of two equal weight actions that are separate from each other. So tourists visit game parks over here, and then they go see rhinos over there in a zoo, not necessarily in the same place. That's the issue there. So not ideal because of that. We could argue that the pronoun ambiguity is a minor issue, relatively speaking, but between that and the visit game parks and C, A is definitely inferior to C. B also even more inferior to C, because that pronoun, I think, is legitimately causing confusion there. All right, D. If tourists will, and I'm going to skip C for a second, that's looking pretty good. If tourists will visit game parks and C, again, doesn't really make a lot of sense because it sounds like those things are equal weight. And that's where one of the things I keep saying, you can't totally separate mechanics from meaning. Yes, I'm looking for easy ways to eliminate. I'm looking for things that are efficient eliminations, but it's never totally divorced from meaning. Thank you, Shobik. So never totally divorced from meaning, right? So here, parallel, not grammatically wrong by any means, but it also doesn't make sense. Why are we talking about it that way? Why are we saying that tourists will visit game parks and tourists over there are going to go see rhinos? Nonsense. I'm good here with the once the animal's horns are trimmed. I'm totally comfortable in this case saying that D is inferior to C. I know what some of you guys are going to ask because it came up earlier. The if versus whether thing. I kind of dodged it in an earlier lesson. I can't remember which one it came up in, but I was trying to focus on the parallelism or whatever we were talking about there. If is used for conditional statements. So if one thing occurs, then some other thing will occur. That's not the case here. We're talking about sort of a choice of not a conditional thing where if something occurs, something else will. It's just kind of an almost neither or, right? So either tourists do this or they don't do it. In that case, whether is more appropriate. The really slash and burn way to handle this, it does not show up that often. It's kind of a quirk. There's a couple of questions I really like for other reasons where we happen to have if or whether in there. It really doesn't show up on the test as often as I'm kind of making it seem today. But kind of the shorthand for it is just to say, look, if you have a choice between if and whether, as long as whether makes sense, go with the whether. This is not a conditional statement. You shouldn't be using if here. But if that's something you don't want to think about, I am totally fine with that. Does whether make sense? Yep. Then you shouldn't use if. And I'm totally fine with that. It's not an important enough issue to go a whole lot deeper than that. So hopefully that's clear enough there. So for that reason, you could just eliminate D and E. And E really has nothing wrong with it other than the if. Really the only difference between C and E is that if. So it does become a significant factor. sees your issue. And again, this is where we get into that, kind of, I don't know, that kind of Weasley area, that how big of a deal is pronoun ambiguity, something to pay attention to, but I'm not obliterating, even B. I'm not knocking it out in isolation. I'm only knocking it out because I know I've got a much better choice that's much clearer. Okay. That's that one. Now we're going to get into good stuff. This is good. This lesson's going along pretty quickly. Can you guys believe I've only had 1 cup of coffee? 10 o'clock p.m. here in Denver. Started at 8:30 this morning. Was up at 5:30. 1 cup of coffee. 17 cups of tea. 1 cup of coffee. Heirloom tomatoes. This is my favorite. All right. Not seeing a ton of struggles on this, which is great. I'm going to list one on the screen because I was too lazy to write this out. So the reason I brought this question up, it's not because this is necessarily such a great question or such a hard one. Again, I'm not seeing a lot of struggles from the live group, which doesn't shock me at all. You could almost kind of go through this one and just, it's like kind of just intuit your way through it and go, well, I read A, And I just can't make a lot of sense of it, right? Like, I don't think we need to get super mechanical. And I'm going to go through this one pretty quickly because I'm not seeing the struggles in the live group. Plenty of explanations of this on GMAT Club if you have more questions on it. So I'm going to be pretty quick with it. The reason I want to bring it up is specifically the pronoun issue here. Very, very stripped down version that I've written up on the board. Heirloom tomatoes only look less appetizing than their supermarket cousins, and they, whatever. So this falls into the category of things that I've handled a little bit too rigidly in the past. Here's how I think about this. Ambiguity. Is this they ambiguous? Well, number one, ambiguity is never an absolute rule. Can it be a deciding factor? It can be, but am I automatically crossing this out because I'm not clear what they refers to? They could refer to the cousins. They could refer to the heirloom tomatoes, the round and red supermarket cousins. Maybe that's ambiguous and a problem. Now, as I look at this, and by the way, this is the same thing, really all of them that have a they in it. So C, D, and E. But D and E in particular are the ones I want to focus on here, where you kind of get the cousins, which I can't spell anymore. And then you get the they, same thing, cousins, semicolon, they. My interpretation of this question, there's a few others out there like this. My interpretation of this used to be that, well, this is an exception to the ambiguity rule because what we have right here, this is the beginning of a new clause. So beginning of a brand new independent clause, this is the subject. Subject number 2, pronoun. Subject number 1, pronoun, noun. In all likelihood here, that they can refer back to that subject and it doesn't violate the ambiguity rule. That's what I've said in the past, or variations of that. And I actually think that what I just said, there's a lot wrong with it. First of all, ambiguity is not a rule at all, people. It just isn't. And I think it's really tempting to think of it that way. It is a thing to be hyper aware of. It's a thing to pay attention to. It is not an absolute. When it's more confusing than another option, yeah, if that's the last thing you have to go off of, that last question we did with the rhinos, yeah, you bet it's significant there. It's not the only factor, but it's significant because you have some answer choices where that ambiguity really kind of creates a bit of confusion. You got to hesitate a little bit and go, wait, whose horns? And then there's another option where it's crystal clear. I'd rather take crystal clear anytime over muddy, as long as there's nothing else going on. But I don't want you to get in the habit of looking at this and going, this is ambiguous, really, ever. I'm going to cross that automatically. That's thought one. So referring to ambiguity is a rule. Problem. Second, I don't think that it always has to be the case that they refers, so the subject of the second clause, does it always have to refer back to this? And maybe I have said this correctly in the past, where it doesn't have to, but it certainly can. I see that as an area where I think the ambiguity is less of an issue. I would actually stand by that. I think when you see two clauses like this, full clause and full clause again, I think it's kind of a natural place to look. It kind of feels like it's totally reasonable, but it's like, okay, subject of the sentence, heirloom tomatoes, subject of the second clause in this case might also be heirloom tomatoes. That doesn't feel uncomfortable at all, right? Like that seems very, very reasonable. It's a reasonable place to look. It doesn't mean that it has to. The they doesn't have to refer back to heirloom tomatoes, but I don't have a problem with this. So I don't mean to say that it's an exception to a rule, because it's not exactly that. There's no rule in the first place. But I think it is worth acknowledging that, yeah, when it's kind of subject referring back to a previous subject, that's kind of where our eyes and our brains go anyway. So not a big problem here. So I don't have an issue with the they. And I don't want to spend any more time on this question because I want to get to the next couple. Again, live crowd, you're smoking this one, not having any issues. And most of this kind of gets into, yeah, some of these are just messy and the modifiers are all goofy. My point here is I don't want you to look at this and get rigid about the ambiguity, because it is a very natural place to look. Second clause starts with a pronoun, very likely refers back to that first subject, no problem. So don't get too rigid about that. And yeah, I think that makes it even more acceptable. It just feels like a really natural way to refer back. But instead of this referring back to some random noun later in the sentence, subject to subject seems reasonable. I'm going to give this a little more latitude. And it does turn out that the right answer is one of the ones with this pronoun that's referring back to something way, way back there, but subject to subject. Okay. Next one. I've been waiting to do this one for a while. I'm excited. All right, loving this, seeing some disagreement. It's a great discussion. I've been spellbound by the discussion, haven't written anything on the board, not going to, hands getting tired. Hour number 14. So I kind of love this question because I think the natural thing to do with GMAT sentence correction. So if I took really, if I took, let's say, really smart people here, like Shovik, who's watching, and said, okay, I want you to spend a whole lot of time kind of taking the GMAT and figuring out what the rules are for it. And that's basically what test prep people do, right? Like we kind of go around, we spend our careers kind of, teaching people this stuff, and you have conversations about it, and kind of see, how did we learn about the GMAT? Sure, we go take the test. But we also just kind of look at everything that's published and kind of derive the rules from that. It's not like there's any definitive guide to the English language that the GMAT's working off of. We kind of infer what those rules are that they enforce. And what I think we want to provide to students is we want to be able to say, hey guys, your life's going to be better. You memorize these 20 things. It's going to be glorious. Here's how to think about pronouns. So the kinds of things that I've certainly said in the past, and I think I've really worked to not be rigid about this stuff. But things I've said in the past, yeah, ambiguity, not an absolute rule. Okay, great. I think I had that right from the start. But one of the things I said is that a non-possessive pronoun can't refer back to a possessive. So look at D here. The kind of thing I've said in the past is I think what the GMAT's doing typically is that it's saying that a non-possessive pronoun, so a subject pronoun. So as you look at D, she was considered the better poet. One of the things I was saying based on all of the questions that had been released up until a few years ago was it can't refer to the possessive Elizabeth Barrett Browning's success. That's clearly wrong. And it's one of those things that we kind of looked at a bunch of questions where that seemed to be something they were enforcing. And we overdid it. That is absolutely not a rule. And I'm not sure what ever was. That was kind of test prep folks. I'm not the only one trying to read the tea leaves and being too rigid about it. So I'm actually seeing people in the live chat bringing that up. Non-possessive pronoun can't refer back to a possessive. It's not that common. It's really hard for me to point to really anything beyond this question. Maybe there's one other one where it happens. It's very, very rare. But is it inherently wrong? No, not in real life, certainly. And GMAT's telling us it's not wrong here either. Okay, so what is this about? Let's get to the question itself. A, although she was considered among her contemporaries to be the better poet than her husband, later Elizabeth Barrett Browning was overshadowed by his success. Whole bunch of issues here. They're not necessarily that heinous. But you add them all up, and we got something that's not great here. Although she was considered among her contemporaries to be the better poet than her husband, what? It'd be fine to say the best poet, a better poet than her husband, but that article's awfully weird there. The better poet than her husband gets the comparison wrong. I don't like the placement of later. I'm not saying it's a smoking gun, but it's not great. Later, Browning was overshadowed by his success. Here's the big thing here. I'm not sure I would necessarily overreact to this, but I know we have better options. She was overshadowed by his success. I think it would make sense to say that she was overshadowed by him, that her career was overshadowed by his career. Her success was overshadowed by his success. I'm not sure we'd say that a person is overshadowed by somebody else's success. That doesn't make a ton of sense. If you want to be conservative, you keep it in. I'll spoil the surprise in the interest of time and say we're going to have better options here in a minute. And we can argue that B might be one of them. So although Elizabeth Barrett Browning was considered among her contemporaries as a better poet than her husband, she was later overshadowed by his success. I think this one sounds better. Was considered among her contemporaries as a better poet than her husband. She was overshadowed by his success. Same exact issue there. She was overshadowed by the success. That's not great meaning-wise. Again, if you want to be conservative, you can keep it in. Other issue here, considered as a better poet. The stronger idiom there is considered a better poet. Is this a smoking gun? We can argue. One of the things that's come up a few times here. Again, I'm going to go ahead and I'll keep it in just to be sporting because I'm seeing a lot of people pick B in the live crowd. One of the things that comes up here is how much did you care about idioms? I've had that question pop up a few times tonight. It should be one of your very last resorts. If you're certain that an idiom is wrong, great, run with it. If you're certain that the idiom doesn't make sense, great, you can cross it out. There's something like 25,000 idioms in English. Good luck to you. No point in learning them. There's lists of idioms in some of the test prep books. I wouldn't spend a moment of time on it. Very, very hard to find questions where it's going to completely hinge on an idiom. Don't waste too much time with it. I'll hang on to B2B sporting. C, later overshadowed by the successor husband. Her poetry, okay, now that's way off. Her poetry is overshadowed later by the success of her husband. Her poetry is overshadowed by success. That's nonsense. Had been considered among her contemporaries to be better than that of her husband. What's the that of doing there in C? Was considered to be better than, her poetry was better than the poetry of her husband. I guess that's fine. But I think that later overshadowed by the success of her husband, her poetry, total nonsense. C's out. D, does it sound great? Her success was later overshadowed by the success of her husband, punching in for the that of in D. Great. Elizabeth Barrett Browning's success was later overshadowed by the success of her husband. Apples to apples, nice clean comparison. Among her contemporaries, she was considered the better poet. No issues there at all. Unless you make the mistake that I've made in the past, obsessing over that possessive, and that's not an issue. And obviously at this point, we can see that D is better than B. The comparison makes a lot more sense. Meaning is much clearer here. And then E, Elizabeth Barrett Browning's poetry was considered among her contemporaries as better than her husband. Her poetry is better than her husband. Might be true, but it's not something that would make sense to talk about in a sentence like this. E is out. D's our winner. Let's race through one more. Which one do I want to do here? Ooh, one of my favorites. Okay. We'll see if we can get through this in 6 minutes. This is fun. You guys are getting punchy in the chat. It makes me happy. Okay, all about the pronouns here, but some subtle stuff going on. And this is one of my favorite teaching examples as well. I'm not quite sure why this is buried in getting in MBA programs, but I think it's a fun question if you're going to get better at sentence correction. So one thing, I'm seeing a lot of this in the chat, people are noticing, one of the big keys here, starfish, is that singular or plural? Well, it depends, right? Not uncommon. There's a few questions that use words like data. We typically use data now as singular. A lot of people are going to argue it's the plural of datum. What's the GMAT doing? It just depends on the question. I don't think they have a rule for it, but I'm looking for a clue in the question if it's an ambiguous noun that could operate as singular or plural. Deer, media, data, starfish. Starfish is singular or plural here. They tell you. If there's any ambiguity about that, the GMAT's going to tell you exactly what it is. Starfish have. Starfish or plural in this particular concept. And I agree with you, Shovik. I do not like the word datum, but some people, academics often argue. I had some professors in PhD school who were like, oh no, data's plural. We talk about the data are, and if you're talking about one piece of data, it's datum. Weird. Anyway, one arm is lost. It quickly replaces it. We can debate whether the repeated it referring to different things is a problem. That's actually something that comes up quite a bit in the forums. People will ask, can I use the same pronoun twice in the same sentence to refer to different things? Context dependent. I don't think it's an absolute rule that that's a problem inherently. If it causes confusion, you might have an issue. I don't want you to be too rigid about it. But here, obviously, the issue is the it has to be starfish, but we know that starfish is plural, so A is out. B, if one arm is lost, it is quickly replaced. Now we've gone passive voice, it is replaced. But at least that makes sense because the it is referring to the one arm. That's good. With the animal sometimes overcompensating, growing an extra one or two. Okay, cool. That's not bad. I don't have any issues there, at least not yet. Maybe I'll see something better. C, they lose one arm. They quickly replace it. Lots kind of not great here. So they lose one arm. So they collectively, the starfish collectively lose a single arm. That doesn't make any sense at all when you think about it logically. On that base alone, because I got B that's pretty good here, and we're also running out of time. I'm going to get rid of C. I can say the same thing about D. They lose one arm collectively. They lose one arm. They are quickly replaced. Now we're replacing the starfish. The starfish lose one arm collectively, and then the starfish get replaced. Nonsense. D's out. E, they lose one arm. It is quickly replaced. Again, same issue. The they and the one arm. Don't love it. The it is okay here, but we can get rid of it for that reason. All right. B's our answer. Pronouns. Lots of fun. Lots of subtlety to it. Don't get too rigid, you guys. All right. Bottom of the hour is here. Thank you for surviving hour number 14 with me. We'll see you in the next hour. Charles from GMAT Ninja here. Welcome to hour number 15 of our nonstop GMAT Crash Course Marathon, raising money for charities helping out in Ukraine with the refugee crisis. As we're doing this, 2.2 million displaced Ukrainians, 5 charities up on our website, International Red Cross, World Central Kitchen, Save the Children, Come Back Alive Ukraine, Caritas. Been in touch with people in all those organizations. They have people on the ground who can donate directly or donate to the general GMAT Club Fund, and we'll distribute your funds equally. If you're watching this down the road, you see value in this content, you're enjoying it, or you're enjoying laughing at the guy who's here in hour number 15 straight with 9 more to go, and you're just enjoying the spectacle of him stumbling over his words nonstop for 24 hours, and you find that entertaining, find a cause you care about, donate to it, please. All right, talking about rates, rate work problems, rate distance problems, a little bit of conversions. Once again, we're going to start you off here.
Hi Charles, sorry to interrupt. We are not doing quiz for this hour.
No, we are. I was just about to introduce it.
Yeah, so I'm sharing my screen then.
Okay, perfect. So yeah, as Abhijit said, it is quiz time, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm going to give you 5 questions, 10 minutes. Please. Got the crowd is increasing now. That's wonderful. I want to see every one of you punching your answers in. If you're struggling, if you're running out of time, just make a guess, move on, just like you're on a real test. The better the data is, the better I can tailor this to what you guys need. I'm going to make the assumption that the people watching live are fairly representative of the people that might be watching this later. Helps me a ton. A lot of the time what we see in the live chat, we get messages from the people who are really strong at this stuff. So please, if you're struggling, I really want those forms filled out. If you get obliterated, wonderful. That tells me that 2 minutes isn't enough. We've got some issues to work out, and we can tailor it from there. Here comes the quiz, 10 minutes. Enjoy yourselves. Don't curse too much if it's hard. And again, please put the answers in the form. I'm going to use that as best I can to tailor the lesson a little bit for you guys. All right, you're back. Fantastic. All right, data's starting to come in. Keep punching them in if you guys are still working on it. Yeah, this is great. You guys are actually really strong on this stuff, and I don't know how much of that is, maybe shifting demographics versus some of our previous lessons, and how much of that is that rates and conversions are easy for you guys. So I'm going to rifle through these pretty quickly, and maybe we can get some uglier ones here. Because again, I don't want to leave this too unsatisfying for the maybe we're getting about 20% incorrect answers on each of these. Okay. First question, kind of an embedded, so mix of conversion and rate, pretty common thing you see on the GMAT. Just making sure that you're nice and systematic with this. Certain banana slug can crawl X centimeters per minute. How many meters would it travel in Y hours? So what do we need? Anytime you do a conversion, we're saying, okay, what are our starting number in units here? And what do I want? I want meters per hour. This is my brain on exhaustion. I lose track mid-sentence now. X centimeters per minute is how many meters per hour? Pretty easy to get there. 1 meter over 100 centimeters. That 1 minute. I'm sorry, we got one. Wow, there goes my brain, kids. 60 minutes over 1 hour. My units cancel the way I want them to. Minutes gone, centimeters gone. I got meters per hour. That's good. Pretty straightforward from here. I basically got 3x over 5. All I have to do is kind of punch that back in. I think for most of you, this is not an issue. Rate formula. It's barely even a formula. It's almost more like a definition, right? Guiding light, if you get stuck, maybe this can help get you unstuck. Work is always equal to how fast you're doing the work times how long you spend doing it. We want to know how many meters does this guy travel in Y hours. Y hours, there's the rate, 3x meters per hour, 3x over 5 meters per hour. And you're out of there. Pretty straightforward. 3xy over 5. Answer there is A. Not seeing a lot of struggles there, which is fantastic. So question number 2, really no struggles there at all, despite Shobik's complaints about it. Toss it on the screen real quick. Why isn't that showing up? Huh. For some reason, it's not showing my screen again. Don't know if that's a little bit of a technical issue we're having. Abhijit, can't seem to show the slides. Okay, go on without it. Water from one outlet flowing at a constant rate. Can fill a swimming pool in 9 hours. So we've got outlet 1. We got outlet 2. When things are working together, you add their rates. So what are their rates? First guy filling a pool. If you need to go through this, go for it. I want to get that rate. It's doing it in 9 hours. Must be 1/9. If it helps you to punch all that in, go for it. Don't be shy about it if you're new to this stuff. Rate for the first one, 1 over 9. Rate for the second one, 1 over 5. When things work together, you add the rates. Fractions, decimals, doesn't matter. Variables, add the rates. Things work together. 1/5 plus 1/9. Pureed brain, I'm going to go 14 over 45. Not sure if that's right. I think that's right. Somebody correct me if it's wrong. Approximate number of hours to fill the pool. The work is still just 1 there. Flip it around to get the time. 45 over 14. That's a little bit more than 3. Which gets you the answer D. Okay, I'm still having an issue here. I still can't share the slides at all. So Abhijit, Nikhil, I don't know if there's a way to fix that. Oh, I see. He's out of the stream. There we go. That got removed. So machine owner, again, no issues here really. I think we got 80% correct from the live group, pretty much on the button. Going to go through it fairly quickly. And guys, if you're watching this and I'm going too fast for you, you can go on over to the GMAT Ninja YouTube channel. Please subscribe if you like what we're doing. The other guys that are on that channel are smarter than I am, better looking, taller, all the things. Branson's been doing rates and conversions, a couple lessons on it. So 2.5, 3 hours, kind of walk through the basics and kind of get you out of the advanced stuff if you need it. For this crowd, I'm going to go pretty quickly. We only have an hour. Machine owner wants to estimate how many widgets his machine can make in a given amount of time. Knows it takes an average of 1/p minutes. An average of p minutes to make one widget. So what's his rate? One widget per p minutes. Fantastic, party on. How many widgets can it make in Q hours? Same kind of deal we were doing before. I want to convert this to widgets per hour. So 60 minutes is 1 hour. So 60/p is your rate in widgets per hour. And multiply that times Q, and we got it. So it should be 60p/Q. Answer choice is C here. Next one. Again, a little more struggles here. We're down about 3/4 correct, roughly. And that might be more of a time thing than anything else. Broadly speaking, two ways to do this kind of question. One is you can go straight algebra. For some of you guys, that's your happy place. You want to go super algebraic here, you certainly can. No shame in it at all. For most people, what I'm really interested in here is kind of getting you to this idea of how can you be intuitive about this kind of question. We really have a concept here when two things are chasing each other. One thing's falling behind the other. The key concept here is catch-up speed. So if I'm driving in a car and I'm driving 58 miles an hour and my buddies are behind me driving 50 miles an hour because they're slow, every hour I'm getting 8 more miles ahead of them, right? That's the concept here. Car A, 58 miles per hour. Car B, 50 miles per hour. So each hour. So A gains 8 miles. So from there, it's easy. So A starts 20 behind. Ends, I think it's 8 ahead. And that's pretty much it. It's got to catch up and get ahead by 28 miles. It's got to kind of overcome an extra 28 miles. 8 miles an hour. So that's going to be 3.5 hours. So 28 divided by that catch-up speed gets you to 3.5 hours. So answer there is E. And again, pretty nice work on this in the live group. Number 5, this is where I heard a lot of complaining out of the live group. I didn't see a lot of errors. So again, about 3/4 got it correct. A little bit of struggle here. So 12 identical robots take 4 days to build a spaceship. How long would it take 3 of the same identical robots to build 2 spaceships? A couple different ways you could do this. You could go straight algebraic with this. Again, if that's your happy place, don't let me stop you. If you love the algebra, by all means do it. I think we're going to run into a question later where I think it's easier to do it algebraically. That's kind of a similar sort of setup. So we'll get into that when we get to that question. Here I'm going to do it a little bit more intuitively and just say, well, all right. So if we got 12 robots, it takes them 4 days. And this is for 1 spaceship. Well, what happens is I cut so I'm trying to get to what happens with 3 robots. I mean, this question, again, we're kind of giving you the warm-up ones here first. What's nice about it is I know that it's not that hard to go from 12 to 3. So I can say, well, what happens if I cut the number of robots in half? Intuitively, cut the number of robots in half, we're going to double the time. So go from 12 to 6 robots. Now it's going to take me 8 days to build that 1 ship. 3 robots, we're doubling again, right? We cut the number of robots in half. Going to take us twice as long. 16 days. Again, for that 1 ship. Only quirk here is now we're building 2 spaceships. Multiply that by 2. And we got to 32. Okay, zooming out a little bit. Let me go to that question. Zooming out a little bit on rates. So we got another 40 minutes or so on this. What is it that we're really after? What are the skills? Rates aren't a huge topic on the GMAT either, and I can double check the data that we have at GMAT Club, from the autopsy performed on those first 2 free official MBA.com tests. But I want to say it's something like 3%, 4%, 5%, somewhere in that range. It's more important than probability. But I think between distance and work problems, conversions, like we're right around, I think 5% if I remember correctly. So pretty small. So out of your 31 quant questions, how many are you going to see? One, maybe two, maybe get lucky and see three of them. So why do we even spend time on it? Why bother? Couple comments there. One is that I think rates are, there are so many kind of generic algebra problems, word problems that require some translation. And I think rate problems are a really, really good way, especially if you struggle a little bit on the quant, really good way for you to kind of get better at that hygiene and get better at setting up variables and making them really work well for you. So that's one thought, is I think that those skills spill over in other questions, which is part of why I think I kind of overrepresent rates a little bit when we're teaching our private students. So I think it has value there. So if you're watching this and you're not super strong at quant in general and you feel like you struggle on word problems, there's things you can get better at doing rates that are going to make you better overall on the test on a much broader swath of problems. That's thing one. Thought number two is what I want you guys to be a little bit careful of. This is another one of those topics where people obsess. So again, theme for this marathon is what are the things that you're really doing wrong on these different topics? One of the most common errors we see on rates is it's obsessing over the rates. So yeah, I can talk about spillover skills. I think it's worth getting good at a lot of the foundations, maybe even going a step or two beyond the foundations. I think that can be really good for you, even if your goal is just a 47, 48. But I see a lot of obsession over kind of these, I'm going to go through and memorize 20 or 30 different variations of rate questions. We see that behavior a lot. Rates, I think, really bug people. I think they kind of stick in your brain for some reason. A lot of people walk out of their tests and say, hey, what went wrong for you? Oh, the train question. The train question. How many of those did you see? I didn't see any on this test, but I saw it on a practice test and it really bugs me. It's like, yeah, there have been like 2 or 3 of those released ever where the two trains are going at each other. We're going to go through one, but it's one of those things that people just obsess over from the beginning of time. Test prep companies, we tend to listen to our students who are saying, oh, the train question, let's do the train question. It barely exists, guys. You're almost certainly not going to see it on the test. If you do, let me know. It's going to happen every once in a while, but they're really, really uncommon. So don't obsess, don't spend too much time on it. Really think about bang for your buck in terms of your composite score. Are you getting it off of, obsessing over the nuances of rates? Or are you going to get that boost in your score by spending a little bit more time on, I don't know, reading comprehension, critical reasoning, cleaning up your careless errors, getting some more sleep maybe. Again, do as I say, not as I do. Sleep is really good for your score. Okay. So that's the big picture here. We're going to get at some kind of spillover skills in the algebra on the next couple questions. And then depending on whether I think I can get these questions right, I've got a couple of really hard ones toward the end of my deck here. We'll see if I think it's worth going through those. All right. This one's not so bad yet. Have at it, go take a couple minutes. And again, please, guys, the vocal ones in these live groups, we got a pretty big group here today. And thank you everybody for sticking with me and giving me the energy. So it's the vocal people in these groups that tend to pop into the live chat and tell us what the answer is really, really quickly. If you're getting something else or you're struggling, when you hit around that 2-minute mark, I'll pipe up again. And if you're struggling, please pipe in and just say, ouch, struggling, mercy, uncle, whatever it is that your code word for pain is, because it helps me to know kind of how these are landing. And if everyone's spoken, I don't want to spend time on it. But if 20% is loudly doing great and 80% suffering, I'll go through it a little more slowly. Okay, last call. If you're struggling, please let me know. Maybe 30 more seconds. All right. I actually love this, Maria, because you're bringing something up that I think is I know you're having fun with everybody. And I love it. One thing psychologically, because I see this all the time on the forum. Oh, this is a trap. This is a trap. Bad psychology, guys. Maria, knock yourself out. You don't have to deal with this test, and it's fun to make these jokes. I really enjoy it, especially when everybody's kind of agreeing that this is wildly appropriate, and I really like it. But since it came up, don't think of the test as being traps and tricks. You're just going to make life harder on yourself. You're going to start hallucinating traps. We see this all the time. I'm not sure that the particular crowd watching this, I think you guys are consuming a lot of GMAT content, probably less likely to make this mistake, but we hear it all the time. It's like, oh no, it's a trap. Don't pick C, it's a trap. Don't pick E, it's a trap. Hear that kind of stuff all the time. Try to get that stuff out of your head. It's not helping you a whole lot, unless it's just for entertainment, which of course this is. All right. Pretty straightforward question here. So that's interesting. Okay, oops, sorry, didn't mean to show that. Okay, so getting some funky stuff there. There are ways you can intuit this, and I think some people that got the answer really quickly just kind of looked at it and said, well, it's twice as fast, so it's going to take twice as much time, and so 6 hours plus 12 hours, and it's 18 hours, and kind of did it really, really quickly. If you can do that, awesome, cool, run with that. I'm going to go through the algebra here, not because it's the best way to do it, but I think it brings up some useful things as far as how to think about variables that I think spills over well into some other kinds of problems on the GMAT. And if you can't see the shortcut here, that is totally fine. I want you to be able to do it methodically if you can't see the shortcut right away. Okay, we know that these things are working together. So it's always going to be the case that you add their rates, things work together. So we're adding the rate of the small guy to the rate of the large guy, and we're getting their combined rate. What's their combined rate? 1 tank, 6 hours. Again, if you're new to this, you need to do this stuff. Work 1 times 6. 1/6 is your rate. If you need to do that, go for it. If you can just look at it, eyeball it, and go 1/6, that's totally great too. Different strokes for different folks. Don't feel like you have to race through it. If you need to be methodical, take the time, get it right. Okay, what else do we know? Small pump takes twice as long as a large pump. Again, if you need the training wheels, you can kind of say, well, if this is TL and this is 2TL. Now notice here, I'm putting subscripts in. So if I need those training wheels and I can't just jump to the shortcut, again, awesome if you can. And everything I'm saying here is going to be kind of boring for you, but for most people, for most people, you're going to need a little bit of that time to kind of walk your way through it a little bit. Get request shows on the screen, so I'll do that briefly. If you just say T here, you risk getting yourself confused. There's a risk that if you just say T, you're going to lose track and go, wait, which T was I solving for? If I just say R, which R was I solving for? That's why on rate questions, I would just get in the habit of making sure that your algebra means something to you. Make the variables meaningful. Be nice to your future self 2 minutes from now, so that when you look at that variable later, you should be able to say, oh, okay, well, that's the time for the large one. Now here, look, the other shortcut, instead of going through all this and kind of saying 1, and I can get kind of this funky thing, and it's fine. And I can solve for it this way. My preference here, I'd rather not get the fractions and the rates personally. Again, you can do it this way, and that's totally fine. I'd rather just recognize that, hey, if the small one takes twice as long, it means it's twice as slow, right? So it means that its rate must be half. So I could say that the small one has a rate, call it RS, and this is 2RS. And then I'm basically done here. So I'm a couple really quick steps away from getting the rate for that small pump. And again, I'll always take that moment to just double check and make sure that I'm not flipping it around and putting the 2 in the wrong place. So small pump, rate of the large pump has got to be bigger, faster pump. Okay, great. So there's my equation. That's it. 3RS equals 1 over 6. So R over S equals 1 over 18. And again, if you need the training wheels, don't be ashamed of it. Go ahead and do it. You're better off spending the extra 10 seconds of getting something wrong because you get cocky and go, I'm just going to flip it. If you need the moment, take the moment. Work, still 1 tank. Rate, 1 over 18. Time, got to be 18. And that is it for your small pump. Okay. Let's see what happens on this next one. Pretty heavily algebraic. I have a feeling that the particular crowd that's in here right now is not going to struggle with it, but let's see what happens. All right, if anybody's struggling, please punch in and give you 30 more seconds. Wave the white flag if you're having issues. I am not seeing any issues, so. I am so with you on that, Whitney. Okay. Keep the question on the screen for a little bit here. So first hour of a 2-hour trip. Car travels d kilometers. Second hour, traveled 1/2 that distance. Hour number 2, d over 2 kilometers. Fantastic. What's the average rate at which it traveled in kilometers per hour? Super, super simple here. Don't overthink it. And again, I don't have a great feel for, again, I'm hearing from kind of the small subset of the group that's confident. Not sure if there's more people struggling back there. But again, just bring yourself back to basics. If you start to swim around a rates problem, you're new to this stuff, and you start to go like, wait, what? So just take a moment and go, what's average speed? It sounds really dumb, but like, what's average speed at the most basic level? Average speed, it's always your total distance divided by your total time. Well, we know it's 2 hours. That's great. We know that your total distance goes d kilometers there in the first hour, d over 2, second one. So we got d plus d over 2. And our only issue here is we kind of have a fraction sandwich, but that's not that big of a deal. So d plus d over 2, I believe, is going to be 3d over 2. Stop me if I do anything silly. Divide that by 2. 3d over 4. And that's that. That's answer choice D, and we're out of here. And again, I'm going to punch up the difficulty level, I think, a little bit here. No, not sorry. I think the next one's fairly straightforward. You know what? I'm going to skip the straightforward one. Let's get this a little bit harder. I've got 3 more questions. I got 20 minutes. 2 of these were written by the Bunuel. So I think those are going to be fun. Don't know if they're going to melt your faces off or you're going to find those easy too. But let's do one more that's not so bad, gets a little bit more of the algebra. And then we'll get 2 of the Bunuels in here and see how that goes. Okay, if you're struggling, please let us know. Give you 10 more seconds. Again, helpful for me if you're struggling, let me know. I'm seeing really strong answers out of the live group, but you know, I really like answer choice A. We need 4/3 of a frat boy added to the party. There's an image there. Okay. 4 identical frat boys drink a keg of beer at that they're identical constant rates. That's how all the parties I've ever been to are like. It's just these robotic guys just drinking beer. I had fun in college. 4 identical guys, keg of beer in 6 hours. How many more dudes do you need to drink in 4 hours? Again, a lot of ways to go about this. There are some lovely shortcuts here that I'm pretty sure some of you guys are doing. Again, I'm going to kind of back up and sort of do the algebra nice and methodically for people who need it. Do it pretty quickly. Again, if you're somebody who's watching this and you need more of the basics, gone through more slowly, Branson, taller, better looking, younger, speaks Arabic, speaks Greek. He's doing a ton of rates and conversions on our channel, on the GMAT Ninja YouTube channel. Go watch those over there if you need to go through this in more detail. I'm going to fly through fairly quickly here. So 4 guys, what's their combined rate? Basically what we're saying here, it's like we have kind of rate 1 for guy number 1, rate 2, rate 3, rate 4. You add all those guys up together. I just turned a 4 into a U. What's their combined rate? 1/6. I don't need these subscripts at all. They're kind of BS here because they're all identical. So if you want, you can make it RI. You don't need that at all. It's up to you. I find it a little more intuitive just to be clear with myself on rates. just to make sure that I can be clear that, yeah, it's any individual one of these, not a combined rate. 4 times Ri equals 1 over 6. So what's the individual rate? 1 over 24. What are we saying here? The individual frat boy can drink a keg of beer in 24 hours by himself. That's a good way to spend 24 hours. Better or worse than what I'm doing right now? You be the judge. Okay, now how many of these guys do I need to drink it in 4 hours? I can just multiply here to sort of get a combined rate, however many frat boys we have. So we're going to drink this in 4 hours. Again, if I start to swim in this a little bit, if I start to get a little bit lost, I can always anchor myself back in here and just say, okay, wait a minute. What's the time? 4 hours. Fantastic. What's the work? It's still 1 keg. I want to do this in 4 hours. Well, I've got the individual rate as 1 over 24. But the only mystery here is how many dudes do I have at this rate of 24? I can call that a variable pretty easily. Let's call it, I don't know, N frat boys. How about B for Budweiser? No. C for Coors. I'm in Colorado. And there you go. Solve for C and you got it. We're done here. So how many total guys do we need? We need 6 total beer drinking guys. Now, again, the thing that people caught, I think, pretty nicely in the live group, pull the question back up on the screen here. What's the question? How many additional frat boys? We know we need 6 total. We started with 4. We need 2 more. Answer is not 6. Don't fall into that trap. Oh no, I just used the word trap. It's a trap you're making, guys. You're the one that misread if you made that mistake. We've all done it. I've done it a million times. So the answer is not 6, it's 2. 6 minus 4, 2. That's B. Party on. Course for everybody. All right, we got 13 minutes left in this block. Which one of these do we want to do first? Let's go Fanny and Alexander. From the brilliant mind of Bunuel, a legend. Bunuel, if you're watching, man, thank you so much for having my back on all these questions and for helping out so much with the deck. Really appreciate you. You got 30 more seconds. If you're struggling, let me know. Give yourself some credit, Whitney. You've had some really good insights. It's not as hardest, but not sure it's the easiest. Not seeing a lot of disagreement here. Anybody struggling, please punch in. Let me know, otherwise I'll fly through it pretty quickly. Cool, thank you, Sabrine. And again, as always, apologies if I mispronounce a name. Last call for struggles. Okay, no real struggles. That's great. Heart of it here, things are coming at each other. They're 360 miles apart. And what's going on here? You got kind of their combined rate. So it's like these two things are working together, right? You combine their rates because they're working together. Imagine they're building the track if you find this confusing. So imagine they're building the track. One's building it at 25 miles an hour. One's building it at 65 miles an hour. Combined, they're building 90 miles of track per hour. And this is part of what's so interesting to me. Like, this is the train problem that people obsess over. And I don't get it, because once you sort of see that it's like, no, they're basically working together. So they're going to meet in 4 hours. That's not what the question's asking you to do, but it's like, okay, combined rate's 90, 360 miles to go, going to take them 4 hours. Not what the question is. How far apart will they be an hour and a half before they meet? Well, pretty easy to figure that out. Their combined rate is 90 miles an hour. So when they're still an hour and a half away from each other, they've got to be 90 miles per hour times 1.5 hours apart. That's going to give you the 135. All right. That one nobody struggled on. Let's give you Bunuel's next one that he gave me for this topic. And this is going to take us to the end here. Enjoy. And just a reminder, hour number 24, hardest questions from Bunuel. And I've barely looked at them, so I'm going to get smoked. Come get smoked with me. Invite your friends. I'll give you guys another 30 seconds or so on this. Bunuel, I would love to hear your commentary on what it's like to see this range of answers on your question here. I'm enjoying watching it. I'm not sure I have the right answer. So full disclosure, everybody, we put all this together really, really quickly, 24 hours of content, picking questions, picking topics, did it all in less than a week. So some of these questions that are new, I glanced at them, said, great, Bunuel, that you wrote that. Great, I'm going to throw it in the deck. I have not worked all the way through the question until just now. I might screw it up with you guys. I'm loving the comments. And what's interesting here is I'm getting something pretty different from what most of you guys are. I'm seeing a lot of variety, but this is fascinating. Suffer with me, you guys. I'm curious, for those of you here that are, here live, let me know what you're doing with this. Are you doing algebra? Be curious. Plenty of people weighing in with answers. Are you doing algebra? Are you using intuition? Just give me kind of a general sense. I'm really, really curious. Just genuinely curious more for me than anything, to be honest. Because I look at this and I struggle here with the algebra. Now, granted, I'm an hour number. I'm not even sure. What are we on, number 15? I got to check the slides to let me know. So part of it is I'm pureed right now. Not super familiar with the question, but I'm a little lost on the algebra. I'm sure it can be done. I'm sure it can be done elegantly. I'm seeing a mix of algebra and intuition in the answers. Keep that coming, guys. I'm super curious. I'm using intuition here. So round trip, go ahead and pull the question off the screen for a second. 2 minutes before we hit the bottom of the hour, hour number 16, where I'm probably going to get my butt kicked. I picked some really hard questions I'm not going to be able to make sense of. Looking forward to it. All right. Rates. Round trip to the gates and back is the average speed less than 20 kilometers per hour. Average speed to the gates. So I got one way, same distance both ways. That's great. You could write the average speed formula. I don't think there's any harm in that. It's probably helpful enough. Maybe it helps your intuition out, getting that suggestion from some of the live crew. You could say that your average speed is 2d divided by time 1 plus time 2. I'm really confident you can go somewhere with that. You can. Right now, my brain's not working. I'm not really seeing how I can use that right now on a different day, different time, different amount of juice in the tank. Maybe I can get there. Maybe it's me. Maybe I can blame the sleeplessness. I'm going to use intuition instead and say, well, if the average speed to the gates is greater than 40 kilometers per hour, so super, super fast. Now, is it possible that the average speed for the round trip is greater than 20 miles an hour? Absolutely. If we ran to the gates really fast, ran back really fast, could be higher. Could it be slower? Yeah, there's kind of no real limit on this. And maybe this is where kind of this does help the intuition, having that average speed formula there. But I don't see a limit on that, on the bottom limit really on that average speed. Because, well, what if you took forever? What if it took a year to run back? Well, then, yeah, the average speed is going to be way less than 20 kilometers per hour. It doesn't really matter how fast this is. You can always slow it down on the way back enough that you can get that speed under 20 kilometers per hour. So I'm pretty confident here. Bunuel, tell us if this is wrong. But I don't think A is sufficient. Statement 2, average speed from the gates is less than 10 kilometers per hour. This one, actually, I struggle on more here. But my intuition here is that if you're going that slow, I think you've already used up your whole time. And I'm not saying this is a good way to solve the question, but my instinct here is to just kind of say, make it just to get my head around it, to say, well, let's imagine that the distance is just going to say 100 for the sake of a nice number. For that speed to be less than 20 kilometers per hour, then your time's got to be greater than 5 hours. And I know it's not that far from the gates to the Trojan horse, but whatever, just for the sake of numbers. Now, if that distance is 100 and my speed was less than 10 kilometers per hour, then that means my time is already greater than 10 hours. I'm sorry, it's 50 each way. So let's say that it's, I'm sorry, I was sloppy with that. So let's say the distance one way is 50. So your total distance is 100. to have that average speed of 20 miles an hour for that whole 100 hours, then yeah, it would take you more than 5 hours. But if we're going 50 kilometers one way and we're going, I'm sorry, less than 10, my bad. So what statement 2 is saying, that speed to the gates, or from the gates, I'm sorry, is less than 10 kilometers per hour. We've used up all our time. We can't get any faster than 20 miles an hour now, or sorry, 20 kilometers per hour now. So being so slow on the way from the gates, I think puts a limit on it. And I think you're stuck under 20. And yes, this is spot on. Bunuel's questions are like Trojan horse for my concentration at this point. So I'm getting B here, and I saw almost no Bs in the live group. Bunuel, are you still with us? And is it B? Uh-oh. Is this on the forum? Can I look it up somewhere? It is B. Bunuel will trick me in hour number 24. Invite your friends. Bunuel's going to kick my butt in hour number 24. I better look at the questions. It's going to be a little bit like this. I'm going to be stumbling through, getting signs wrong. But I got his logic here. Great question, Bunuel. It's a lot of fun. All right. Ran a little bit over here. Hour number 15 in the books. Thank you so much, everybody, for watching. Charles from GMAT Ninja here, still here. Hour number 16, I believe. Our nonstop 24-hour marathon raising money for Ukrainian refugee charities. 5 great charities. Visit our page, gmatclub.com/donate. Learn more about those charities. You can donate directly or donate through us. We'll spread the money around all 5 charities. Again, my job through this marathon, give you the best I can in 24 hours of crash course on the GMAT. Theme here, we're not necessarily going through all the basics, but I want to really kind of pick on the things that people of all difficulty levels do wrong. What are the pitfalls? What are the things that lead you to make unforced errors? What are the things that make you lead you to make sloppy errors? What are the things that everybody can tighten up, almost regardless of your level? Now, as we get in the back, we're getting into the last almost third of this now. Critical reasoning for this one. We're going to be talking about hard inference questions, uncategorizable critical reasoning questions. So again, in this little crash course, 3 lessons on critical reasoning total. First one, talking about kind of the bulk of those questions, where there is a conclusion, might be strength, it might be weaken, might be assumption, might be find the flaw, might be evaluate the argument. Either way, structure still the same. Keep it crisp. Find that conclusion. Their words or my words. Make sure you're getting exactly their words. Great. Second chunk, second tier of questions. Yeah, there's some structure to it. Depends on the question. Paradox. Make sure you find that paradox, get the author's exact word. Same thing. Accept questions. Little things you can do to clean up your hygiene. That's what we talked about in hour number 8 or 9. Now here, this was kind of by request, something people were asking me about on the forum. Can you do some just hard inference questions? And what's really maddening about these, and I think why that request has come up, is somebody's look at these inference questions and it's just like, yeah, there's no obvious structure, right? We're not saying find the conclusion, anchor yourself to something. We're just saying, yo, read it well, be precise. That's it. That's all you're doing. And there's not necessarily a ton more to it in terms of technique. Similar kind of thing. Wow, very good eye. People are seeing that my t-shirt is irritating my neck. That's really funny. You guys have been watching me for too long. So those inference questions, there's not a whole lot you can do with it other than just get really strong at noticing those details. So we're going to dive into that on a couple of my favorite questions. Then we're going to deal with a few questions that are kind of uncategorized. I think we get a little bit obsessive sometimes in the test prep world, where we kind of say like, hey, this slots into the category of paradoxes and discrepancies, or this one is strength and weaken, and we love to categorize and try to oversimplify. Be really careful with that. Some questions just don't fall neatly into a category. You've got to let the question kind of lead you along, give you some super hard ones, or what I think are super hard ones according to the stats on all of those things. All right, we're going to lead off with one of my favorites. Again, I think most of you guys, if you've watched any of my critical reasoning or reading comp content, big fan of LSAT. A couple of reasons. Stretches your GMAT materials, limited number of official GMAT questions. If you're shooting for that super high verbal score, love doing LSAT. Are all the questions exactly the same as the GMAT? No. But over time, that correlation is really strong. You're going to get better at fighting your way through. The ones I tend to pick on for things like this, for these GMAT lectures with our GMAT students, those are the ones that really do sound a lot like GMAT questions and deal with exactly the same skills. So, all right, with all that said, you're going to love this. This one's not so bad yet, but I think they'll get worse. Give you guys a couple minutes. And again, let me know if you're struggling, guys. And I think we're kind of seeing one of those classic patterns where the first wave of maybe a dozen people felt really strongly about it and then kind of get the doubts coming in. So if you're debating between two or debating between three, you're waving the white flag or just struggling, please pop it in. Super helpful for me to see. If you guys are doing well, I'll fire through it faster. Welcome back, Grace. Okay. Before we get into this particular question, again, looks like people are pretty successful with it. If you're still working on it, please toss your answer or whatever your struggles are. Please toss your thoughts in the chat. I am super excited about the sponsor for this hour because this one came out of absolutely nowhere. So as you know, raising money for Ukrainian charities, went to the partners at GMAT Club first, makes total sense, right? Got wonderful donations, wonderful support. Shout out to Ringo. Those guys, decided not to officially sponsor, but they sent me a Grubhub gift card so I could order some coffee in the middle of the night, which I thought was incredibly sweet, right? So wonderful outpouring support from GMAT Club partners, exactly what we expect. This one out of nowhere, former student of mine, is one of the joys of teaching, right? That you see these students that you work with years ago and they come back out of nowhere and say, hey, I'm doing this new thing and it's really cool. So old friend of mine taught him maybe, I don't know, 10, 12 years ago, had a just miserable time with the GMAT, really struggled with a lot of stuff, broke through, got into Cornell, was a star there, did great. Moved to Colorado after he graduated. And long story short, started up a business. He was running a sign shop of all things for a while. Adopted 6 kids in a year, 6, all in the same year, 6 kids. Heart of gold. His wife's amazing. Hadn't heard from him in a couple of years. Pandemic, we all have kids. Life's tough. Out of the clear blue sky this morning, an hour before we start, he says, hey, I want to sponsor this. And I'm like, your sign shop in Colorado Springs, Colorado wants to sponsor this. And he says, no, I got something else going on. So here it is. This guy runs a nonprofit and decided to sponsor this. Cars Helping Charities, go check it out. Turnkey car donation program. So basically, if you run a charity and you want an additional source of income, all you do is plug into their software and you can start accepting car donations. They take care of all of it for you. So if you run a nonprofit, have friends who do, send this over to them. If you got a car to donate, I assume here in the US, fantastic program. I think it's phenomenally cool. Just absolutely made my day to see somebody kind of coming out of nowhere with something that's not really related to MBA stuff and saying, hey guys, we're going to sponsor a chunk of this for Ukraine. We're a nonprofit, not necessarily tons of money, but just believes in what we're doing, believes in Ukraine. I love what he's doing. So please, if you can spread the word about what he's doing, that would make me really happy. Okay. Let's get to this thing. Fossilized bones and stuff. But absolutely, I mean, this is so humbling to get somebody who I taught years and years ago saying, not interested in the GMAT at all, but I'm going to sponsor your fundraiser. And again, if you guys are watching this, even if you're watching this much later, please spread the word because I really appreciate what he's doing. And if we can use his donation to a fundraiser to help promote his fundraising for other organizations, I think it's absolutely awesome. One last quick anecdote before we dive back into this question. So this fundraiser, we actually had a former GMAT Club employee who is in Kiev, not from Kiev. He is in Kiev now, donated to this fundraiser, which I thought was really cool. Just another moment of kind of the cohesion and power of the community makes me happy. All right, enough of the sappy stuff. Back to fossilized bones. No magic here, right? So fossilized bones from these 2 things were analyzed. The robustus bones. Oops, that pen is not dark enough. If you guys have social media, share this stuff on social media, please. So Cars Helping Families, carshelpingcharities.com. I'll pop that back into the chat one more time. Please share it just because I think it's amazing they decided to support us in this. And, if you guys can help me give something back, spread the word, social media, you never know when that runs them into something. And the more we can spread the love, better off we all are. Okay, really going to get to this question. Robustus bones contain a lower ratio of strontium to calcium than erectus bones. And we know that the lower the ratio of strontium to calcium and fossilized bones, that means the more meat the creature ate. We also know that erectus ate meat. Fantastic. A couple thoughts here, guys. One is I would absolutely love to give you a nice clean thing where, hey, you see an inference question, which the following most strongly supports, different way of phrasing inference. I would love to give you a nice, really clean, here's the magic formula, you're going to do this every time, punch it in, it's great. It just doesn't exist here. All you can really do is be precise about the language. All that preaching we do when it's their words or your words, their words or your words, when you're looking at, let's say, conclusions on a nice, straightforward, weakened or strengthened passage, the hope is that that filters into here and you're not getting sloppy as you read. And again, seeing wonderful job in the live group. We got about 90, probably 95% correct here, which makes me happy. Don't know if that's because the people struggling are being shy. So statements above support which the following. One last quick wisecrack. Pre-thinking, we've had some interesting debates about it today. I think that's always fun. I personally don't love anticipating answers because I feel like that can bias me. And then it's hard for me to see what's really going on. I'd rather just make sure I'm connecting the facts as best I can. So I know that the robustus has lower ratio of strontium and calcium than erectus bones. I know that whenever that ratio is lower, it means more meat. So based on these two facts, I can say that robustus ate more meat than erectus. I don't think that's going on too much of a limb here. I wouldn't even call that pre-thinking. It's just kind of saying, well, based on these facts, I can draw that conclusion. That's great. Not a whole lot more I can do. Again, I wish there was some magic formula, but there really isn't. Someone's pointing out I've talked about this question in an earlier video. I don't think everybody's watched that video, though. That was a long time ago. So is it fair to say, answer choice A, the diet of robustus contained at least some meat? Well, yeah, got to be true, right? We're saying that it ate more meat than erectus. Keep A. Again, the temptation here is to say, oh, it's definitely A. We got that here. Let's move on. But again, I always want you to find 4 wrong answers. What if I misread something? Watch your back. Take the extra time. It's not going to take us that long to go through these in all likelihood. Meat in the diet, answer choice B of Homo erectus, was higher in strontium than the meat in the diets of other hominins. Notice the argument says absolutely nothing about strontium in the meat. It's talking about the ratio of strontium and calcium in the fossilized bones and how that correlates to meat consumption. Has nothing to do with how much strontium is in the meat itself. B is out. C, diet of Homo erectus richer in calcium than the diet of robustus. Same exact thing as B. Nothing that we're saying here has anything to do with the idea that calcium in the diet contributes to calcium in the bones here. We're just saying more meat alters that ratio of strontium to calcium. C's out. D, the diets of both of them contain less strontium and calcium. Same error, right? We're not talking about strontium and calcium in the diet, just in the bones. And correlating that to meat consumption. And E, a little bit out of left field, the process of fossilization altered the ratio in both of the bones. We have no idea whether that's true or not. And A is our winner. Fantastic. Party on. Next one. One other quick thing I want to share while you guys start looking at this one. Much longer passage. This is LSAT, but I think it brings up a lot of really interesting issues that I think are worth working through. So it's going to take us a little bit. Huge thank you. Whole bunch of kind of folks at GMAT Club working behind the scenes. I was throwing these 24 hours of slides at them all day yesterday, deep into the night, more of them this morning, one at a time. And I was just throwing these junky slides at people, and they went through and formatted all of them, caught my mistakes. Fantastic job. Gary, Bunuel, Abhijit, Guessing to Kill. So a bunch of people that you'll see on the forums. Can't thank you guys enough. I mean, just dozens and dozens of hours bailing me out of my sloppy work. So thank you so much, guys. And I'll shut my trap for 2 minutes. Give me another, I don't know, 45 seconds or so. If you're struggling, please punch that in too. A little skeptical here. I'm seeing kind of the, I'm seeing responses kind of trickle in slowly enough that I'm starting to wonder if folks are having a hard time. Any white flags? Okay, getting a few of those. That's great. Thank you, guys. Okay. As we get into kind of the last third or so of the crash course here, more and more of the stuff we'll have a few topics here that are pretty straightforward. We're going to talk about overlapping sets. Going to bring in. I'm actually going to get a pinch hitter for that. One of my tutors is going to come in, Harry, and do a lesson that I planned out. Give me a little breather. So some of that stuff's going to be pretty straightforward. We're going to play with some hard geometry later on. But a lot of things we're going to do: sentence correction, critical reasoning, reading comp, and then obviously that last batch of questions from Bunuel. We're kind of getting to things where it's like, yeah, the magic formula is there is no magic formula. This is one of those examples where it's just, okay, it's a wall of text, read it carefully, figure out what's true and what's not. Not a lot I can really give you where it's like, hey, do this structure. If we try to impose a structure here, we're going to get you into trouble. And now I'm kind of seeing people admit to the struggles as they kind of keep grappling with this for a few minutes. And that's typically what I see on this question. Probably a pretty high error rate from pretty good students on this for kind of our personal, our private tutoring students. Really, what's the issue here? Like, what makes this passage hard? It's not that the language is that dense. I don't think it is. So I get some people that are looking at this and kind of going, oh, it's not that hard. It's 600 level, whatever. What I think is hard about it is that it kind of shifts language on you a little bit here and there. So running through it pretty quickly. Okay, a study said that although most adults estimated their diets to correspond closely with guidelines, most of their diets didn't come close to their recommendations. And then kind of this next wave of things in this fairly long passage is all about people's estimates. So men and women underestimated the amount of fat, overestimated their intake of other foods. And then in most food categories, now we're back to women didn't meet the recommendations. And then in that last sentence, they underestimated their fat intake. That's about estimates. And then they met the recommendations for this and fell short. Wait a minute. Whole mountain of facts. But the thing that makes people struggle here is kind of missing that distinction between, on one hand, we're talking about whether people estimate their own diets correctly. And then there's a whole bunch of stuff about whether they actually meet the guidelines. Those are kind of separate thoughts. Mistakes I see here, people shoehorn a structure onto this. They say, oh, the conclusion is something. They pull a sentence out and decide that that's a conclusion and then sort of start hallucinating evidence. I see that pretty commonly on this. Don't do that. There's no need to. It's an inference question, which the following is most strongly supported. Don't start hallucinating structure if it's not there. That's part of good, clean process. If there's a structure, be faithful to it. Keep your language really crisp. Their words are my words. If there is no structure, don't hallucinate one. Trying to shoehorn everything into some sort of rubric or some sort of structure, some sort of diagram gets you into trouble. Again, I'm not so sure that anybody's doing that in the live group, but hard to tell. Second, this particular question, why I like it as a teaching example, it's that scope shift kind of thing, not exactly scope, but we're kind of shifting focus back and forth throughout the passage, meeting the recommendations or not meeting them, and then estimating our diets correctly or not. That's what makes it tough. I'm not going to spend a lot of time kind of going through the individual bits. We can end up with just a huge mess on the page here. Just going to start jumping into the answer choices in this case. Which of the following is most strongly supported? A, both men and women in the study misjudged their compliance in every food category. That's not true. They didn't always misjudge their compliance, right? We have no evidence of that exactly. That most adults estimated their diets to correspond closely. Most of their diets did not come close. We don't know that they botched that in every single category. We really have no evidence that's the case. They go through some of them. There's sort of these generalizations. Most didn't come close to the recommendations. Most estimated their diets to closely do it. We don't know that they were wrong in every single category. So we can eliminate A. B, in the study, more men than women were aware that in some food categories, their diet failed to reflect the recommendations closely. I'm not sure where we're getting that from. So do we know that more men than women were aware that their diet failed? I don't see any evidence of that at all. Get rid of B. C, women in the study were more aware than men were of the recommended intake of breads. What do we know about breads here? We know that men met the recommendations for breads. Okay, that's great. We don't know whether they were aware of the recommendations. We know that they met them. Those are two different things. What do we know about women in breads? That they didn't, in most food categories, they didn't meet the recommendations. We don't know if bread is one of them. And this is really interesting. So I'm actually seeing in the comments, I'm seeing exactly the challenge here. So women in the study were more aware than men were of the recommended intake. We know that the men met the recommendations for breads. We don't know if they were aware of it. So again, a lot of what's happening here in the passage is that people are misestimating, and they're also not meeting the recommendations in a lot of cases. So just because you met the recommendation, maybe you did it not thinking about the recommendation, where you're aware of what the recommendation is, not necessarily. And that's what makes this passage a little bit tricky. We don't know that women were more aware than men of the recommended intake of breads. We just know that men met it, don't know anything about their awareness or whether their estimates were on point. D, men in the study estimated their daily intake of fruits and vegetables to be significantly lower than it in fact was. So they fell short. So what we do know from that very last sentence, men fell short of the recommendations in all their categories. So they aren't eating enough fruits and vegetables. Do we know if they estimated it to be much lower than it in fact was? I don't see anything there at all. We know that they underestimated their intake of fat. We know they fell short of the recommendations in fruits and vegetables. We don't know about their estimation. We know that they fell short. We don't know about their estimation of it. That's the subtle nuance. E, hope we like it. Most men in the study did not consume the amounts of fruits and vegetables and nutritional guidelines recommend. That's it. That's exactly that last sentence. So we know that men fell short. The confusing thing is the sentence starts with men underestimated their fat intake. We're talking about estimates, and then we switch over to meeting the recommendations. It's that going back and forth between the estimate and the recommendations that makes it tough. Again, no magic here. It's just that really, really close reading and making sure you sniff test and double check and make sure you're on the right track. Really interesting to kind of see in the live chat, mostly right answers from people. But as we kind of got in the discussion, it was really kind of fun to see people go, well, no, this is what it said in the passage. And it's like, nope, you're kind of falling into that scope shift, but it'll say something about meeting the recommendations and you're reading it as an estimate or vice versa. Welcome to the joys of the harder questions as you get into inferences here. And again, really good job overall. Got a lot of E answers out of the last group. This next one, official question, GMAT. Not an inference question. This is one of those where it's like, does it categorize neatly? Not necessarily. I just think it's tough and kind of fun to go through. Good luck to you. Okay, I'll give you about 20 more seconds. If you're struggling, please let us know. Don't be shy. Nobody's going to judge. It actually makes me really happy when people are honest about having a rough time with these. I think it's a tough one. I think it's rated pretty tough on the form, if memory serves. I love this comment, and it's interesting to kind of see it pop up on the screen, because what I was thinking, and if you've watched my critical reasoning videos before, you've heard me say stuff like this, kind of same with sense correction and reading comp. What makes it hard? Two dimensions of difficulty. One is you just get obliterated by the language, too hard to understand the passage. That's one. Yeah, it's maybe happened to some of you guys. Like if your English is pretty weak or you're not much of a reader, or maybe you're reading a passage like this and just going, I don't understand it. I'm not sure that's happened to a lot of you guys, even the non-native speakers. It's not that it's so, what's here that's so hard to understand. Maybe you can't really connect with it. You don't know much about theater. Okay, fine. But the language isn't that dense. That's one dimension. The other dimension is exactly what Abraham is, and I apologize for mispronunciations and names, especially at this hour. It's exactly it, right? They often, you kind of get these situations where it's like, yeah, the right answer feels wrong, maybe wrong answers feel right, and very, very commonly these harder questions on the GMAT in particular, it just feels like they all come out of left field. And this is an official question. This is GMAT, not LSAT, where it's like, yeah, I can't make any sense of any of these. None of these seem relevant at all to what we're talking about here. It's exactly what it feels like. Like this really is the dimension of difficulty that I think is the biggest challenge at the high levels. What can you do about it? Again, the magic formula is there is no magic formula. I really wish I could say something to you guys and go, oh, well, you just need to put it into this structure and you're going to get it. Not the case, unfortunately. All you can really do is battle through it as best you can. Try to put these into try to connect it as best you can. The more you do it, the better you're going to get at it. It's a really slow burn sometimes on these tough questions. And again, if your target is something around a 40 on verbal, I'm not crying my eyes out if you miss this one or struggle on it a little bit. It's a tough one. All right. Gonna just kind of chat through the passage a little bit. Again, things like this that don't have a lot to anchor to, there's no conclusion. I don't necessarily find it all that valuable to write a ton down. I'm not gonna, make you watch me scribble a bunch of stuff. So this play from 18th century Italy. Now we get to the director's claim that the production is as similar to the original as possible. And it's like, well, Harlequin the Clown looks like a 20th century, kind of gives a performance much like a 20th century comedian Groucho Marx. Marx was very much within the acting tradition that started in 16th century Italy. So, okay, the director's saying that it's as close as you can get. And even this actor that's modeling himself after a 20th century guy, well, that 20th century guy modeled himself after a 16th century style. Okay, fair enough. What's the question asking? Uncategorizable, in my opinion. The considerations given, I don't like that language, stuck with it, best serve as an argument that what? I mean, are we looking for a conclusion here? Is this an inference? Why bother even categorizing it, right? Like, what good does that do us? It's something I see people do on the forum all the time. Well, what kind of question is it? What kind of question is it? Who cares, right? Answer it. So which one of these is going to kind of work? So everything that's up there works as an argument that what happens. So whatever's going to happen in the correct answer is something that, is kind of supported in a sense by the passage. All right. A, modern audiences would find it hard to tolerate certain characteristics of a historically accurate performance of an 18th century play. That's coming out of left field. I have no idea why that would be the case here. If anything, we could maybe make a weak argument that the director's claiming the opposite, that it's as close as is possible in a modern theater. But we know nothing about the audience's ability or willingness to tolerate certain characteristics or finding it hard to tolerate it. I don't see how that argument is made here at all. So A is out. B, Groucho Marx once performed the part of the character. So we're looking for, again, the correct answer is going to be something that this passage is going to serve as part of an argument that something occurred. So the passage is going to kind of support in some way the correct answer. That Groucho Marx once performed the part of the character in La Finestra doesn't make any sense here either. No idea why that would be true. C, in the United States, the training of actors in the 20th century is based on principles that do not differ radically from those that underlay the training of actors in 18th century Italy. Do we think the author's leading us there and is saying that in general, actors in the 20th century are trained based on principles established or that are not so different than those in 18th century Italy? Not at all, right? So the director is making the case that for this particular play, it's as similar as possible to the original in a modern theater, but not trying to make any claims or start to make an argument about the training of actors overall in the 20th century. That's not it. D, the performance of the actor who plays Harlequin in La Finestra does not serve as evidence against the director's claim. I hate this. What does that even mean? Does not serve as evidence against the director's claim. I don't know. I'm going to keep it. And I'm doing that a little bit tongue in cheek, but not really. This is actually, I think, what I would do if I ran into this question for the first time on a test, never seen it before. I'm just kind of looking at D going, what? So I'm going to keep it in. I've already eliminated 3 because they're very clearly not right. If I can get rid of E, I don't even have to grapple with D that much, and I can move on. The director of La Finestra must have advised the actor to model his performance on the comic performances of Groucho Marx. No, not at all. That is certainly not the argument that's being set up here. So the actor gives a performance very reminiscent of Groucho Marx. That might have been the actor's own choice. How do we know that the actor was asked to do it or was advised to it by the director? No idea why that would be true. Ease out. I hope we like D. I know I say that every time. Let's go back to it. The performance of the actor does not serve as evidence against the director's claim. Yeah, that actually makes sense. What's the director setting up here? What's the critic setting up here? Director claims the production is as close as possible to the original. Well, hey, this actor is modeling himself after a 20th century guy. Okay, where's the argument going next? Makes perfect sense to say that would support the argument that actor isn't evidence against the idea that this is very much like the original. Really good question that just popped up. Can we say in this type of question, the answer would be the one which you understand the least? No, can't say that. What I can say is that good hygiene on critical reasoning, reading comp sentence correction too. Certainly GRE, if any of you guys ever end up going down that road for one reason or another, you get into those vocabulary questions. My argument is just that if you don't understand it, you don't know why it's wrong, keep it in. So it is not uncommon at all on verbal GRE, LSAT, GMAT, doesn't matter which one you're taking. It is very, very common to kind of find yourself in a spot where it's like, well, I know that 4 are wrong. I'm really confident in those eliminations. And sometimes, how frequently, maybe not that much, it'll just so happen that the one you're struggling with is right because the other 4 are clear eliminations. It's not that unusual, but I definitely wouldn't say that the answer is likely to be the one you understand the least. It happens to be, in this case, certainly the way I was kind of playing with it a little bit. Okay. So yeah, always look for 4 wrong answers, not 1 right answer. How much time do we have? We probably have enough time for just 1 more. I'm going to blitz on through here. Let's talk about chicken. Okay, very much enjoying the conversation. Seeing in the live chat, thank you guys for all the liveliness. Keep that up on the screen. Before I jump into this question, I saw a question in here somewhere, and now I can't find it. There we go. General question from Whitney. Thank you for this. I appreciate kind of these general ideas that come up. Really, this is a really good hour to do it because, again, I'm not drilling in a certain structure here, just kind of running you guys through the questions that are a little bit more like nail and jelly of the wall, to use one of my favorite terms. Just about reading carefully, watching your back, and that's it. So eliminating extreme language statements, don't agree with that at all. I think you should always notice extreme language. I think it's really important to catch those modifiers. If there's an all or a never or a nothing or something like that, yeah, better catch your eye for sure. But I think it's way too rigid to say that those are always wrong. We can point to plenty of examples where they're perfectly fine. So again, always context dependent. Anything that kind of sounds too good to be true like that, always eliminate blank. I'm sure we can come up with things like that that are always true. 2 + 2 is always 4, fair enough. But verbal, I really struggle. There's not a lot of things I can point to that are absolutes like that. Always eliminate extreme language. Makes me nervous. Again, if your goal is a 30 on verbal and you're starting at a 20, I don't really mind. But if you're watching this, you're probably shooting for something higher. No real reason to be that rigid about it. Just notice the extreme language as your friend when you catch those modifiers that denote something extreme. Pay attention to it, see if it's justified. If it's not, wipe it out. Should be easy to give it a yay or an A, but don't get too rigid. Makes me a little nervous. Okay, on to the chicken. So we're trying to decide whether the feed, this is another one of those questions. I mean, categorizing it, I don't think does us a bit of good. Like we can do that. We feel good about ourselves. Hey, I shoehorned it into something, but why? In deciding whether the feed would be useful, it would be most helpful to determine which of the following. It's kind of its own thing. What do we want to know in a very specific context? So in deciding whether it would be useful, in raising salmonella-free chicken, for retail sale. And I'm really honing in on that phrase and going, wait a minute, that's really specific in the question. That's one of those things where it's like, I keep talking about precision of language and where to apply it. This is one of those moments where it's like, yeah, if I botch a word here, I might be in trouble. What are we interested in? Raising it for retail sale, salmonella-free chicken for retail sale. Not talking about consumption in general, it's raising it for sale. So what do we want to know about it that would be really helpful to know if we're going to be successful raising this stuff for sale? Yeah, A is fantastic. Whether feeding this stuff to chickens affects the taste of their meat. If people won't eat it because it tastes like hot peppers, no good. So A is pretty good right there. And it really just kind of hinges on, are you kind of catching that's the very, very specific purpose there? Yeah, maybe we find something better. Let's be conservative, keep it in. B, whether eating capsaicin reduces the risk of salmonella poison for humans. I saw a few people pick this, which is pretty interesting. Notice that there is no scenario here in the passage where the human's going to eat the capsaicin directly, right? So it's if the chickens eat it, so the chickens will readily eat it. They don't have taste receptors for it, and they're less likely to be contaminated with salmonella if they eat that stuff. The humans are not eating it, so B actually has nothing at all to do with this argument, and B is out. C, whether chicken is more prone to salmonella contamination than other kinds of meat. Nothing to do with any comparisons here at all. We're saying that if we change how we raise the chickens, does it change whether people are going to want to buy this type of salmonella-free chicken? We're not comparing that chicken to other kinds of meat that we might buy or other non-meats. D, whether appropriate cooking of chicken contaminated with salmonella can always prevent food poisoning. Again, totally irrelevant to this. We're asking the question, so if we have the chickens munch some hot peppers, is that something that people are going to buy if we then buy that meat? So D is out. E, whether capsaicin can be obtained only from chili peppers. Again, totally irrelevant. We're interested in whether it's going to be useful to do this, not whether there's other things we could feed the chickens that are going to have the same effect. E is out. Okay. We've got this kind of funky, awkward little chunk of time left, 8 minutes. Time to do one more? What do you think? Did one of these on the short side? Let's do it. 8 minutes, try to get through this quickly. Might not give you the best explanation. Again, we got a schedule to keep here. So I'm going to hammer through this fairly quickly, but I'll give you a couple minutes on this next one. Debsy, really appreciate this kind of stuff because, yeah, I think this is experience for a lot of people here. And this question is generating some really good discussion. Like I'm seeing, almost seeing you guys get a little feisty with each other, which is kind of cool. Argue about what's going on. I'm going to run through this one pretty quickly. We're down to our last 3 minutes before we hit the next hour. So the typical survey practices among market researchers, again, let the question steer you on these kind of uncategorizable ones. If there's something you kind of anchor yourself to, take it. If there's nothing, do your best to be precise. It's all you can do. Again, I wish there was better magic. I wish I could say, do my wonderful 7-step thing. Doesn't exist here. Typical survey practices. Among these market researchers, what are they doing? Well, the spot where they use typically is kind of in that second half. They don't survey new technologies, potential buyers. And who do they survey? They survey the managers. So managers of the companies developing the tech. Okay, well, fine. So we just want to know, why is that? Why would they do this? Doesn't feel very intuitive, right? Like, why would it be that this is something they're going to do? Seems kind of odd, right? Okay. Answer choice A: if a new technology succeeds, the commercial benefits accrue largely to the producers, not to the buyers of that technology. Not sure how that would explain sort of the research practices here. So if a new technology succeeds, the benefits accrue to the producers. But the market researchers are trying to identify the new technologies that promise to transform the marketplace. So why is it they would focus only on the people that stand to benefit from it? Why wouldn't they want to understand the buyers? This doesn't really explain why that would be. So I can eliminate A. B, people who promote the virtues of a new technology typically fail to consider the old technology that is currently in use continues to be improved often substantially. This feels way out of left field to me. Again, I'm not at my most eloquent end of hour number 16 here. But I don't really see how people promote the virtues fail to consider. So are we talking about the managers that are promoting the virtues of the new technology? So why would that explain? So if the managers producing the new technology fail to acknowledge the benefits of the old one or the improvements in the old one, why does that explain the habits of the markets research people that refuse to talk to buyers? I don't see how that explains it at all. Like, okay, great. Enthusiasts of this technology aren't paying enough attention to the old stuff. Shouldn't matter. See, investors are unlikely. I don't know how we got to investors here. Investors are unlikely to invest substantial amounts of capital in a company whose own managers are skeptical. Well, that's fine. But the market researcher's job, says it in the past, is trying to identify new technology that promise to transform the marketplace. How do we get the investors here? When it says in the passage, it's the buyers who will ultimately determine the commercial success. Why are we talking about investors? I don't really see it there. D, the potential buyers for not yet available technologies can seldom be reliably identified. Well, that's a good reason not to survey them. You don't know who they are. So would that explain why the market researchers talk to the managers? Because that's all they can get. They can't talk to the buyers. Fair enough. Hang on to D. E. The developers of a new technology are generally no better positioned than its potential buyers to gauge how rapidly the technology can be efficiently mass produced. So this actually kind of goes against it, right? Because this is saying, E is saying the developers of the technology are not necessarily well positioned. We should be talking to the buyers. But then why is it the market researchers aren't? That goes the wrong way. D's out. Oh, sorry, E's out. D's our winner. Okay, bottom of the hour. Thank you guys for sticking with us. Hour number 16 in the books. All right, Charles from GMAT Ninja is still here. Hour number 17 of our 24-hour nonstop crash course GMAT marathon to benefit Ukrainian refugee charities, International Red Cross, World Central Kitchen, Save the Children, Come Back Alive, and Caritas, all charities that we vetted. If you donate to the general GMAT Club funds, we'll spread that around to all 5 charities. If you want to donate directly, that is absolutely fantastic as well. And again, if you're watching this video down the road, you're just here to learn some stuff about whatever we're talking about here. This is going to be statistics and minimum maximum problems. And you like what we're doing, and this is something you'd be willing to pay for. You're seeing value in it. If this was part of a course you would have paid, do some thinking about what you would have paid for it. Find a charity you love, and please donate. Okay. We're going to jump in with a quiz, give you 10 sorry, 5 questions, 10 minutes, Google form. Please punch your stuff in there. The crowd is growing again, which makes me really, really happy. Would love to see all of you guys putting your answers in there. Again, if you run out of time, just punch something and just make a guess. That tells me we can give you enough time. So Abhijit back there is being pretty precise about giving you 2 minutes per question. So please, please, please use the form. The better the data is, the better I can tailor the lesson to help you guys out. All right, enjoy. I'll see you guys in about 10 minutes. Oops, I need to restart that PowerPoint. I take that back. I'm going to sit here and babble for a second while I wait for that to reload because I forgot to do that. Okay, we're good. We got it. Awesome. Have fun, everybody. 10 minutes. Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much to everybody who's submitting your answers. If you're still working on it, feel free to guess, punch them in. If I know that you didn't finish it in the 2 minutes, that's still really, really great information. Again, thing we're experimenting with today, I'm getting this quiz in so I can see the data and then kind of respond to it. Usually I tend to react to the live chat. And what I'm learning a lot about today is that the live chat, the people that actually kind of punch in their answers there, the ones that are happy to share them, usually doing really well. And what I'm finding is what I hear in the chat isn't matching the data, which I find absolutely fascinating. Not shocking, I suppose, but really, really interesting. So you guys are getting crushed by some of these. This is actually looks like one of the tougher quizzes. First question, pretty straightforward. But even then, I'm getting about 20, 22, 23% wrong on it, which I think is pretty interesting. And getting complaints on some of these. So this is fantastic. Means you got a chance to learn. If this is too easy for you, it means we're going to be wasting your time. Okay, so what am I going to be chasing in this hour? So statistics, standard deviation, min-max problems. Again, we talk about statistics on the GMAT. I mean, you can define that in different ways. Different test prep people will do so. They'll define it in different ways. Is probability and combinatorics part of statistics? In a technical sense, I suppose. Why not? I tend to kind of separate that out because I don't know, kind of operates in a different part of your brain. When I think of statistics, I'm thinking about mean, median. That's where a lot of those kind of min-max problems come from. There's a whole family of them where it's like, oh, the median is this, the mean is that. What's the largest possible value of one of the integers? Some of those questions we already got in a little quiz. Standard deviation is the other big one. So I'm cherry picking a little bit here. Weighted averages is another one. So I'm cherry picking a little bit. We're going to talk about some of the basic concepts here in these first 5. Again, I'm seeing a little more struggles than I expected, so we'll go over some of the foundations quickly as best we can. We only have an hour. Then I'm going to get into so some of the min-max kind of stuff where it's like, hey, you got to maximize one number means minimizing another, getting into some of that logic, try to get you nice and versatile with it. Then we're going to get a little bit of mixtures and weighted averages, show you a quick little shortcut for it if you don't already know it. And then we're going to spend some time on standard deviation. And if we have time, I really want to kind of get into there's some basics that I know some of you guys are missing. That's great. We'll touch on that really, really quickly. But then we'll also kind of get into some more conceptual stuff. And as you think about standard deviation, it gets layered into a question that's a little bit more kind of abstract, conceptual. I think I've got a couple from Bunuel in the deck. Time permitting, we'll get to those and kind of get into the sort of, I don't know, more abstract kind of thought you need to get into for the really, really tough standard deviation problems. All right. First question. Let me see if those numbers have shifted at all. All right. We're about 1/4 of the group is missing this. Not sure if that's carelessness or something else. So question basically here is, where's the median? Which of these groups is it in? And I'm guessing, I can check the numbers on this. What a lot of people do is they look at a table like this and go, well, the median must be in that middle group, and that's the end of the story. So your median must be somewhere between 40 and 49, which would be answer choice E. That is not the correct answer. And that is the answer chosen by almost nobody. You guys were making a different mistake, which I found really, really interesting. Okay. So when we're talking about median, you're looking for the middle number. Easiest way to handle it here, they did the math for you. They told you it was 161. Shouldn't be too hard to kind of go, well, all right, I'm looking for the 81st number here. Doesn't matter whether I count from the bottom or count from the top. It's going to be a lot easier to count from here. So 70, if I add these two up together, I get 87. So my median's got to be somewhere in there in that 20 to 29 range. So answer here is going to be A. Interesting. I'm a little surprised by the errors here because a lot of people are picking anything but E, and I'm not quite sure why. But this is more of just a paying attention kind of question. That's really it. All right. Number 2 gets a little more fun. Put that question back up here. A certain list contains the numbers. Oops. There we go. I got almost half you missing this one too. So that's great. Certain list contains the numbers 2, 11, 3, X, 8, and Y, which the following could be the median of the set. This is where we kind of get into, it's not quite a min-max problem exactly. But you might even argue that the most common variant of statistics problems, thinking about it really broadly, as sort of, problems that involve the words mean or median or standard deviation or something like that. It's kind of these logic-y little guys where you kind of have to think through, hey, what's possible? What's the highest? What's the lowest? All right, great. So I'm just going to lay these out in order as much as I know about the order here. So I've got 2, 3, 8, and 11. X and Y, I don't know where they are. They could be anywhere. And I'm just going to kind of stick some arrows up there just to remind myself they could be anywhere. So it could be the median of the set. 2.5, would that be possible? Sure, easy enough, right? If I just take the X and Y and put them over here, we don't know that these are positive integers. We don't know that they're different. We don't know anything, no restrictions at all. So no reason why your X and Y couldn't be here, which makes 2.5 your median, average of these two. So that's possible. Statement 2, 5.5, very obviously possible. That's going to be the average of 3 and 8. So we could have, let's say, X here and Y here, for example. That's very possible. Last one, could 8 be your median? Well, I think for 8 to be median, I'm going to need a couple 8s in there. So what if we got X and Y kind of right smack in the middle? And let's say, for example, that X is 8 and Y is 10. Nothing's stopping us, right? So can have any of these three. The answer is D. And again, a lot of struggles on that one, which I find pretty interesting. Next question. Very mechanical question. This is one of those kind of fairly rare questions where they're really just testing your knowledge here. And you don't see that all that often. It's like basically if you've taken stats class, you're going to get this right. If you haven't taken stats class and don't remember it, or you've taken it and it's gone, you might struggle a little bit. But that's really it. Have you seen this stuff before? I'm going to go through it super, super quickly. If you want more detail on this, we're going to have kind of a more foundations level version of this up on the GMAT Ninja YouTube channel coming up in the next few weeks here. The quick and dirty version, normal distribution. Actually doesn't even say that here, but that's kind of what they're referring to, even though it doesn't use the word normal. So a certain characteristic in a large population has a distribution that is symmetric about the mean M. So again, if you're taking your stats class, you can kind of imagine a nice bell curve here. Mean is M, it's symmetrical, great. 68% of the distribution lies within one standard deviation of the mean. Now, conveniently, this is exactly what happens in a standard normal distribution. So this is one standard deviation below the mean, one standard deviation above. Question is, so one standard deviation is D, so I get a plus 1D here. And what the question's asking us for is if 68% of the distribution lies within one standard deviation, what percent is less than M plus D? So there's M, there's your plus D. So right here is M plus D. And again, we know this thing is symmetrical. How much do you really need to understand about statistics to get this? I'm not sure you really need a ton here. All you need to be able to recognize is, can I kind of draw this out? I know it's symmetrical. So if this is 50% over here, I mean, a lot of ways you can do this. You can kind of say, well, 68% here, that means kind of in these two tails. Probably the easiest way to do it. And my drawing gets worse and worse as I get past hour number 10, hour number 17 here. I draw like a drunk 4-year-old. So that remaining 32% is going to be split here and here. So 32 divided by 2, this is 16% in that tail, 16% in this tail. We want to know what percentage of the distribution is less than M plus D. So we're looking at this thing, that's 16%. And then we've got this whole 68%. Add those two up. We're in business. My math is fading, 84%. So we should get answer choice D there. And again, how do we do? Yeah, about a little less than 60% correct there. Don't stress too much about this stuff. This isn't super, super common on the GMAT. I mean, this is maybe, at best, kind of 1% of questions that requires you to kind of think through a normal distribution at all. And this one in particular, you don't need to know a lot about it. It doesn't even use the term normal. It's just being able to think about what we mean by symmetrical and give yourself some sort of visual for it. That's really all it requires. So next question. And was this the one that folks were complaining about? Yeah, we got about 45% correct on this one. So that's cool. Ooh, I'm not even sure that we got that. That's pretty interesting. So a certain list consists of 400 numbers, 400 different numbers. And we want to know is the average, so is the mean greater than the median? And this is where we get into this nice conceptual messiness that's a lot of fun. Of the numbers in the list, 280 are less than the mean. Okay, so what does that tell you? Has to be true. The median is going to be between the 200th and the 201st, right? So what we're saying here is if, I don't know, let's picture, let's maybe put them on a number line and imagine that this is 400 numbers and that they're evenly spaced here. What do we know? The mean is here. I'll exaggerate a little bit and put it off towards the high end. Sorry, that's the mean. 280 numbers here, 120 numbers here. Your median's got to be smack in the middle by definition. So here we definitely know that that mean is bigger than the median. So A is sufficient. Statement 2. Of the numbers in the list, 30% are greater than or equal to the average. Well, this is exactly the same piece of information, right? So 400 numbers, we know that 30% are greater than the mean. That's going to be 120 here that are bigger than the mean. That means 280 or less than that. What do you know about the median? The median is always going to be between 200 and 201 in this case. Doesn't matter what it is. So same exact information as statement 1. D is our answer for number 4. And again, I'm not sure. This is absolutely fascinating to me, and it's wonderful to see because it means that I'm striking a nerve with this content, which is great. Yeah, we had a bloodbath here, so that was 45% correct. And again, I'm not sure if this is. I'm getting some comments in here. I need to review stats. In a way, yeah, but there's nothing technical here. It's just making sure that you recognize the definitions of mean and median. And you don't even really need to be able to calculate anything here. It's just being able to think through the idea that, well, yeah, the median's right around number 200, 201. It's between the two or the average of the two. That's it. And as long as you can kind of follow the logic of the idea of a distribution, you're in good shape here. Maybe just need a little more time. I'm not sure, but this is great. I know we're striking a nerve, so I'm glad there's some pain. Question number 5. How'd we do? Not bad, 64% correct. So a couple ways you can do this. This is where we get into the business of, I tend to call them mixtures, which I think is kind of a sloppy phrase for them. Weighted averages, if you prefer. So what's going on here? All the students either scored 800 or 500. I like to draw this out, make a little kind of number liney looking thing, and say we got a bunch of students who scored 500, we got a bunch of students who scored 800, and we know that the average of this whole group is 560. Now conceptually here, imagine this is in the middle for a second. So imagine that this is 650. And if I'm trying to say, let's call these, I don't know, let's call this group A and group B. What is this telling us? Is this telling us that there are more people in group A or more people in group B? Just think about that logic for a second. If you're quick on the draw in the chat, fantastic. If I tell you that group A, everyone scores a 500, group B, everybody scores an 800, the average is a 650, what do we know? It's got to be equal amount parts of both, right? 50% of the group has to be group A, 50% has to be group B. Another way to think about that is you can kind of take this little setup. And I'm going to get rid of the question for a second. We'll bring it back in a minute. You can kind of look at this little setup and go, well, wait a minute. What's going to define the proportions of these two things is going to be that distance from the average to the two endpoints. So here we have 150, here we have another 150. One way to think about this is you could say, well, the ratio is 150 to 150, or 1 to 1 must be 50-50, right? Makes sense. Now, same logic is going to apply if we offset this a little bit. So if this is 560, got 60 here, I got 240 here, brain's starting to go, that subtraction's hard. 3 easy little steps for doing these, just to make sure you don't make a mistake on these kind of weighted average problems. And this is great. I'm getting some nice comments in here that people struggle a bit with this. So first step, I want you to think about what's there more of when you have these situations where it's a weighted average and you're being asked to kind of get to the proportion. I know in this case, I got more A for sure. Really easy step, nothing hard there, but I want to make sure you anchor yourself in that because it's really easy to get it flipped around later. And then I'm going to subtract to get the ratio. So in this case, I know that the ratio of A to B is 240 to 60. And I can reduce that to, oh wow, brain, 4 to 1. Please stop me, guys, if I make mistakes. So 4 to 1 is your ratio. Step 3, carefully combine. So combine 1 and 2. All I mean by that is just watch your back. Make sure you don't flip this around. Happens all the time. This is the single most common mistake I see from people who know a technique like this and are comfortable, but then they still flip this around. So is that A to B or is that B to A? I want this looking at you now. I want that on your page just to make sure you don't make that error. Again, theme of the day, let's stop you from making those errors that can kill your score. So damaging. It's one of those things about the GMAT that I find really frustrating. Just part of the adaptive model, you miss easy questions, it's going to start giving you more easy questions, and it's really, really hard to recover. Simulation studies that academic psychometricians have done, 2 dumb mistakes early in your test, and boy, it is hard to come up from that, almost impossible. Certainly on average, almost never happens. So I want to guard against that. Again, those things we see on the forum all the time. Hey, my score's lower than I expected to be. My mock exams were this. My real exam was 6 points lower on Quant. What happened? Careless errors. The question is why. So everything we do here, spend the extra time writing this down. You see a question like this, just to make sure this is looking in the eye. You're not going to make the mistake. You know this is the ratio of A to B. Okay, so once we know that, put the question back up on the screen. If I can find the button, there we go. Hey, we know the ratio is 4 to 1. We know there's 90 students, and we're out of here in a big old hurry. So 1/5 of these, what are we looking for? The high scorers, the group B, the way I labeled them. So we know that 1/5 of the total are the high scores. So 1/5 times, I think it's 90. Is that correct? Yep. And that's it. We're done. 18. And your answer is B here. Okay. A little tougher than I thought for you guys. We might do one more of these before we finish up the hour. Got about half an hour left here. Okay, let's do a couple of these min-max problems. We'll see how the time's going. Next one. You know what? I'm going to skip ahead to a harder. I'm going to skip ahead to a harder one here. Yeah. All right, take a couple of minutes. Again, if you're struggling, please punch it in the chat. Helps me a bunch. I know the chat is leading me astray and making me think the more you guys are confident. When I get the quizzes in, I see worse results, which again, it's great. It means we're hitting the right nerves. Go ahead and take a couple minutes here. And yes, we're done with the Google form here, so please answer in the chat if you're with us live. Very cool. Seeing this one split down the middle so far. If you're struggling, punch that in, give you about 20 more seconds, and we'll come on back. Yeah, cool. Okay, we're getting some issues here. Again, just means we struck a nerve, means we got stuff to learn. It's a good thing. 5 different positive integers. Mean is x. I'm sorry, I just misspoke. I just said 5 different positive integers. It's 5 different positive temperatures. And it's interesting. I think I saw somebody in the chat call them integers as well. It's temperatures. Could be integers. Could not be, right? These could be decimals. I don't think it says anything in the question that indicates that. 5 different ones. Mean is x. So what do I know? Well, I know the sum has to be 5x for all 5 of them. If I want the sum for the 3 biggest, well, if they were all equal, it'd all be x, right? And again, this is not possible. But it's got to be bigger than this, right? Because if they're different, then it can't be the case that these are all x. They have to be bigger than that on average. So whatever this sum of the 3 greatest, so I'll call it sum, put a little subscript 3 in there. That's got to be bigger than 3x. How much bigger? Not much, right? So if you look back at the language in the question, doesn't say anything about integers, doesn't say anything about how different they are. Maybe it's a tiny, tiny fraction of a degree. That's totally fine. So I know it's bigger than 3x, could be infinitesimal. Oh, that's a hard word to say at this hour. Just a tiny bit bigger than 3x. And we also know it can't be any bigger than 5x because the sum of all these guys, again, it's positive, can't be bigger than 5x. So here's what I know. Can it be barely smaller than 5x? Sure, these temperatures could be, I can erase the x's now. These first 2 temperatures, the lowest 2, could be just barely positive. It could be a fraction of a degree or something, that's fine. But we know that the sum of those 3 has to be somewhere between 3x and 5x. And now we're done. Can't be 3. That's too small. That's not even 2. Can't be this guy. Can't be this guy. Your answer is 2. And that would be answer choice B. Okay, again, non-technical stuff. There's nothing here where it's like, hey, go review your stats book. Very, very, very little. No reviewing of the stats book needed here. It's just making sure that you're kind of thinking logically. And every question is just a little bit different on these. That's really all it is. And we can put a ton of these different ones together that kind of have this business of what do I maximize, what do I minimize, yeah, it's just following that logic, getting some practice on them. We're going to do 20 minutes left here. We're going to do one more weighted average problem. And then I want to do a couple standard deviation ones, try to get into conceptual stuff. I think these two are from Bunuel, if I'm not mistaken. All right. Huh. Okay, give you 20 more seconds. If you're struggling, please punch that in. All right, come on back. Live group's doing pretty well with this, it seems. Also not seeing a ton of responses, which means maybe the silent majority is having a hard time. So this is really just kind of a conceptual data sufficiency version of what we had, as I think was the 5th question in the quiz, that weighted average. Sometimes I call them mixtures, sometimes I call them weighted averages. Weighted averages is arguably a more accurate term here. So I can kind of lay this out in exactly the same way and say, okay, we got females, average for the females is, find a different colored pen, whatever. My black pen go, there it is. So for the females, 12.5% increase. For the men, 23% increase. Now, as long as I know, all I really need here, as long as I know what percentage of the total, that's going to tell me the percentage of the two groups that we're mixing together. That's really all it is. First statement tells me absolutely nothing. 92% of the men had increased blood pressure, absolutely irrelevant. We know that the average increase was 23%. So sure, maybe for some people, it went down, doesn't really matter. So that's not sufficient. And statement 2, overall average increase for the whole group is 19%. Going to be, I don't know, exaggerating a little bit, but 19%. No real need to calculate it here. It's data sufficiency. So this is 4.5. Again, no real reason to go through it, but for whatever it's worth, you're going to have, if my math is right, that is not right. That's 6.5. Well, now we're number 17. So your ratio of men and women is going to be 8 to 13. Fine, doesn't matter. You don't need to calculate it, but that's going to be enough to get you that proportion that's female right there. And again, yes, had a really good question there. Sorry, the answer is B. You do have to assume 2 genders here. Probably should have been specific about that. We're leaving the non-binary out of this one, as is often the habit on the GMAT. Okay. I think we got time for 2 more. Standard deviation. Okay. I've got 2 here. Correct me if I'm wrong, Bunuel. I think you're watching. I'm not exactly sure. I think the last one might have been yours. Let's see. For some reason, it's in my head that this is a GMAT club test question written by Bunuel, but I could have that wrong. Kind of in our shuffle of slides here. Give you guys a couple minutes. And as usual, lab group, if you're struggling, let me know. Yeah, thank you, Whitney. Okay. Let's come on back. This is a really good question, and yeah, not sure if I saw your answer in there, Bunuel. I think this was one of yours, but yeah, let me have that wrong. So some interesting misconceptions here. This is a little bit of a cousin to kind of that one we were doing with like the normal distribution, where it's like, yeah, if you've taken some stats, recently enough that you remember it, you're gonna have a much better shot at this. A little bit knowledge based, but there's a layer of reasoning that I think I'm seeing some challenges on here. So is the standard deviation of these things greater than zero? We don't need you to understand standard deviation on a super technical level. No reason to memorize any of the formulas or anything like that. Real pain in the butt to calculate it directly. If I gave you 6 numbers and said calculate the standard deviation, it sucks. It's terrible to do by hand, depending what the numbers are. But standard deviation is always going to be positive unless it's 0. So I was talking about pushing the question, one of those good hygiene habits to get into on data sufficiency. Honestly, I could rewrite this as sort of the inverse of it if I wanted to. I want to know, is the standard deviation of these numbers equal to 0? Because that's the only other possibility. If I can answer one of these questions, I can answer the other one, right? Because it can't be negative. Either it's positive or it's 0. When is the standard deviation going to be 0? When is that going to happen? It's only going to happen if all the numbers are the same. There's no deviation. So what is standard deviation? It's a measure of your spread. How spread out are your numbers? How spread out is your data set? If there's no spread at all, all the same number, there is no deviation. Your standard deviation would be 0. The more spread out it is, the bigger the standard deviation, obviously. So I could rewrite this again and say, well, standard deviation equal to 0. That's the same thing as saying, is x equal to y equal to z? So again, once you get a little bit of thinking leading off, now this is pretty easy, hopefully. If we're saying that the average of x, y, and z, so x plus y plus z divided by 3 less than x, only going to be possible if these are not the same number. Can't all be the same number. So this is telling us that the standard deviation is not 0. It's got to be positive then. So AD, so BC, you're out. A is sufficient because we're saying can't be the same if this is the case. If these are all the same number, then this is going to be equal, not less than. Similar idea on statement 2, median of x, y, and z is greater than z. X doesn't really matter. So if there's any variance here between the numbers, there's got to be a positive standard deviation. Unless they're all the same number, you're going to have a positive standard deviation. So we know here the numbers aren't the same because the median would be z if they're all the same. Median would be equal to x, would be equal to y, would be equal to z if they were all the same number. Not the case here. So your answer is D. All right. One more conceptual standard deviation, one pretty tough. I think it's pretty tough. Let's see what happens. And this is yours too, right, Bunuel? Awesome. Thank you. I was a little confused because the font is not a GMAT Club font now. And I was like, wait, did we get that from somewhere else? All right, I'll shut my trap for 45 seconds. This is fantastic. We're having a beautiful bloodbath. Means we got stuff to learn. Look, hard question from Bunuel here. Very conceptual, very difficult. This is beyond what most of you need. This is a fun challenge question. If you're going for that kind of 50-51, you enjoy stats, really good one for you. If you really want to go down the road of kind of doing, stats on an academic level, fantastic. But this guy's tough. Kind of the underlying concept here, a couple underlying concepts here, but one of them is what happens to a set as you kind of start. Well, there's a lot going on here. I'm going to start with statement one. So we know that the sets have more than one element each. We want to know the ratio of the two standard deviations. X, it's multiples of 5. And again, it's not to say that there's anything magical about 5, but just to kind of start to see what's happening here. There's a temptation here. I'm seeing a lot of answers that are A that say that one of these is going to have a bigger standard deviation than the other. Well, what if I only have 2 elements in X? Now think about what happens as I add more elements to X. Does the standard deviation change? Yeah, we're talking about spread, distance from the mean, standard deviation, average distance from the mean conceptually. And we're running out of time, so I apologize. I'm going to go through this pretty quickly and probably leave a few of you not so happy with the explanation. But multiples of 5, the temptation is to say standard deviation is 5. Oh, no. I make this more spread out the more elements I put in there. This has a bigger standard deviation than if it's just 2. This is getting more and more spread out. We're getting more distance from the mean as I add more terms. So the number of terms matters here. Absolutely. So it could be the case that even though these are more individually more spread out from each other, what if, so the temptation is to say A because there's more space between the numbers in set X and in set Y. That's a temptation. But what if there's only 2 elements in X, but Y goes on forever all the way up to 3,000? I have this massive spread. So conceptually, just looking at it intuitively, that's why A is not sufficient. Is that doesn't, so it's not that it doesn't matter, but these can be, these are less spread out from term to term. But if you have more of them, that standard deviation is going to be bigger. So AD is out. Statement number 2, number of elements is equal. Obviously by itself, that's not going to do anything for you. And now we're down to C and E. That's fantastic. And now this gets really, really, really tricky, I think. And again, I'm bumping up at the top of the hour here. So I'm going to wrap this up pretty quickly. If I'm not mistaken, Bunuel, please yell at me in the chat if I'm barking up the wrong tree. Again, we put this all together on pretty short notice. Some of Bunuel's questions I grabbed, threw them in here, didn't get a chance to really look at them in detail. So I might be wrong here, and if I am, happy to admit it. But if these are all the same number of terms, it doesn't really matter where you start and end. So this could be 6, 9, 12. That's the exact same standard deviation as 9, 12, 15. Same spacing between the numbers, same standard deviation. So it doesn't really matter where you start and end. We can kind of pull that out of it and just say, well, number of elements are equal. That spread, so if we have, I'll draw it up for a moment, is, let's say there's 4 numbers in each. So nice and symmetrical here. Again, it doesn't really matter where you start and where you end as long as it's the same number of terms. And we have a consistent ratio of the spacing between terms. It's actually going to be the case that you have a consistent ratio of those standard deviations. And your answer here is going to be C. And unfortunately, we've got a schedule to keep. So I'm going to mic drop there. Let you guys spend a little bit of time with it on the forum. Feel free to tag me in that thread. I mean, Bunuel is going to answer the questions better than I am anyway. But since I brought this up in this lesson, feel free to go to that thread, Abhijit or Bunuel or Nikhil, whoever's listening. Let's try to make sure we get this particular link into the description for the video too, please. And that way, if you want to go spend a little bit of time on this, again, way beyond for most of you guys. If you're going for a 47, 48, you don't need this. But really, really fun thing. And if you're a little bit of a stats geek, I think it's kind of fun to think about that and why it is that when you kind of scale up the entire ratio, you scale up the spacing, that means you're evenly scaling up the entire ratio. Fun explanation there. Again, if you want me to weigh in on the thread, just tag me in a few days once I get a few nights sleep. All right. Thank you so much for joining us, everybody. Stats is in the books. That was, where were we? That was hour number 17. Thank you, everybody, for watching once again. Hi again, everybody. Charles with GMAT Ninja here. Hour number 18 of our 24-hour nonstop GMAT Crash Course benefiting Ukrainian refugee charities, International Red Cross, Caritas, Come Back Alive, Save the Children, World Central Kitchen, 5 fantastic charities. If you're watching this, if you're enjoying the content and Ukraine's still an issue, please go to our website. You donate directly to our fund. We'll distribute those funds equally to all 5 charities. If you want to donate directly, that is absolutely fantastic as well. Just let us know about it so we can count it. And again, my job here is to give you the best content I can. If you find that it's worth something and you're thinking, boy, if this had been a classroom course, I would have paid something for it. $100, $20, 4 cents, whatever it is. Please find a charity you love, whether it's one of our Ukrainian refugee charities or another one. Please donate. Please put that money to good use. That's why we're doing this. 24 hours straight of this, trying to make a statement, care about Ukraine. If you got the money to donate, you have friends, please share this on social media, whatever you can do to help spread the word and raise money for these charities. 2.2 million displaced people already 2.5 weeks into the conflict. So a lot going on, a lot of people to help us out if you can. All right. This lesson is stop overthinking modifiers, please. Sentence correction. Again, I want to strip this down a little bit. One of the things that I see all the time in the forums is let's go over modifier rules, let's go over modifier rules, let's turn these into rules, let's memorize all the rules, all the rules, all the rules. And sorry, guys, there's not that many rules that always apply. And that's what I'm trying to get at here. I'm not sure that I've chosen the best questions, but hopefully they'll work to kind of make the points we want to make about modifiers. Very, very quick thing in terms of what I want you to do. Really don't overthink it. When you see a modifier, whether it's a that, a which, an ing, whatever it is, I want you to think, hey, is there something nearby that it could logically modify? And does that make sense? That's it. That's really all you're after. Really, really easy to kind of overdo it and go, well, this thing always has to do that. And there's this touch rule. And it's like, no, don't complicate it that much. Does it make some sense? Go from there. And unfortunately, there's quite a bit of judgment calls there. Yeah. That's all I have to say about that. Let's do some questions. Let's talk about rhinos again. I like rhinos. All right, come on back. I think we can kind of call this one your warm-up. Not seeing a ton of struggles here. I know part of it is that some of you probably seen this before. Okay. So look, part of what gets hard about sentence correction, the soundbite is really nice, right? Like look for those obvious definite errors. Had somebody ask the question, pop it on the screen if I can find it quickly. Hey, what are the, here you go. Thank you for this. Which rules apply without exceptions? Almost none. And it sucks, right? Like I want to be able to say, go memorize my list of rules and you're golden. But we could have a really, I'm not sure anybody would really enjoy talking about it, but we could sit here and say, well, hey, what about this rule? And you name the rule, I can come up with an exception to it almost, and pretty much anything, right? Even subject verb. They're kooky exceptions that aren't very productive, right? Because they're not going to show up on the test. But even subject verb actually has exceptions to it in a way, or things that feel like exceptions, where it's something that very much looks plural and is plural, but then functions as singular. And there's weird stuff you can get into. That particular thing is not of any value to you for the GMAT. But it's really hard to come up with anything that applies 100% universally, right? Pronoun ambiguity, not a rule. I suppose you can say something like, well, if you see an it, there has to be a singular referent. But even that, not a rule, because you can have a dummy pronoun. I could say something like, it is raining. Don't stress about this. Don't worry about this too much. But non-referential pronoun describes a general state of affairs, general condition that it has no referent, right? It's really hard for me to come up with things that have absolutely no exceptions to them. I'm not really sure there are any. Now, that said, I think there are things that you can look at and go, this is very frequently very low-hanging fruit on the GMAT. This is productive. This is something that's going to get me eliminations and get me eliminations pretty frequently. That is very much a thing. So I want to be really careful about the messaging. Technically speaking, we get this question a ton on the forum and from our students as well. Which rules apply without exceptions? No such thing for all intents and purposes. But are there things that's repeated patterns? And as long as you're keeping your head in the game and making sure you're thinking about the logic a little bit, can you get really clean eliminations from it and be certain and cross them out with conviction? Absolutely. I just want to be really, really careful you don't take things too far, because we can kind of go down the road of like, well, that has to modify the thing right before it. Careful, careful. Not always the case, right? Okay, back to the modifiers here. Nice warm-up question. We've got kind of a countable, non-countable thing. If you want more details on countable, non-countable, I think I did a full video on just that. I remember having a really good time doing it and got into some of the nuances and some of the things that kind of feel like exceptions, right? There's some questions where you kind of look at them and go, oh, wait a minute. If I'm too reductionist about the rule, I'm going to get myself into trouble here. There's nuance to how this proceeds. In this case, super straightforward, guys, which is really nice. Less than 400 rhinos. Rhinos countable. Less, not countable. Out. Same thing here. Less than 400 rhinos again. We can get out of here really, really quickly. Same thing over here. Now, INGs, that's the other thing that should jump off the page of you. INGs and INGs and ED modifiers. It is getting hard to talk in hour number 18. That whenever you see those, it's got to make sense with what comes after it, right? So it's a modifier here, not a verb. Talked about that a little bit in our verb tense, subject verb, verb tenses, non-verbs lesson a few hours back. But yeah, what are you doing here? Occupying a small fraction of the species form a range. Now, what follows should probably be something that occupies a small fraction of the range. The Malay Peninsula does not occupy a small fraction of the species range, right? The rhinos occupy a small fraction of their former range. For that reason, C is out. And we're stuck with D. I hope we like it. But it gets pretty much everything right that we're worried about. Occupying a small fraction of their former range. This number of rhinos survives, spot on, exactly what we're looking for. Gets the countable, non-countable thing right. Gets the ING right. We're in our happy place. All right. And again, not sure that I've chosen these absolutely brilliantly. I'm going to give you one more that I think is kind of warm-up level, and then let's see where the rest of these take us. Okay, this is cool. Seeing lots of disagreement here. Means we struck a good nerve. I'm a little surprised. It's not surprised, 'cause I do think this could be a little bit of a tricky question, but some of my pet questions that that I think teach really good points that I've been using for years with my students. I feel like I've used in these videos. Maybe I haven't. Um, I worry that we've kind of beaten them to death, and I've written about them a ton on the forum and tournament questions of the day. So it's nice actually that seeing a lot of disagreement. That's fantastic. Okay. Pretty tough question. I'll go ahead and take it off the board for a second here. So according to some scientists, an asteroid bigger than Mount Everest named in North America. We'll start with A, which causing plant and animal extinctions marks the end of an era. Yeah, if you want to be conservative, you could keep it in, but where I really struggle here is what exactly is that which modifying, and does it make any sense at all? It's not North America, and where I want to be a little bit careful here, most of the time, you see a which is going to modify the thing right before it. So North America, which marks the end of the geologic era, that doesn't make any sense. North America doesn't mark the end of an era. The asteroid did. An asteroid bigger than Mount Everest slammed in North America, which marks the end of the geologic era. I'm struggling here. Which is a noun modifier? Does it reach all the way back to that asteroid? That doesn't quite make sense. I'm a little leery of it going that far back, number one. Number two, it's not the asteroid that marks the end of the era. It's the act of slamming, which is a verb here, right? The asteroid slammed. That's the issue. That's what makes this really, really hard to swallow in A. That how can that which reach back to modify? Like, what's the noun that it modifies that makes any sense? It's not really asteroid. It's not Mount Everest. It's not North America. Which really has nothing to modify that makes any sense. Again, stripping down modifiers, you see something and you go, is there something in the vicinity that it could reasonably modify? Does it make sense? I don't see anything in the vicinity that it could modify that actually makes sense. For that reason, we can get rid of A. Same deal in B. So asteroid bigger than Mount Everest slammed into North America, which caused the plant and animal extinctions marking. Again, which is almost always a noun modifier, very, very rare exceptions. And it sounds like it's modified North America because that's the closest thing. That doesn't make any sense. Is it the asteroid itself? Well, it's not the asteroid itself that caused the extinctions. It's the act of slamming. I'm struggling here. Again, you could be conservative here and hang on to it if you really wanted to. We know something better is coming in this case, but I really have a hard time figuring out what this can modify that makes sense. At bare minimum, it's confusing. And yeah, great question, Vubar. I want to put this on the screen because I think it's fantastic. Can't jump the verb, right? That's one of those rules in quotation marks for which. Fantastic question. And by the way, props to you. I think you've been with us the whole way, 18 hours here, and still asking very lucid questions. I don't want to say never here. I want to say very, very rarely. You better have a good reason to do it. You better be really confident that that answer, where it does jump over a verb or jumps over a preposition or something, the verb in particular, you better have a darn good reason. And it really needs to be something where it's still perfectly clear despite doing that. It's really hard to imagine, right? It's really hard to get a which that's going to reach that far back behind a verb. And when you kind of think of sort of the very stripped down, simplified version of this, where it's like, I want to find something in the vicinity that makes sense. What do you mean by in the vicinity, right? And that's where it becomes a little bit of a judgment call. I don't want to say never here, that this is an absolute rule. Like everything else, there's exceptions occasionally. There's one, a couple official questions. I think Shovik knows where I'm going. I've actually got a couple of them where funny stuff happens. So I just want you to be careful. And I want you to think logically and go, yeah, it's very, very rare that it would jump over a verb. Is it impossible? I'm not saying it's impossible. Great question, Vubar, because that's the thing. Man, I really want to tell you guys, here's the rule. Instead, the best I can do is say, again, if you're shooting for the elite score, if you're happy with a 35, you can oversimplify some of the rules, and that is fine, which is going to modify the noun right before it. You're going to be fine if your goal is a 35, 30 on verbal. If you're shooting for that 40 plus, and you're really going for the nuance and trying to maximize, you're going for that mid 700s kind of score. Yeah, I need you to be able to kind of catch those, I guess, exceptions, for lack of a better word, be able to think about it in a nuanced way. And most of the time, which is going to modify the nearest noun, not 100% of the time, sadly. Now, the personal choice you can make if you're watching this is to say, hey, if you're telling me that 90% of the time on the GMAT, which is going to modify the adjacent noun, that's good enough for you, cool. That's great. That can be a really good decision for you, depending on what your goals are, how much you want to invest in studying. Chances are, if you're binging on these videos and you're watching hour number 18 of a 24-hour marathon, you're probably pretty ambitious about this. I would be careful not to over-apply the rule in quotation marks. Great question. Thank you again, Ubar. Where am I? I have no idea. It's 2 a.m. Answer choice C. An asteroid bigger than Mount Everest slammed into North America, comma, and causing. So pretty straight parallelism here, and causing. That and needs to jump off the page at you. That's your friend. And causing. What's parallel to causing? I got nothing here. I mean, according to some scientists, that doesn't make any sense at all. I mean, there's just no parallelism here. Can ditch C pretty easily. D and E. One of the reasons I brought up this question is, and don't worry, I'm going to get some trickier examples here in a second about kind of the jumping business, or at least one of them. So an event that caused extinctions, part of what I like about this question, and I don't want to get super technical with it, this whole, like, sort of conceptually what's happening here. So we're kind of rambling on, all right, according to some scientists, an asteroid bigger than Mount Everest slammed into North America, comma, an event that caused plant animal extinctions. People can get a little bit, I don't know, kind of anxious in a way about these sort of nouns that sort of reset the sentence. Sometimes you see absolute phrases that really bug people. Fair enough. I don't want you to look at this and go, that sounds funny. That's something I see quite a bit. We're just kind of resetting and being really specific about what happened. What is it that caused the extinctions? It's the event. So all of this kind of murky meaning kind of stuff we got into, especially on A and B, where it's like, well, what is this which cause? What is it modifying exactly? And it was really hard to pinpoint something that actually made sense. Notice that in D and E, just starting this with an event clears all that up. What are we talking about? It's not the asteroid. It's not North America. It is the event. It's that act of slamming that does it for you. So great. I like that start to it. D, an event that caused plant animal extinctions, which marks the end of the geologic era. I think I misspelled that on the board. Missed the S on there. So an event that caused extinctions, which marks, we've got a subject-verb problem right there. And I think a lot of you know what I'm about to say. I hope we like E. An event that caused the plant animal extinctions that mark. 2 small things here. Well, one big thing, which is subject-verb is better in E than it is in D. That's a big deal. Second, one other thing I don't want you guys to overthink. A whole lot of ink has been spilled on GMAT Club over the years about the difference between that and which. I can think of almost no questions where that distinction really matters. It's not that one is inherently better than the other. We can go down the road, and I don't want to spend time on it here, of, well, that is for an essential modifier, which is for a non-essential modifier. Yeah, that's fine. And I think if you're trying to be a really great writer, or you're trying to just improve your overall kind of elegance of your English, if you're not a native speaker, or if you're a native speaker, either way, there's value in understanding that pretty deeply. On the GMAT, I'm not sure. It's really hard for me to point to cases where you really need to think about that distinction. I see a lot of people memorizing it. And again, we can split hairs. I mean, I guess I prefer the essential modifier here, because is it ancillary information that the extinctions mark the end of the period? Is that extra information that we can put in a non-essential modifier, like which? Or is it essential? We need to use that. Isn't that kind of a judgment call? I'm not sure it really matters. I'm not sure one is inherently right, one is inherently wrong. And it's really hard for me to point to GMAT questions where that's an issue. So great question that just came up. Run-on issue. No, not a run-on issue. And here's why. If this didn't have the that, we'd have an issue here. An event, so if I delete the that with my nice dry erase marker smudged fingers after 18 hours of this, an event caused the extinctions that mark the end of the period, then we've got 2 independent clauses. But this is just a noun here, right? An event that did this thing. All the stuff that follows the event is just modifying the noun, an event. So what does all this do? And it's really just a modifier. And that's kind of what I was referring to a little bit when I first started talking about this. Thank you for posting that, Bunuel. 4 pages of discussion on this question, one of those things that really gets people. But that it can be uncomfortable to kind of look at this. It's like, well, it's a noun modifying, kind of resetting your sentence a little bit, but it's kind of modifying, it's describing this event, right? So an asteroid bigger than Mount Everest came to North America, and now I'm going to describe that event in more detail. And this whole thing is just a noun that's describing more. This is not an independent clause. So you don't have that issue of a run-on. Great question. And my eyes are getting blurry. It's hard for me to read your name. Kazim, thank you so much for the question. It's fantastic. Oops, I didn't mean to put that on. All right. Why can't, getting a lot of questions here. I'm not sure I can cover very many of them. I can't which link back to an event. Yeah, that's actually another really good question here. Soren, thank you for asking that. So why can't which in D link back to an event? It can, I guess. But I think it's confusing in a couple ways. I think one is that, does it really make sense to reach that far back? Is it in the general understanding? It's okay. So I'm not saying it's wrong, but it's not ideal. So an event which marks the end of the geologic era. Now, here's the question. What is it that marks the end of the geologic era? Is it the event of the asteroid, or is it the extinctions? My read of this sentence, I think the thing that seems clearer, kind of the simpler explanation, or the simpler thing to understand, is in E, it seems to be suggesting that it's the extinctions that mark the end of the era, which makes perfect sense, and not just the asteroid itself, or the slamming of the asteroid into North America. And you also don't have that clarity issue of hoping that modifier reaches way back. You kind of got to read D a couple times to kind of go, oh yeah, the event which marks, it's the event that marks the end of the geologic era. And you got to kind of read it a couple times to get it. Is D wrong? No, I wouldn't say that it's absolutely wrong, but compared to E is much clearer. And I think it carries a meaning that's probably a little bit more logical. Yeah, man, you guys are asking awesome questions on this one. I'm amazed at what this has sparked. This is fantastic. Glancing at the choice between reading the sentence. Yeah, good question here, Taha. And again, apologies for mispronunciations. I think glancing at the choice before reading the sentence is a bad strategy. I don't think it's a bad strategy at all, honestly. And I don't know if I have any great examples in here. So I think if I understand the question correctly, and feel free to clarify in the comments here. Do you think it's a problem to read the answer choices before reading the entire sentence? I don't find a problem with that at all. Honestly, when I'm in kind of, if I'm under time pressure, if I'm trying to, bash through as quickly as I can on sentence correction, I'm always trying to gun for the efficiency on sentence correction as best I can without making mistakes, right? Got to keep the accuracy at 100%, as high as I can get it. But I want to get the easiest eliminations quickly. There are sentences here, and I think that kind of all of our time on GMAT Club now, where you guys ask about all these nuances of the non-underlined portions, I think this is less the case. But I think before my time at GMAT Club, there were questions that I had gone through with students, dozens of times, maybe 100 times in some cases, because people would miss them. And I couldn't tell you what the topic of the sentence is, because it didn't matter, because there were some mechanical errors that we could just jump right into. Good example, and I don't think I have it in this deck, but there's a question that I covered in the subject verb lesson earlier about downzoning. And it's a whole bunch of stuff about countable, non-countable modifiers and subject verb. And you don't have to look at anything outside of the underlined portion. Little water and services exist. Little water and services exists. There is little water and few services available. It's purely mechanical. And you can find errors in 4 of them without understanding the sentence. How often does that happen? Not very often. It's fairly rare, but I'm going to take the opportunity if they present it. Why do I need to hurt my head with meaning if I've got an easier way to get through it? Hope that answers your question, Taha. And if not, yeah, and there's a little follow-up here. Wow, this is great, you guys. Thank you so much for the great discussion, especially at this hour of the night for me. So yeah, pushing a grammar mindset, sometimes it's difficult to understand the meaning. And there's a couple of different issues there, right? Sometimes the meaning is just difficult to understand, right? And that's kind of a separate thing in and of itself. Sometimes you read these sentences, like, what are they trying to say? And when we get to hour number 22, we're going to do a bunch of questions where it's kind of about meaning and judgment. It's really hard to figure out at times what exactly they're going after. So sometimes that's kind of a separate thing. What I think you're getting at here that I think, and again, let me know if I'm misunderstanding kind of what you're thinking here. A thing I see all the time, especially on the forums, sometimes from our students, much more often from questions we get on the forums, you get into the grammar mindset and your brain just does not process meaning. You're trying to turn everything into rules. And there are some things where you just can't divorce it, right? You could look at this question right here and say, if we're being super, super reductionist about sentence correction, and if you've swallowed kind of all of the world's GMAT grammar books whole, we look at this and we go, okay, parallelism, noun modifiers, that which, essential, non-essential, subject, verb agreement, right? We can sit here and say, well, here's all the different kind of grammatical elements of this. That's fine. I mean, it's not necessarily a bad thing, but even as we kind of look at D and E, it's not necessarily that D is wrong. Like we kind of need to be engaged in the meaning. It's really, really hard. Certainly as you try to get to the upper levels, you try to get to kind of a 40 and beyond, you can't turn your meaning brain off. And this is very analogous to what we've been talking about, pretty much for the whole marathon on Quant. The big theme here is how do you toggle back and forth between mechanics and logic, right? Algebra, engineer's disease. I see folks with better math skills than me who sometimes struggle on the GMAT because they're so orthodox, lines and lines and lines of algebra. And meanwhile, there's an easier way to tackle it if you just kind of shift your mindset from mechanics into logic. Analogous here on sentence correction, where the challenge sometimes can be going back and forth between mechanics, grammatical mindset, and meaning. It's a challenge. And it's something where you just really have to kind of fight with yourself to go, I can't separate them completely. Yes, look for the mechanical stuff. But if you turn your brain off to the meaning, you're going to make mistakes with the mechanical stuff because you're not going to see the exceptions and you're not going to see how the meaning and the structure intersect. So it's a big challenge. I mean, I think, at least the way I'm interpreting what you're saying, Taha, really common thing. See it, I mean, literally every day on the forum is people really struggling with that. All right. And I apologize. There's probably some really good questions in here that I'm missing because we've got so many of them built up here. Yeah, good question here too. I am never going to get to the next example. What do you think is the most concrete rule that has exceptions that people overlook? Honestly, my brain goes to modifiers. And I think it might be pronoun ambiguity. I think that's one. I think as a community, we've gotten better. I think 5 or 10 years ago, everybody was kind of crossing out questions, at least everybody on kind of GMAT Club, students that would walk into our company. We're crossing things out based on pronoun ambiguity, not an absolute rule. I think we've kind of overcome that for the most part. I think a lot of companies are messaging this well and kind of, peer-to-peer, what you guys are telling each other. I think that one's gotten better. I think it might still be touch rule. So exactly what we're seeing here, where it's like, you want to just be really linear about this and just go extinctions, which marks, wrong, which has to describe extinctions. In this case, again, I'm really uncomfortable with D versus E. I think E is much stronger. D gets more confusing, not absolutely wrong. Could which modify event? Not impossible. There's definitely questions where that or which reaches back. And I think people get really, really rigid with the touch rule. And that might be the one I would pick on. But there's tons of them. I mean, we see things all the time where, even now after all these years of doing this, we see people kind of pop out with, well, I read about this rule somewhere and, bounce it off, so Dave and Mike are two of the tutors at GMAT Ninja who are, just fantastic with the verbal and just their depth and knowledge. And when we get something out of left field, the three of us will kind of bounce it around and be like, yeah, somebody just cited a rule about some obscure thing. Is that a real rule? And we'll have to kind of think through it. So they come up all the time. I mean, there's tons of things that people cite as rules that they all have exceptions, right? So there's tons of them. Okay. Great. Let's go to the next question. Actually, I'm sorry, one more question here. You guys are nailing it. Sorry, this has become such a conceptual conversation, but I really like these questions because I think these really cut to the heart of what the challenge is on sentence correction. And I don't mind taking the time to talk about it. What do you suggest to non-natives to see these slight meaning differences? Slight differences in prepositions, adverbs are very hard to see to non-natives. Absolutely. I think it's a totally fair question. And, I've been thinking about this a lot lately. So when I first started teaching test prep, a little more than 20 years ago now, that's almost, God, I'm feeling old saying this. But it's almost a whole generation, right? Like, if you were studying for the GMAT 20 years ago, yeah, the internet was a thing. You probably weren't raised on the internet. Most of you guys watching this, you're in your 20s, you're in your early 30s. Internet's been a big part of your life. Non-native speakers, you guys are getting better exposure to English than non-native speakers of 20 years ago. So one comment would be, there certainly for some of you, certainly some of the non-native speakers, yeah, you struggle with those nuances for real. Absolutely, that's a real thing. One thing I'm noticing more and more, both on the forum and in real life, I see non-native speakers kind of saying, "Yeah, I struggle. My English isn't very good. I struggle with the nuances." And it's like, in a way, yeah, but it doesn't show up a lot, right? I mean, a lot of you guys are actually the non-natives, and I wouldn't have said this 10 years ago, even certainly not 20. Um, your your intuition for English is stronger than you might think. So that's one thought. The related thought that I think kind of gets to something a little bit more practical. Um, I actually think that the struggles, again, there's some people whose English skills are really shaky. Okay, that's a real thing. But for kind of people who are fluent but non-native, I actually see the same struggle among kind of the fluent non-native, strong English but not your mother tongue versus my native speakers. It's actually kind of the same deal. That once you kind of get past the things that are somewhat mechanical, again, maybe not absolute rules, but somewhat mechanical. Once you get past that, you're trying to look at the differences between two answers. We had a few examples of this through the day. We're going to have plenty of them for better or worse in hour number 22 when we go after some hard meaning questions. Find every difference. You're down to two answer choices, nothing mechanical, no rules to go off of, no pseudo rules to go off of. Excuse me. And you're just thinking about meaning. Find every little difference and think through, if I'm literal, how does that change the difference? Are there situations where you're going to run into questions where there's something, I hate these, but idiomatic, that a native speaker is going to have an advantage? Yeah. How common is it? Not common at all. Little tweak of meaning in something that you just can't pick up on as a non-native speaker. If you're a fluent non-native speaker who's had a lot of exposure to English, how often are you going to get punked? Not very often. As long as your process is really good and you're down to those last two answer choices and you say, okay, let me line up every single difference and think literally what's different between these two things. If you do that, that's a skill that you can build as far as looking for the right things and really thinking, okay, does that lean me in one way or the other because it's slightly more logical meaning or slightly more concise maybe without changing the meaning? That's a skill you can build. And increasingly, again, now versus 5 years ago, 10 years ago, certainly 20 years ago, kind of the native speakers I see, once they develop that skill, they're not really at much of a disadvantage, very, very rarely with some of the idioms or whatever. Okay. Wow, these comments keep coming and these are fantastic. Okay, let's do another question. Oh, I know what we want. Shovik knows what's coming. Classic. I don't think it's in the newer edition, so hopefully you guys haven't spent too much time with it. Normally I would, I'd say it's been enough time, but I'm going to let you guys keep going for a minute. And again, apologies for those of you not watching this live, but this conversation is fantastic. I'm seeing some really productive stuff, making me happy. I'm seeing some disagreement. You guys are kind of working it out. I'm going to let this conversation go for another minute or two, and then we'll come back. And again, if you're struggling, punch that in too. This is the spirit of GMAT Club. Have the conversation amongst yourselves. We're here to referee, but love the way you guys are thinking and discussing. All right, let's do this. So I'm going to come back to real quick. There was something Shovik popped on the screen a bit ago, and now I can't find it because this conversation is raging in the live group. Yeah, this is spot on, brother. I mean, this is one of those things that can sound really, really dumb, right? Like, biggest mistake is not really focusing on why. Well, of course not. No, you're spot on, Shovik. And Shovik, by the way, for those of you who don't know him, GMAT Club legend. I don't know, studied for about 4 years. I don't know how many retakes. Got a 760. Went to Ross. Still involved with the community here a ton. So is absolutely spot on. I think what happens a lot of the time, the mindset we get into when we struggle in sentence correction is I'm down to two. I find one that I like, and I talk myself into the idea that this other one is wrong because it's not right. That is not what you should be doing. Shovik is spot on here. You want to really focus on why it's wrong. That's the habit of mind you want to build. And if you cut those corners when you practice, it's gonna bite you, right? And it's one of those things you have to fight for. Like, can I find some little difference in meaning? Kind of that question. I think Gloomy Bison might have been the user to ask that. How do you get better as a non-native speaker about the meaning? And again, yeah, some of you just aren't good enough at English. And if that's the case, be honest with yourself, spend some time working on that. But for most people I meet these days, the English is fine. It's fighting for that ability to really focus on meaning and really get granular, really get in the weeds, really get muddy with it, and be super literal. And it is tough, and it's a skill, and it's a skill that kind of goes beyond your actual command of English in some ways. Okay. Classic question. All sorts of funky stuff going on in here. I'm going to be honest, first time I saw it years ago. I mean, this one's been around for, probably got published 15 years ago, something like that. Maybe a little more recent than that. Maybe it was 12th edition. Anyway, and I was doing exactly the thing we were discussing earlier, that I see that which and I go, okay, that which is wrong because it has to modify the thing right before it. Emily Dickinson's letters to Susan Huntington Dickinson, which were written. No. Dickinson's were not written. The letters were written. It reaches too far back. Way too rigid, guys. Way too rigid. Is there something, again, the way I want you to think about modifiers, is there something in the vicinity that it could modify? Could which modify letters? You bet. Which were written could modify letters. Does it make sense? Sure. Now I need to go on and look for other things. Are we going to find another answer choice that is that's clear? Possibly. I'm not saying that I should automatically run with that and say that D and E are right, but I don't want to overreact to it. That which were written, can it reach back a little bit? Sure, it's in the vicinity. Clear enough. How often do you see these exceptions? Not that often. 10% of the time, maybe. When you see a which or that, it's going to reach back further than you want it to. Touch rule, as people like to call it, doesn't apply. 10%, 15% of the time, something like that. Do you care about that 10 or 15%? That's up to you. Again, I'd say that if your goal is a high score, your goal is 40 plus, you should care about that. You should care about those exceptions. If you're looking for something more modest, no worries. And you just want to say, look, I'm going to miss this one. I can live with it. That's really cool. All right. I'm going to skip around a little bit here. Which one should I pick on? Let's pick on B. We just kind of have some structural issues here. Emily's letters to Susan were written over a period that begins a few years before Susan's marriage and ended. Okay, so first of all, I've got kind of this funny, I didn't write all that down. So that begins a few years before and ended. Why are we going from present to past there? That doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. Now, it's not to say that we couldn't use present here. If we're talking about a kind of a general state of things, this is what happened with letters. They were written over a period that begins at this time and ends at that time. Maybe I can swallow using all present tense there. Maybe that's okay. Maybe. Maybe I'm totally fine with all past tense. They're written over a period that began and ended. I'm fine with that. Here, I just don't think it makes any sense to mix those tenses because we're implying that they happen at different times, and they really didn't. There certainly isn't one present, one past. For that reason, we can ditch B. Got some funny stuff structurally with the outnumber as well. In the interest of time, I'm going to move on. Ditch B just on the basis of that verb tense thing. Again, we can talk about the outnumber as well. Lots of stuff to work with here. A. Emily's letters to Susan were written over a period beginning a few years before the marriage and ending, okay, over a period beginning and ending, no big deal. Outnumbering her letters to everyone else or to anyone else. How bad is this really? What's that outnumbering doing there? So there's your modifier. There's your ing modifier. Does it have something reasonably nearby that it can modify? The letters, I guess. We really reaching all the way back there? Do we have to really? That again, you can be conservative and keep it in, but that's kind of messy, right? Because I've really got to think about it. What is it that's doing the outnumbering? Again, read that whole sentence again. Emily Dickinson's letters to Susan Huntington Dickinson were written over a period beginning a few years before the marriage and ending shortly before Emily's death in 1886, outnumbering her letters to anyone else. Smoking gun? No, if you chose A, I'm not going to cry. But it's so far away. And again, we can compare that in a minute to something like E, where, yeah, that witch is uncomfortable, but there's really no other issues there, which were written over a period beginning a few years before Susan's marriage to Emily's brother, ending a few years before Emily's death. Outnumber makes a whole lot more sense. We're saying that the letters outnumber something. Great. E seems so much clearer. The modifier is clear, even with this witch issue in E. So as I compare A and E, is it horrible? Is it wrong? We can argue. I don't think so. But it's really, really unclear. It's really hard to follow what this is doing. What exactly is doing the outnumbering? The letters way, way back in the early part of the sentence are doing some outnumbering. Isn't it clearer just to say that the letters, and then here's your main verb, we're telling a story about kind of telling us more about the letters. They were written blah, 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 blah. And those letters outnumber so much clearer as far as conveying that meaning. Subtle, but way clearer. Comparing A to E, I'm going to pick E. C, her letter is written over a period beginning a few years before, and that ends. Nice, clean parallelism error there. I did a lousy job of writing this down. This is what happens when your brain is on hour number 18. So her letter is written in this period beginning a few years before, and that ends. I see the and. What follows the and in C? That ends. I need something else in that same structure, and I just don't have it. Same deal with the outnumbering. Written over a period beginning in outnumbering. Is that what's parallel? What's parallel to outnumbering in C? Nothing that makes any sense at all. You can ditch C pretty easily. Down to D and E. Same thing that we're uncomfortable with, the touch rule, which were written over a period beginning a few years before Susan's marriage to Emily's brother. The problem with D is you just get into this whole kind of mess of modifiers over and over and over. So we've got the letters to Susan, just basically a noun there, which were written, modifier, ending shortly before Emily's death, modifier again, and outnumbering. We actually don't have a sentence here in D. There's no main verb. For that reason, you can get rid of D, and E's our winner. About 4 minutes left here. We are getting a ton of questions. I'm going to answer a few of these general questions that I think are fantastic, and then we're going to roll into hour number 19, back to the quant for a little bit. Special treat, the level of instruction is going to go up in hour number 19, I promise. So question from, and again, apologies for my command of Cyrillic alphabet, Vadim, I think, and please yell at me if that's wrong. Again, is it an exception to the touch rule? Yeah, and one of the things I was saying before, there is no touch rule. It's not really a rule. We can tell ourselves that it is. It's something that applies in, I don't know, 85, 90% of cases. You see it that or which you see these noun modifiers are going to touch the noun and the modify 85, 90% of the time. Is that a rule when it has that many exceptions? I'd prefer not to call it that at this point. If you want to ignore those exceptions, not unreasonable to say, hey, I'm going to get the 85, 90% right, screw the rest. Not a bad decision. But again, if you're shooting for 40 plus, even 35 plus, you're better off kind of getting into a more nuanced understanding of how to handle it. Great question, though. Notice that exceptions to the touch rule. Again, we can argue about this. Is it a rule? Semantics. We're trying not to call it that anymore. Often have to do with prepositional phrasing between what they modify. Yeah, I think that's a totally fair observation. I'm a lot more comfortable kind of saying if I have a phrase like, I am going to have a hard time making up stuff at this hour. But let's say so Harry in, where are you right now, Harry? Italy, who is smart. And on goes the sentence. Well, it's not Italy who's smart, noun modifier here. It's Harry who's smart. Am I okay reaching back? Yeah, this is just modifying the noun. We're just modifying it again. We got double noun modifiers. This is the most common structure you're going to see when we have an exception to the touch rule. Absolutely true. Is it the only exception? Careful, not necessarily. 2 more minutes. Come back to this one because this has come up a ton. Get stuck in hard sentence correction questions, 1 versus 1 options, what to look for during the last moment. Yeah, you're trying to find every little difference between those last 2 and think really literally. How does this change the meaning? How does this change the meaning? How does it change the meaning? There are times when you're like, oh man, I just don't see it. There's times where you're going to go, well, there's 3 little changes here, and every one of them, I kind of prefer it in the same answer choice. That's what it feels like a lot of the time. You're just fighting for those little differences and saying, I got 3 little votes for this one or 2 little votes for D over E. That's what it feels like. Again, that's skill you're trying to develop. And again, we're going to work on it a bunch in the next sentence correction block, hour number 22, in a few hours here. Probably got time for 1 or 2 more. Effective way. Okay, there's a ton here. I'll take this last one real quick because it's easiest for me to get to. What do you think is an effective way to attempt a sentence correction, taking time aspect? I assume you mean just kind of worrying about sort of the time you can spend. Meaning over grammar, not exactly, no. What I'm always chasing here, 2 steps, and I have a couple of videos where I just kind of emphasize these 2 things. They're not magical steps. They're not satisfying steps. You're looking for the low-hanging fruit first. Find those things that are definite errors. Now, the nuance is very few rules apply universally, but there are a lot of things that are productive. We want them to be rules. They're not universal rules. Parallelism, is it a rule? I don't know. Things that are logically, kind of logically serving the same function need to grammatically have the same function. Okay, I mean, I guess it's a rule, but I can get a lot of eliminations off of parallelism. Can I divorce it from meaning? Not entirely, but I can find a lot of things where there's a pronoun, it's a problem, I can eliminate them quick. Subject, verb, I can eliminate them quick. Verb tense issues, I can eliminate them quick. So I'm always looking for that low-hanging fruit, things that can get me an error that I'm really, really confident in. I got to keep my eyes open for things that maybe are a little bit more subtle. And it's like, is that an abuse of parallelism? Maybe not. And make sure that I'm being conscious not to be too reductionist and eliminate things too quickly. But I'm chasing those things that are going to be efficient eliminations first. And again, I've got a bunch of videos where we talk about that, some of my older ones. So take a look at some of those. How to set your priorities right on sentence correction, I think, is the name of one of those. All right. We are out of time in this block. Thank you, everybody. 18 hours in the book. Huge thanks to the live audience. I hope this was interesting enough for the folks who are not here live, but absolutely wonderful, lively discussion. I think this is the most, in the however many hours of videos I've done grand total here at GMAT Club over the years, dozens of them now. This might be the most lively discussion I've ever seen, and just great, thoughtful questions. Wish we had more time for them. So huge thanks. You guys keep my head off the desk. Hugely appreciate it. Hour number 19 coming. Thank you, everybody. Hi again, everybody. Charles from GMAT Ninja here. Hour number 19 of our 24-hour nonstop GMAT Crash Course Marathon, benefiting charities that are working with Ukrainian refugees. 2.2 million displaced refugees. Don't ask me to say any more numbers. 2.2 million displaced people in just 2.5 weeks of conflict in Ukraine. Plenty of people that need help. Go check out our donate page, gmatclub.com/donate. Check out the charities we're supporting. If you're watching this months or years later, Ukraine is no longer in the news. Hopefully, everybody's fine there at some point, and you think there's value in this content, it's something you would have paid for if it was a course. Please find a charity you care about. Please find a conflict in the world that you'd like to help out, and please donate in honor of our efforts here. Okay. Hour number 19, overlapping sets. Again, our job here is to provide you with really good content, hopefully worthwhile, inspire you to make some donations. I'm going to do a special thing and actually invite on somebody else to teach this. Harry, go ahead and join the chat if you can. So I feel like kind of a wimp dodging out of here and handing off in the relay. It was one of the things I kind of swore I wouldn't do. Want to introduce Harry Duthie, Scotland-based tutor, right now in Italy on vacation, and decided to bring him in here. Part of why I'm going to pick on Harry, so been working together for a few years now. I've taught Harry literally everything I know about the GMAT. So you can think of Harry as basically a taller, more bearded, better looking, sexier accent, smarter, more well-rested, in a more beautiful place version of me. So he's going to take you home with the overlapping sets. He's got a deck that I put together. So Harry's going to take you home from here for the rest of this hour. We're going to start as usual with a quiz, 5 questions, 10 minutes. I can barely talk at this point. I'm going to go get a bunch of food. I made a pot of coffee. I'm going to go drink the whole pot. I'm going to set an alarm so I wake up in time for the next block. So Harry's going to take hour number 19 with you guys. I'll be lurking in the chat, Harry, if you need anything. And then I'll be back for hours number 20, 21, 22, 23, and 24 after that. So Harry Duthie, one of the best. I've referenced him a few times. He's been doing some of the foundational quant videos on the GMAT Ninja YouTube channel. So if you like what he does in this hour, come follow him over on our channel. He does the smart stuff. I just stumble around and do things with great longevity and say run-on sentences that go on for hours. So Harry, thank you so much for doing this.
No, thank you, Charles. At least the people in the comments look like they're ready for you to take a break, so I'm ready to jump in.
All right. So Abhijit will take it from here, and we'll get the quiz up. Everybody, please put your answers. We're watching this live. Punch your answers into the form. We'll give Harry access to that. He's going to be able to analyze your results in real time. And yeah, have fun, guys. I'm going to go pass out. Let's hope I wake up in time to come back in an hour. Thank you, everybody. Hang on, guys. I think something went wrong here. Abhijit, we should be on 19 here. This should be overlapping sets. There we go. Sorry about that, everybody. I'm getting tired of that guy's face on the screen right now. No offense to him. Oh, wait. Sorry for that mess up, guys. So yes, it is overlapping sets, hour number 19.
All right, hello everybody. I'm not sure we're 100% there. We've got rates and conversions on the screen. Let me try and get that out of the way, and we will take a look at some of these overlapping sets for you. We should be. There we go. That's the right sort of stuff. All right. As with some of the other ones, yeah, we've got plenty of people getting lots of right answers here, but we've got plenty of variation in there. So I know lots of people have been throwing correct answers up on the chat. Keep the questions coming, but for now, yeah, we're going to race through some of these questions. Guys, we were speaking in the back room about me not having control over what's on the screen. I can't take that PowerPoint down from where I am. Could you just make me full screen so that we can see what's on the board, and I will start going through these questions very quickly. All right, thank you very much there. All right. Diagrams to overlapping sets. Now, I didn't make that change, but I'm not that disappointed here. One of the things I talk about with some of the students is your method in this. One of the things we do in the GMAT is I want you to make as few decisions as possible during the exam. We want this to be the easiest experience possible for you. And one of those things is I don't want you having to think about how you're going to do a question. I don't want you to have 7 different methods in your head when an overlapping sets question comes up and you have to decide between them. So one of the things we'd like to do is just sort of say, well, for the most part, we can take a look at a couple of the questions as we're going using Venn diagrams, but I'm not going to do it as the default here. I'm just going to use the table method, really. Now, I know there's formulas out there as well, and another one of the reasons we don't go for the formulas is because the funny things that go on in your head when the time pressure's on. What I found with students I've worked with is if you're on question 29 or 30 of the quant section, you've only got about 45, 50 seconds left, then your brain tends to remember the formula in funny ways, and it's not always perfect. So what I want to do with this hour is to take a look at these questions using a table that will hopefully give you a process you can follow that will be reliable, repeatable, consistent, and that we're going to reduce the error count. All right, so let's dive right in. We're going to race through these 5 questions and then get some more up on the screen afterwards. So this one, we've got a group of 30 businesses, 21's reporting a net profit. We've got net profit and investment in foreign market. So like I said, for those of you that don't know what I'm talking about when I talk about the table method for these overlapping sets, is I'm going to draw a bit of a grid here. Now, we've got to split this into 2 different parts. We've got 2 things going on here. Businesses are either making a net profit or they've got investments in foreign markets. So I'm just going to call that column NP, and this one is going to be not NP. So businesses are making a net profit. They're not making a net profit. Over here, again, I'll just abbreviate this, IFM. So we've got businesses making investments in foreign markets and businesses not making investments in foreign markets. All right, the final row down here is the total, and the final column over there is the total as well. And we can begin filling in information here. We know we've got a group of 30 businesses, so that's going to be the total down at the bottom there. Now, we're told that 21 of them reported a net profit, so I can begin to fill in information here. And if 21 made a net profit, then to make up a total of 30, 9 of them didn't. Similarly, 15 of them had investments in foreign markets, and again, making up the total of 30, 15 of them didn't. Now, I saw earlier Charles was dealing with some data sufficiency questions, and he talked about pushing the question. Again, this is the sort of thing you can do by pushing the question in an overlapping sets question. Look at the information in the question and fill out as much of this table as possible. Now, the next bit is let's go take a look at exactly what piece of information we're looking for. Now, the question gives us how many businesses did not report a net profit nor invest in foreign markets. So I'm looking for that box there. If I can fill in a number there, then we're done. So first piece of information, 12 of the 30 businesses reported a net profit and had investments in foreign market. Now, yeah, another one of the reasons why I'm not going to use many Venn diagrams for here, particularly for data sufficiency questions, is I want to do this once. I don't want to end up drawing 2, 3, 4 Venn diagrams just to check what's going on with different pieces of information from number 1, different pieces of information from number 2. And so what I'm going to do with this table for piece of information number 1 is I'm going to tuck that information down in the bottom corner there. I can go and fill out as much as I can using this information down in that bottom right corner. And then I've still got most of the box free for piece of information number 2. So I can use one table to do piece of information number 1, check whether A or D is going to be the right answer, one piece of information for number 2. And then even if I get to C versus E, I can still use one table for that. All right, so we've put the 12 in the bottom right corner of that top left box. And now let's go see what else I can fill out. Well, looking across that top row, we know it needs to sum to 15. So I can put 3 down in that bottom corner there. And dealing with this, I can put the 6 in there. Now, again, we can get a number in there, data sufficiency question. We didn't need to take things that far, but I know what that's going to be. So I can cross out B, C, E, and my answer is just going to be A or D here. Now, piece of information number 2. Again, I can ignore these little pieces of information I've put in the bottom right corner of these boxes, look at number 2, and let's see where this question goes, and we can decide between A and D. So we're told 24 of the 30 businesses reported a net profit or invested in foreign markets or both. Well, that information is telling us about this box, and this box. 24 of them fill up that space, which means that of the 30 businesses in total, we've only got 6 left to fill in that spot. And so our answer here should be D. Both of the pieces of information will satisfy us there. Judging by the answers for the quiz, that was the one that most people found the simplest. That's the one with the most correct answers. But I thought it was worth taking the time just to go through that grid, just in case you haven't seen it. And let's move this on to question 2 of the quiz and take things from there. All right, so while I get rid of this question demonstrates one of the great things about overlapping sets questions, in that one of the things that students worry about is they've often got a lot of text in them. Again, a lot of text in a word problem question, people tend to want to rush them. They want to get through the text quickly, whereas that's possibly the worst thing you could do. This one is, or these questions, these overlapping sets questions are all about the preciseness of the language, precisely what are they asking for and what information have they given you. So another overlapping sets question here. This time we've got beer, no beer, and I've got my total, wine, no wine, and I've got my total. And again, let's go look at the information that we've been given and we can go and fill this in. Now, this is about a percents question. So the total down at the bottom right is going to be 100%. We're told up at the start, 70% of these Denver residents drink beer. So I can fill in down my bottom here, 70% drink the beer, and we've got 30% drinking wine. Sorry, 30% are not drinking beer. Similarly, we're told 60% drink wine, so I can fill in that box there. And if 60% drink wine, then 40% do not drink wine. And the last piece of information we're given, 54% drink both beer and wine. Now, from there, I can go and fill out the rest of the table if I want. But what we're really looking for here is what percent of Denver wine drinkers do not drink beer. So we're looking at this box here, and 54, total of 60, that the wine drinkers who do not drink beer, that's going to be, there's going to be 6% of our people in here. Now, again, come back to the question. Precisely what is it asking you for? I want the percentage of Denver wine drinkers who do not drink beer. So the total, we've got a 60% here. That's the total amount of wine drinkers that we have in this sample, whatever it is. 6% of those 60% are the wine drinkers who do not drink beer. So to find the total percentage, I would do 6 over 60 times by 100, and that's going to give me 10% there. So our answer for this question is going to be B. So well done for those of you that picked that one. All right, I'm going to keep this moving and get right onto the third question so that we can take a look at as many of these as possible. Now, this one's up there as one of my favorite overlapping sets questions, because it's one of those ones that people look at and just go, this isn't overlapping sets question. People jump to probability here. They start thinking about and rules, or rules. They start multiplying things, subtracting things. Whereas, we can deal with this as an overlapping sets question just like any other. And it's just about being careful with what you're being asked and how you're going about thinking of these. So I'm going to get this table up here. And we've got event M, not M, R, not R, and we've got our totals here. Now, probabilities always add up to 1. So let's get 1 down in the bottom right corner here. And again, we're told in this one that the probability that event M will not occur is 0.8. So probability that M will not occur, 0.8 down there. Now, as we said, probabilities have to add up to 1, so the probability that M will occur is 0.2. We get a similar thing with R. The probability that R will not occur is 0.6, and the total has to add up to 1, so we can put 0.4 in there. Now, the next piece of information we're given in this question is if these two events cannot both occur. So if this is the box here, M and R, this is the box where they both occur, and that has to be 0. They cannot both occur there. All right, I've got a couple of comments coming in that I'm going a bit too fast, so I'm going to slow this down for you. Thank you for that, guys. Give me all the feedback you like, ask any questions as we're going, and we'll slow this down, so hopefully the explanations are a bit more clear. So as I said, we've got this table set up. We know the probability of not M is 0.8, so the probability of M is 0.2. Probability of not R is 0.6, so the total is 0.4. And we were told there that these events cannot both occur. And so we got a probability of 0 there. Now, what I'm looking for here is which of the following is the probability that either event M or event R will occur. So I'm not looking for the one where they do not occur. I'm looking for where M and not R or R and not M. Well, in both cases, I can explain, I can sum across the top row. These two boxes have to add up to 0.4. So I'll put 0.4 in there, and that'll give me the sum across that top row that I'm looking for. In a very similar way, I can sum down that first column. So I've got a 0 here. The total must be 0.2. So this box must be 0.2. Now, as I said, I want the probability that either event M or event R will occur. So I want the sum of this box or this box. And so at that stage, 0.2 plus 0.4 gives me 0.6. My answers are all in fractions. I can convert the 0.6 into 3/5, and the answer for this one should be C. All right, we've got one more 2-item overlapping set, and then we'll get into the third one. So I'll get this question out of the way, and we'll take a look at the fourth one from the quiz. Right. Again, this question, lots and lots of text. So one of the worst things you can do in one of these questions is to get intimidated by that wall of text and try and read this too quickly and miss the information that's being given and the nuances in the question and try and race through. So again, 2-item overlapping set thing. I've got that same 3 vertical lines, 3 horizontal lines, grids going on here. And we're looking for, what are the two things? What are the two things that we're being compared here? Now, first sentence of this. So we've got a certain transatlantic crossing. Not really worried about that. 20% of a ship's passengers held round-trip tickets. First thing, also took their cars. So I'll say round-trip tickets, and these are the people that do not have round-trip tickets. Round-trip tickets. I don't know where the P came from there. Round-trip tickets. And there's your total. And these are the people that took their car. And these are the people that did not take their car. And again, we've got a total there. So the piece of information we were given there is that 20% of the ship's passengers held a round-trip ticket and also took their cars aboard the ship. Sorry, I've been sleeping. Charles has been the one that's been doing this for about 18 hours here. I don't know why I'm stumbling over words. It's a percents question. So the total down at the bottom right, so they're going to be 100. And that first sentence told us 20% of people took their cars and took a round-trip ticket. Now, this is the next bit here, how this is phrased. 60% of the passengers with round-trip tickets did not take their cars aboard the trip. So we're looking here. Of the people who had a round-trip ticket, 60% of them did not take their car. So if that was X, that would be 60% or 0.6 of X, which means that the people who took their car were 40% of the total people with round-trip tickets. So 40% of X is going to be 20. And I don't know, if you were watching this 13, 14 hours ago when Charles was doing the percentages lesson, we can convert this very, very strictly straight into text here. 40%, 40 over 100 times by X is going to be 20, or in other words, 2/5 of X is going to be 20, which means that X here is going to be 50. Or in other words, I can rub these out. The total number of people with a round-trip ticket is 50. We can fill in the people who did not take their car. And so we'll keep reading this question. What percent of the ship's passengers held round-trip tickets? Well, that's what we just found. So our answer here is going to be C, and we don't need to fill out the rest of the table. So as you can see here again, these overlapping sets problems, and we'll get into some more of them after we've dealt with these ones from the quiz. The 2x2 grid, again, it just sums across, it sums vertically. Not that difficult when it comes to the math. The difficulty in these questions is all about how precisely do you read the text and how clearly do you understand what's being asked for. Take a little bit of extra time to understand the question, and these fall out relatively easily. All right, I'll get onto the fifth question from this quiz, and we'll go into the 3-item overlapping sets. So again, in this one, 3-item overlapping sets, it's another one. Yes, there are formulas, and yes, the formulas work. And I'm not going to say anything against you if you want to go and use the formulas. What I find is that, as I said earlier, pressure does funny things to you when the time's coming on. And can you guarantee 100% that you're going to remember that formula precisely when it's question 30 and the pressure's on? There are Venn diagrams. You can do triple Venn diagrams and get to an answer, but not in every question, which is, that's the main reason why I go against doing the Venn diagrams for these questions, is that, yeah, it'll work for some questions, and for some questions it'll work better, but it won't work for all of them. Yeah, if we come back to that idea that we're looking for the minimum number of decisions you have to make during this exam, then I don't want you to have to decide, look at a question and go, Venn diagram, table, formula. We want one method that will work and be the most reliable. It might not be the fastest, it might not be the best, but it's going to be the most reliable. Come back to the way the GMAT works, making small, unnecessary errors. That's the worst thing you can do. So this might take a little bit longer. I think it's more reliable. We'll see where this one goes. So for a 3-item overlapping set, I'm going to do another table. Going to do it slightly differently. This time, we've got 3 columns. All right. Now, in this question, we've got, disturbed people. And so the headings for the columns really don't matter. When you're in the exam, I don't think you're really going to be writing the headings, but let's get them in here so that the people watching the videos know what we're talking about. So this first column, I'm going to call the number of disturbances. Again, very strange question, 55 truly disturbed people. For first column, number of disturbances. And we're told at the end of this, or we're told somewhere in this, so each people, we know that each person has at least one disturbance here. So 1, 2, 3. At least one, maybe up to 3 disturbances here. Next column is going to be the number of people. Now, we're told at the start here that this has a total of 55 truly disturbed people. And we're also told that 3 people do all 3 of these things. Okay, so we can fill that in. The question we're looking for is how many of them do exactly 2 activities. So I'm going to put an X there. That's my unknown. If you're going to use this method, then when you're reading the question, when you're setting this table up, make the X the unknown, the thing you're looking for, and then we'll build the rest of the table around that. Now, in the way I've just said there, this final bit, I got no information about how many people do one of these things. And so what we can say again is this column adds up to 55. So the number of people here, in order to make this column add up to 55, that will be 55 minus X. Sorry, 52 minus X. Now this third column, there's never really a good name for this. And again, the name doesn't matter. You're not going to be naming the columns in the exam. But for the sake of this, let's just call this, I don't know, it's the number of, it's almost the number of activities. And you'll see what I mean by that in a second. And we'll use this third row just to demonstrate this. There are 3 people, and those 3 people have 3 disturbances each. So in total, there are 9 disturbances. Yeah, it doesn't, again, the name doesn't really matter. That doesn't really work. Sorry, I can just see there that that number's not actually appearing on the screen. I'll move this column over a little bit so that we can see what's going on. So we've got 9 disturbances going on there. Well, in the same way, if X people have 2 disturbances each, then there's going to be 2X kind of activities, 2X disturbances going on there. And if 52 minus X people have 1 disturbance each, 52 minus x going on there. Now, at this stage, doesn't look particularly helpful. If we were to add up down that column, the x's would disappear. But the one thing we can do is we can add a total onto this number of activities column. If you add up the 22 people wear Crocs, the 18 pulls the wings off flies, and the 32 people root for the Yankees, I'm not American. I don't understand why that makes you disturbed. I'm sure Charles will be able to explain that when he gets back. But if we add those up, that's going to give us a total there of 72. And now that's something we can work with, because now we can say that when we sum down this column, we should get an answer here. And so we could get an equation, 52 minus x plus 2x plus 9 should equal 72. 2x minus x will give us an x. 52 plus 9 will give us 61. And so x there is going to be 11, and the answer is going to be C. All right, so hopefully that explained a few things going on with the quiz. Like I say, table method of doing the 3 items. If you're comfortable with the formula, if you're confident you can remember that formula when the pressure's on, go for it. No problem at all with that. Again, if you like Venn diagrams for these sets, they can work. Again, there are some overlapping sets questions for which the Venn diagrams don't work 100%. And so the table method, while it might not be the fastest, while it might not be the best, that is most reliable ways. Sorry guys, we've got a few questions coming saying 72 there. If you add up the total number of disturbances, as I say, 22 people wear Crocs, 18 pull the wings off flies, and 32 people root for the Yankees. If you add up the 18, the 22, and the 32, that'll give you the 72 that sits at the bottom of the column there. In a 3-item overlapping set, the total at the bottom of this column is the sort of the total number of disturbances that they give you in the question. All right, I hope that gives you a clue as to how some of these are going. We're going to go into a few more questions. I've got about 20 minutes left with you before Charles wakes up from his nap and comes back and joins us. So I'm going to bounce around a bit. We've got another 3-item overlapping set. We'll definitely get that in there. We'll get another couple of 2-item overlapping sets questions in here. So I'm going to get another question up on the screen, and I'll see you back here in a couple of minutes' time to take a look at this. All right, folks, I hope that's enough time to take a look at this one. If you're watching this back later and you're not watching this live, feel free to pause it. We'll still be here when you get back. For those of you that are here live, if you've not finished this, please keep going, but I'll just be annoying you with an explanation in the background. All right, so again, another 2x2 overlapping sets problem. So first job is let's define what the two sets are. Now in this one, hopefully fairly obvious, we've either got conservative or we're voting for candidate A. So I've got my table set up and ready to go here so that we can get through as many of these questions as possible in the time remaining. And so we're given some stuff from the total here. So again, 75% of these people voted conservative. So we can go and fill that box in. Now, because we're dealing with percentages, we can fill the total in there as 100. And adding along that bottom row, that should give us 25 in the not conservative row. Now, again, it's that next bit. It's the wording of the next bit that you've got to look out for. This is the issue here. 60% of conservatives voted for candidate A. So it's not 60% are going in here. That would be 60% of the total. What we're looking for is 60% of 75, and that's going to give us our answer there. Now, trying to do this quickly. I did do this earlier. 60% of 75 will give me 45 in there, and I'll leave that for you guys to check that if you want to. But now we can begin to fill out the rest of this. But first, I'm going to take a look at what rest of information we're given and what we're being asked for. Candidate A received 50% of all votes, so I can go and fill this total in, and that would give me enough information to fill down the bottom there. And I'm looking for what percentage of non-conservative voters supported candidate A. So what percentage of these not conservative voters, so percentage of the 25, supported candidate A? Well, summing along that top row, 45 plus 5 would give us the 50 there. I'm coming back. This is a very similar one to question 2 from the quiz. What percentage of the non-conservative voters supported candidate A? Well, what percentage is 5 of 25? And we could do 5 divided by 25 times by 100 to find that percentage there. And that should give you 20, which in this case would be B. All right, so yeah, just before we jump into the next one, I'm just going to come back a little bit, talk about the couple of the questions that we saw earlier. Somebody was saying any indicators to look for which would say the table method would be easy to solve for the algebra. And that's almost what we're trying to stay away from. I don't want you to have to go looking for things in the question and having to make a decision or while you're thinking about it going, okay, it said this, then it said this, then it said this. That means I need to do the algebra, or it said this and it said this. That means the table method would be used. That would be better. If you just think about that, that just means an extra step in the process. I've got to think about which method I'm going to use before I go in to do anything else. All I'm trying to say is the table method, it's not perfect. It is a bit slower maybe than the algebra. It might also be slower than the Venn diagram, but it's reliable. And it's something you can fall back on again and again and again. Somebody else said, does the Venn diagram work every single time? The problem typically comes with the 3-item overlapping sets, and we should get to another one of those before the end of it if we move a bit quickly and I get through this explanation in a reasonable amount of time. That when for a 3-item Venn diagram, you typically have to work from the inside and work your way out. If you don't know the information right in the center, it's very difficult to spread this out and go from there. So that's why I'm saying that the Venn diagrams can be better for certain questions, but they don't always work. There are some 3-item overlapping sets questions that, again, maybe I'm wrong here, but I can't get them to work. And so the table method, not perfect, maybe slower, reliable, consistent, and you can fall back on it when the pressure hits in the exam. All right, I think looking at the time, we'll jump to a 3-item overlapping sets question because that seems to be the one that's getting the question. So we'll jump to this one, and if we've got time, we'll come back to a 2-item overlapping set. So we'll give you a couple of minutes, and I'll see you back here in a second. Okay, folks. Hope you've had enough time to take a look at this one. We've had some nice comments in the comments bar. Delighted that some of you are trying this new method and it's working. People saying that it's making them more confident. Delighted to hear it. Again, if you've been using a Venn diagram, if you've been using the formula, great. We're all about flexibility of methods. If it works for you, fantastic. And I'm going to show you the way through this. Guys, I can see that the PowerPoint on the screen is just blocking some of the text there. Could you take that away and we'll get it up full screen? And I think I've got enough information here to go through this whole question. So yeah, we were given a table. We're told about these toddlers drooling, nose picking, and biting people. One of the questions we had when we went through the last 3 item overlapping sets one was, yeah, how did I know about the total in this third column here? Well, it comes from adding these 3 together. So again, 55 plus 48, that should give us 95, 103, 153. That should, if I've done my maths right there, give us 161. Please shout if we get that, if I've got that wrong. So I can say the total number of activities right at the end, down at the bottom column, that's going to be 161 there. Now, again, number of habits here. Well, the toddlers in this setup are either going to have 1, 2, or 3 habits, but we were told in the question that no toddler had 1 habit, so I can begin to fill in that with a 0. The question, how many had all 3 bad habits? So again, when you're building this table, go to what you're being asked for and make that the unknown, and we can build the rest of the table around that. Now, in this question, yeah, the next bit, can we fill out the number of toddlers that had 2 bad habits? And that comes from that the wording of the text there. We know 15 drooled and picked their nose, 25 drooled and bit people, and 18 bit people and picked their nose. And if you add the 15, the 25, and the 18 up together, that should give us 58. Again, if my arithmetic's working right here. Now, again, this first column, I don't know how many toddlers there are. So the first column here that we fill in, not helpful in this question. Sometimes, and I'll just give you the warning here, if this is the first time seeing the table method, sometimes the first column is what you're looking for. This would add up and give us an equation that we would want. Again, it's all about the information that you were given and what you're given in the question and how the table works out. So build the table and see where it goes. We need a little bit of that flexibility still in here. But what we're going to do with this one is start building across to that third column. Again, well, I'll use this number because it makes things easier to see what's going on. 58 toddlers have 2 bad habits each. So in total, that would be 116 bad habits across the range of those toddlers. Again, I've got no good name for that third column. If any of you have a great name, please punch in the comments. I would love to have something reasonable to tell people when we explain this for the first time. Next top line's pretty easy. 0 toddlers have 1 bad habit. So there's just no bad habits going on there at all. And our final one, X toddlers have 3 bad habits each. So there would be 3X bad habits in total. That final column gives us the equation that we would need to go and solve this. And I'll squeeze this in here. If I sum down that line, 116 plus 3X equals 161. So that would give us 3X would equal 45. And so X is 15 there, which should be D. Right, so that's the three item overlapping set table that we've had a lot of questions about in the comments. I hope that's helpful for you guys that have never seen that before. Give it a try, play around with this method on some questions. And then, yeah, like I say, it's not going to be the quickest way, but hopefully it's a bit more reliable and it eliminates or minimizes the number of those easy errors that you're making. And those are the ones that really kill your scores. All right. Yes, Kazi, I'm sorry, I'm just seeing a couple of questions there. This, I think, is adapted from one of our questions and is not quite so tightly worded as some of the official ones. If this was an official question, I'm sure they would rule out the idea that 0 toddlers had no bad habits. Yeah, like I say, the ones that go into the real exam will be far more tightly worded. All right, I've only got about another minute left. There is another question I would love to get up on the screen, but I don't know if we're going to have time for it. Let me go back one and talk about the vertigo hospital question. In order to get this in, we're only going to have about 30, 45 seconds for you guys to take a look at it, and I will have most of the table drawn up behind me. But have a look and see what you think about this one. Helps if I unmute myself before we come back and see you. All right, guys, we've got plenty of disagreement going on here in the comments box. So as I say, I know we're running a little bit over here. Charles will be back very soon. But let's take a look at this one and see where we end up. Right, so right up at the start, 2-item overlapping set, arachnophobia, acrophobia. Again, be very careful with the wording here because they're so similar. Arachnophobia, fear of spiders, I think. Acrophobia, no idea. If anybody knows what acrophobia is, send it in the comments. That'd be an interesting fact for me to know on a Saturday morning. We've got a total. 58 patients in the hospital are going to be our total there. And we're told right at the start, 45 have arachnophobia. So just in case you can't see, arachnophobia here is on my columns, acrophobia is in my rows. So 45 have arachnophobia, which means I can fill in 13 do not. And I'll be very clear about what I'm looking for. How many have acrophobia? So I'm looking for the total over in the far right there. Then we can go into the two pieces of information. Now, number one, the number who have both is equal to the number who have neither. All right, so again, I'm going to keep this down in the bottom right-hand corner of each of the boxes so that I can use this same table for all the pieces of information. So the number who have both, which is this top right one, I'll just put an X in there, is the same as the number who have neither. And I'll put an X down there. Right. Now, I could say something like this box has 13 minus X, but I can't really figure out how I'm going to get to an answer there. Or could I? So 13 minus X in that box. And this, because we know, again, I'm not sure I'm going to need that. It's going to be there. Now, adding across this top row, again, I'm looking for this total here. X plus 13 minus X there. Well, the X's would cancel and that would give us 13. So I could put a 13 in that row. And so I can tell what the answer is to, or what I can find out what's in that box just from the information that we were given in piece of information number one. So I'm going to cross out B, C, E, and my answer is going to be A or D. Now, piece of information number two, 32 have arachnophobia, but not acrophobia. So I'm just going to get my wording right here so that I don't screw this up. 32 have arachnophobia, but not acrophobia. So I could say that would be 32. And now, because I'm on piece of information number two, I'm going to ignore the bit in the bottom right of the box. I'm just going to deal with the bits in the middle. I can fill out from there, I can fill out that would be 13. I can't get across these rows. As I say, yeah, I know that this column's going to have to add up to 13, but I can't figure out what's going to go along here. So from that, I'm not going to be able to get to that top right box here. And so that means that that's not going to be sufficient. And I'm going to have my answer here is going to be A. Right, so yeah, as I said here, the piece of information number one looks insufficient because we're not being given any numbers there. But if you're careful with how you define things, tuck things away, fill in everything you can. As we said, we could get an equation that would give us an answer there, and that will give us an answer of A here. All right, so thanks, Bunuel. Charles said that this was one of your questions, and actually, if I'm honest, I got this one wrong last night, so I'm glad that I saw the difference here. All right, so hopefully that gives you a couple of new ideas to think about with some overlapping sets. As I say, I think the big thing that most people took from today was that new way of looking at 3-item overlapping sets. As I keep saying, might not be quicker, but it will be more reliable. And yeah, I hope that those of you that have seen that for the first time get a chance to play around with that. And yeah, I hope it helps. All right, I've overrun a little bit. We've given Charles a bit more of a break, but I'm going to get out of here and let him take over. I think he's got about 5 hours left. Let's see if he's had a good sleep, a bit of food, chance to come back in.
Thank you so much, Harry. Harry Duffy, thank you so much for doing this on short notice. Morning in Italy, first day vacation, decided to come do this. So hugely appreciate the break, man. Fantastic job. Making me look bad. Great to see you, Ellie. I love it. I think I'm going to get fired depending on how badly I butcher these last 5 lessons. So thank you so much for joining us. All right. That is hour number 19 in the books. I got a slideshow. I'm going to share my screen. All right. Thank you so much, Harry.
Thanks, everyone. Enjoy the rest of the show.
Hi, everybody. Charles from GMAT Ninja here. Hour number 20 of our 24-hour nonstop GMAT Crash Course Marathon. Fundraising for Ukrainian refugee charities, 5 charities. Come visit gmatclub.com/donate to learn more about them. And again, I say this at the beginning of every one of these. If you're watching this months or years later, Ukraine is no longer in need. Please find a charity that you like. If you find these lessons valuable, think about what you might have paid for it if you were taking it as part of a course, and please donate that to charity. All right, we are back to sentence correction. We have 2 more sentence correction blocks left tonight. Going to do some comparisons. It is 3:30 in the morning here in Colorado. I'm going to try not to butcher this too badly. Kind of theme here on the comparisons. What are comparisons about? Again, I really want to give you guys all the mechanics. I want to be able to say, hey, here's a list of 10 rules. Memorize these. You're in business. Not a lot of mechanics to comparisons. A couple minor things we can get into that can help you out from there. It's just a matter of that hard work of kind of figuring out the logic of it and figuring out which one makes the most sense. And title of this this presentation, Common Sense is Hard Sometimes. I'm not joking. That's not that's not poking fun at anybody or facetious at all. It's like, no, really, kind of these things where you kind of look at it later, you read a good explanation of it, and you go, well, that was common sense. It's hard in real time. So I'm going to give you a bunch of questions. Let's get rolling. And once again, if you have friends that are awake somewhere in the world and would like to watch with us, love to have more people here. Love the chat. Thank you for keeping me awake. At this point, there's only so much the coffee and Red Bull can do for me. But hearing the great chatter in the chat is making me happy. Let's get rolling. Little warm-up question to get you guys started. Gave you a couple minutes. Yep. Sorry, guys. We got a little glitch here. So the underline you can kind of see from answer choice A. It goes to the end of fungi. Let me see if I can doctor this slide real quick. That might be more than I should be trying to do in real time here. There you go. Thank you, whoever is in there doing that. All right. Fixed. Apologies for the glitches, guys. Okay, this is fantastic again. Seeing a fantastic discussion. Lots of great questions popping up. People helping each other with it. Exactly what I love to see. Okay, so warm-up question. This one isn't super difficult. Actually, seeing some struggles here, which is great. So maybe I picked one that's pretty good. So a couple ways you can go about this. Couple issues here. Kind of the reason I picked this in a video about comparisons. Some of this stuff where we kind of ask the question, plants are more efficient at acquiring carbon than are fungi. Do we need to repeat the R? How much repetition is really necessary here, right? These are the things that keep us all up at night when we do comparisons. And I'm seeing some of that debate kind of going on, in the chat with the live group here, which I think is fantastic. Do we need to repeat the R? I think it depends on the context. I don't think there's an absolute rule there again. The question is, does it make it clearer in some way? Is it right? Does it help a little bit? It just depends on the context. Sometimes you need it, sometimes it's implied, sometimes it isn't. And I really wish there was a nice, clean rule, but that's not really how it works. Okay. As you look at A, so one thing that came up, is that R redundant? I don't think so. So plants are more efficient at acquiring carbon than are fungi. Do we absolutely need that? We can debate, but it is certainly not redundant. I definitely wouldn't say that it's problematic to have the R in there, because that's just making it clear that plants are more efficient at carbon dioxide, at acquiring carbon dioxide, or at carbon, than fungi are at acquiring carbon. Okay, fair enough. But here's the thing. Look at what happens right after the underline portion. You've got this thing right here in the form of carbon dioxide. So plants are more efficient at acquiring carbon than are fungi in the form of carbon dioxide. Wait a minute. It sounds like the fungi are in the form of carbon dioxide. Not helpful. That doesn't make any sense at all. I can get rid of A. And yeah, I think this is fair. So AB, I assume you're referring to this business of repeating the R. I think it helps clarify. It is definitely not redundant. We can debate whether it is strictly necessary. I think that's probably open to debate, and it's going to depend very much on the context. Here, I think it helps a whole lot, and I'll get into that more in just a moment. For now, I'm going to run with this business of this in the form of carbon dioxide causing trouble. Any of these answer choices that end with fungi, I can go ahead and get rid of, because it just doesn't make any sense to say that it's fungi in the form of carbon dioxide. Doesn't make any sense at all. Okay, talking about C and D. Plants are more efficient than fungi at acquiring carbon. Fair enough. As you look at D, plants, comma, more efficient than fungi at acquiring carbon. So as you look at D, we don't have a sentence here at all. We've got plants, comma, modifier, kind of a weird modifier, but that's fine. More efficient than fungi at acquiring carbon. Then another modifier in the form of carbon dioxide and converting into energy-rich sugars. Got a little fragment there at the end. We don't have a sentence. D is out. We can run with C. Now, what I've dodged here a little bit, I'm going to take this off the screen so I can reload the presentation. So what I do want to get into briefly here, this question of do you need to repeat the R, because I think it's worth getting into a little bit more. If I say, I love burritos more than my wife. Feel free to tell me in the chat, what am I saying here? What's my intention? And I'm going to be a little bit of a punk and wait for some answers here. Probably because I'm too tired to talk anymore. I'm kidding. What does this mean exactly? What am I saying? I love burritos more than my wife. I'm going to argue there's two interpretations. Here's Shovik's answer. Divorce. Yeah, and it's unclear, right? At best. So at least two things it could be. Yeah, you're spot on, right? One of them is absolutely divorce. It could also mean this: I love burritos more than my wife does. What am I trying to say? It's not clear, right? Do I love burritos more than I love my wife, or do I love burritos more than my wife loves burritos? I'm not going to tell you the truth. Just kidding. I love my wife. But if I want to clarify what this is, given this particular context, the way this specific comparison is written, that's confusing. This is a problem. So do I need to repeat? So if I'm trying to say I love burritos more than my wife loves burritos, more than my wife does, I gotta have this. If my intention is to say that I'm a bigger fan of burritos than she is, I need to have that verb stuck in there again. Same sort of deal here. Plants are more efficient at acquiring carbon than fungi. Look at B. And again, B has other problems. Just this phrase, plants are more efficient at acquiring carbon than fungi. Okay, what's happening here? Are we saying that plants are more efficient at acquiring carbon than fungi is at acquiring carbon, which is exactly what A says, and it's clearly the intent of the sentence? Or are we saying that plants are more efficient at acquiring carbon than plants are at acquiring fungi? Plants acquiring fungi doesn't make any sense at all. So at best, a little bit confusing, gray area, absolutely wrong, not necessarily. I don't love it. I think you'd make the case that the phrase in A, and again, A and B are both wrong for other reasons. Plants are more efficient at acquiring carbon than are fungi. Yeah, I strongly prefer that R. People are looking at it and going, and totally fair. That doesn't necessarily sound right. It feels redundant. It feels weird. Yeah, but it clarifies. And you want to think more about meaning. So that little change to it, does that improve the meaning, make it a little bit clearer? Or does it cause some sort of problem? That's that literalness we've been talking about in a lot of the previous lessons. Okay. Let's hit the next one. That was your warm-up. Which one is okay, then does my wife, or then my wife does? Oh, that's a good question. Which one is okay? I love burritos more than my wife does, or more than does my wife? I don't think you would say more than does my wife. I don't think that's right. More than my wife does. And it's something I've never really had to worry about, but yeah, the does would go at the end here. And I wouldn't worry about that. I don't think that's a thing you're ever going to have to be concerned about on sentence correction. More than does my wife. Yeah, that doesn't seem right to me, but I can't at hour number 20 quite put my finger on why. Okay. Yeah, this is also actually, this is a pretty valuable comment here too. I don't like ambiguity. Yeah, nobody does. Sometimes I just don't get that the sentence can have another meaning. Yeah, that's one of the things we're fighting for, right? So there's a great series of questions earlier, kind of the last hour sentence correction we did. How do you get better at kind of fighting for meaning? And again, we're going to talk about that a bunch more, hour number 22. Yeah, it's a habit you build, where you look at it, you try to look at it really, really literally. And that's exactly what we're doing here, especially as we kind of go back to the sort of ambiguous version and go, okay, literally, 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 what does this say? If I have to choose, it's I love burritos more than I love my wife. But that's not a very logical thing to say. Certainly not a very nice thing to say if you plan to stay married. So you start doubting, right? If you see something like this on the GMAT, and you go, well, wait a minute, there's a very literal interpretation that doesn't make a lot of sense. Is there a second interpretation? You see that a lot. There's a thing that you know it's trying to say, and there's a thing it might literally say, and now it's kind of confusing at best. And that's the kind of thing you want to start tuning into, and it's tough. Yeah, good, Harshal. We're going to actually hit that one a little bit with Haley's comment. Okay, next one. One more kind of warm-up-y sort of question, and then things will get a little nastier. Give you a couple minutes. All right. Seeing a pretty good split here, which I think is interesting. Again, kind of theme for everything on sentence correction. Definite errors first, things where you can really hang your hat on, get a quick elimination, take it. Don't get a lot of those chances with comparisons. Most of it is kind of grappling with these kind of tricky little meaning things, kind of annoying. But when they give you something that's nice and concrete, take it. When you see these structures, unlike or like, you know you've got to have two things that are logically comparable. Really no exceptions to that at all. You know, there could be a modifier stuck in it. That's where the exceptions start to come in. But basically, you see the unlike mainstream American businesses, well, we need to have something somewhere that's going to be comparable to it. We don't get it. We get the failure rate here for businesses not comparable to the businesses themselves. Unlike mainstream American business, the failure rate, that doesn't make any sense. Pretty easy wipe out on A, B, and C. I'll take it. Minor issue, not really what we're focused on here, but for what it's worth, that's kind of a nonsensical little modifier there, starting with where more than half of them fail. Businesses, mainstream American businesses, where more than half of them fail. It's not a location that we're modifying there. That doesn't make any sense either for what it's worth. All right. D and E. And again, I'm seeing the group kind of split down the middle on it, which I think is really, really interesting. And here's what I think is going on. Come back to full screen here. I think you guys are kind of hyper-focused, or the ones that are struggling with this a little bit. I think you're kind of hyper-focused on this part and going, okay, mechanically, I need something that's comparable to the failure rate for businesses. Now, when we have this unlike or like sort of structure, unlike mainstream American businesses, the failure rate, okay, if it said unlike the failure rate, then somewhere down the line, we need to have something that's logically comparable to a failure rate. Makes perfect sense. That is not the structure here. That's not what we're seeing at all. There's no like or unlike here. We don't have anything that touches off a pure noun comparison, not mechanical. So while the rate of mainstream American businesses failing is more than half, and I think what's happening here is you're saying, oh, the rate, compare it to the rate, not a noun modifier. This is just kicking off a dependent clause. It's like saying although, right? Although the rate of mainstream American businesses failing is more than half, we could say anything after that as long as it makes logical sense. There's no rule here by any means that says that we have to compare nouns here. Unlike or like, yeah, that's going to kick off a nice concrete noun comparison. That's not what's happening here. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that D is wrong. I'm just saying that don't fall in love with it. There's nothing wrong with E because it doesn't have the rate kicking off. There's no reason why you need to have that. So I think people are gravitating towards D because the rate, you want to make that comparison, not a noun comparison. We've got two full clauses there. All right. D, while the rate of mainstream businesses failing is more than half, versus while more than half of mainstream American businesses fail. These are saying the same thing. Which one makes more sense? While the rate of businesses failing is more than half, that's really confusing. More than half of businesses fail, much more concise. Which one's clearer? That is pretty much no brainer here. While the rate is more than half, rate of failing. Do we ever talk about the rate of failing? We'd say the rate of failure, maybe. Even cleaner, even better than saying rate of failure. More than half of businesses fail. You can't really get better than this as far as expressing the meaning. D, super muddy. E, super clear. Going to take super clear every time. No reason why we have to have the rate mentioned in there as the subject of that clause. Okay. Yep. Next one. Enjoy. getting some good stuff here. Thank you again, everybody, for all the chatter. Mostly agreement here, but getting some issues. And I think it's all really productive issues. Now, if you're facing this on an actual exam, I mean, the most efficient way to handle this question, is to pick up on the pronoun thing, as some of you guys have pointed out. Now, I brought this up in a comparison lesson because I think what they're doing with the comparison here is actually kind of interesting and worth thinking about. And I love the comment. I can't remember who made it. Might have been a couple people saying similar things in the live group. I hate E. Is that some sort of idiom? It sounds like crap, right? I mean, it sounds terrible. Yep. Welcome to GMAT sentence correction. Your ear is not your friend. Sometimes right answers sound like garbage. Wrong answers sound pretty darn good. So in reality here, you could look at this and go, Napoleon's army is singular. Yes, we know it's composed of a whole bunch of people, but it's singular. And we're saying that the army, we're talking about what the army had in their previous campaigns. See what I did there wrong? What the army had in its previous campaigns got to be singular all along. You could just run through here and just go pronoun issue, done. What I saw happening with the live group, at least some of you, is I think you picked up on the pronoun thing and went, well, wait a minute, does army strictly have to be singular? Because E sucks. And I want to talk about E and kind of talk about the comparison a little bit here. As you get into the kind of this whole business of, are we talking about idioms here? Does it hinge on idioms? Sort of yes and sort of no, right? These are idiomatic expressions, prepositional phrases. Kind of by definition, when we talk about idioms or prepositions, define. So if I give you a random preposition and say, give me a definition of it, it is hard. Define the word of, define the word for, define the word in, right? Really, really tough to do. So almost by definition, as you think about phrases that involve those prepositions, and a lot of idiomatic phrases do, they're kind of idiosyncratic in meaning. And you kind of look at it and go, and they had four, then it had for any previous campaign. So with far more supplies than for any previous campaign. And you kind of repeat it in your head, maybe it doesn't sound quite right. Okay, but you don't even have to do that really. One of the things that GMAT, not always, but one of the tools they give you to get through something like this is to say, well, wait a minute, we're kind of running this comparison here, and it's telling you something about the language they want to use. It had provisions. So the army had provisions for only 24 days. They entered Russia with far more supplies than for. Well, that's interesting. Using exactly the same language, provisions for 24 days in the past. And now we're talking about, in this campaign that's at the issue in the main clause, supplies for any previous campaign. They're using that word for before a period of time or before some sort of event. They're pretty much tipping you off. I'm not saying this is strict parallelism, but they're basically saying, yeah, that's the way we're going to express it here. Provisions for a certain amount of time, provisions for a certain event. Pretty acceptable here. And that's the kind of thing they tend to do is so again, I don't want you stressing about, oh, is that the right preposition here? Get yourself in a lot of trouble because a lot of the time there is no great answer. But what I find really interesting about GMAT's habit a lot of the time is they give you those little tip-offs that make you go, hey, yeah, must be fine. They're using it the same way up there. So don't freak out about it. Interesting thing they did on that question. Okay. All right. How much time do we have? 23 minutes. Classic. Muting. Sorry about that. Yeah, I'd love to see the confusion. And actually, you guys are doing a little better than I thought. I think it's a pretty tough question. I'm actually seeing less disagreement here than I expected. So all about meaning here. And once again, I mean, kind of the refrain on these comparisons. Yeah, there's a few things, kind of the like, unlike sort of business, where we can get really mechanical and kind of look at something in isolation and say noun, got to be comparable, pretty straightforward. Not what's going on here, unfortunately. I guess we have the one. I'm going to start with that unlike. Unlike an adult, so I'm looking at C. Unlike an adult, pound for pound, children breathe as much air, blah, 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 blah. I think somebody pointed this out in the chat. We've kind of made this pound for pound thing, sort of this, I can probably take this off the screen. We've kind of made this almost it's kind of a throwaway, right? It's kind of this non-essential modifier. Unlike an adult, pound for pound, it's not an essential part of the comparison. And now this is kind of weird, right? So I'm not sure it makes sense. Unlike an adult, children breathe twice as much air. It's almost like we're doubling up on the comparison. So unlike an adult, children breathe twice as much air. Well, no. Adults breathe air, children breathe air. Why do we need the unlike there? We're not saying that children and adults are unlike each other. We're just saying that children breathe twice as much air. No reason to say that unlike an adult, children breathe twice as much air. Unlike an adult, children breathe air. That doesn't make any sense either. So just for that reason, I'm not sure it's grammatically wrong exactly. And people are asking, is this a grammatical error in C? No, I don't think so. I just think that comparison is kind of botched. Unlike an adult, children breathe twice as much air. How is that a contrast between adults and children? If we're saying that unlike an adult, children breathe twice as much air. If that twice as much air wasn't there, the twice as much part, okay, maybe that's different, but we're kind of doubling up on the comparison in a way that's just kind of nonsense. I'm going to get rid of C. Oh, let's see. I'll pick on D next. Pound for pound, a child, unlike an adult, will breathe twice as much air. I think logically you get into the same exact problem in D as you get into with C. A child, unlike an adult. Okay, now what follows needs to be a way in which children and adults are strictly unlike each other. But that's not what's happening. We'll breathe twice as much air. Again, why are we doubling up on that comparison, saying children will breathe twice as much air, and then saying they're unlike an adult? Adults still breathe air and drink things and eat things. It's just that they do less of it pound for pound. So again, doubling up on that comparison, I think you get a meaning problem. Another thing I'll throw in there, why do we have will? Why are we going future tense? It doesn't necessarily sound bad to me, but I don't think it makes any sense at all. How did we suddenly go future tense? I would make the same case here. Pound for pound, children compared to adults. I think it sounds bad here. I'm not sure I have a problem with it logically. But they will breathe. Why is this future tense all of a sudden? That doesn't make any sense. Okay. 3 down, 2 to go. As opposed to adults, pound for pound, children breathe twice as much air. I think this is a hard thing to deal with. I don't like that phrase as opposed to, and I mean that in kind of, I think I mean that in kind of a do as I say, not as I do sort of way. I don't want you reacting based on your, what you like and what you don't like, but just personally, I think that phrase as opposed to is kind of clunky. And especially at 4:15 in the morning, a little hard for me to get my head around, like, what exactly is that saying? I mean, I think that kind of means in contrast to, right, as opposed to adults, I guess. So in contrast to adults, children breathe twice as much air. I'm not really sure. I mean, again, that kind of feels a little bit like the unlike thing. As opposed to adults, children breathe twice as much air. Again, I think we're doubling up on the comparison in a way that doesn't make a lot of sense to me. But why is B better? I think it sounds like hot garbage, just my opinion. Nobody cares what I think about that, right? Keep your ear out of your sense correction. Do as I say, not as I do. Don't waste your time judging it the way I just did. Compared pound for pound with adults. Now we're saying that as you do that act of comparing them pound for pound with adults, here's what you conclude. That actually makes sense. We're not drawing a strict contrast. As you look at some of these other answer choices, ACE, you're drawing the strict contrast the way it's written between adults and children. And then you're kind of doubling up on that comparison in a way that's not very logical by saying, oh yeah, the children then breathe twice as much air. But now what we're kind of saying in B is that it's when you do that act of comparing and you're comparing pound for pound. specifically pound for pound, here's what you conclude. Children breathe twice as much air, and so on. All right. Subtle, tricky, messy. Good times. All right. I think we maybe have time for one or two more. I'm going to approach you guys with this one next. Yeah, seeing lots of squirming here from the live group. Absolutely fantastic. Um, Kind of on a personal level, I kind of hate this question. It's like, what are we really getting at here? But as we try to get into sort of the advanced level of comparisons and trying to really get your hygiene right, I think it's a great teaching example because I think it's kind of miserable. I don't think any of these sound good. And I don't think any of these are sentences that, you know, I don't. Most good writers I know, I don't think would produce this sentence. Just my opinion. And again, nobody cares. Sound doesn't matter. What's a good sentence in real life isn't necessarily right on sentence correction. Something we got to deal with. So when I get to these comparisons where I don't have a lot to, a lot of sort of instinct here that's going to guide me, I'm trying to hang my hat first on anything I can that's mechanical at all that can kind of get me to something. Places I tend to start, one place might be the pronouns. I got the those. I got another those here. I'm gonna do something with that. Maybe. Let's try it. More than 3 times as many schools charge fees of under $8,000 a year than schools that charge. 3 times as many schools charge fees than schools that charge. I'm not sure I hate those, but what I'm starting to pick up on now is that we have a comparison that starts up here. So more than 3 times as many schools do X. Would you say as do Y or then do Y? So I ate 3 times as many burritos. And now I could modify this all I want. I could go on for 40 more words here. I ate 3 times as many burritos. They were filled with fried potatoes and eggs and the best green chili north of New Mexico, and ramble on and wax back about burritos. And now you can't hear it anymore. But you wouldn't say as many then, you would say as many as. Not that you need to memorize or anything. That's just the way the comparison works, right? One of those things you run into in everyday life. Now they put enough garbage in between there that you can't hear it, you can't see it. 3 times as many schools do this, not than do that, as do that. Right there, I can get rid of A, B, and C, and it is hard to see. This is actually not uncommon. There's maybe 3 or 4 different questions that have this type of thing where they kind of shift you've got a comparison idiom, 3 times more, blah, 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 as. You wouldn't say 3 times more as, 3 times more than. And if we spread it out far enough, you can't hear it anymore. Not that uncommon. Handful of questions out there, official questions that do this. This one, I think, is the ugliest of that family by far, because, man, it is hard to hear it with all that junk in the middle. Okay, more than 3 times as many schools charge fees. So schools do this, charge fees, as those charging over $16,000. I'd rather just have that same nice, clean structure. Nice present tense verb there. Schools charge fees of under this, as charge fees over that. Simple. Do I need to repeat the schools or anything like that? Not necessarily here. It feels like you need it, but you really don't. The charging here doesn't make a lot of sense. As schools charging over 16,000, you end up with a really funky comparison there that really isn't elegant. So much clearer in D once you break it down that way. All right. Getting a question about the and in between, which is kind of interesting. Answer this real quick. I think you're referring to that and the charge tuition and fees. That doesn't do much there. I don't know if that's the one you're referring to. I guess it must be the only one. That and really doesn't cause any trouble there at all. Tuition and fees doesn't really matter for it because it's just tuition and fees that are parallel to each other. We're not starting up a new clause or a new verb phrase or anything like that there. So not really an issue. Okay. Let's hit one more real quick. So I give you guys a choice: Halley's Comet, for those of you that know the question, or nuclear power in Germany. Any votes? All right, Halley's Comet it is. We're seeing all the struggles here. And this question's rough. I think it's a really, really, really hard one to explain. A little bit ridiculous of me to try to take it on at 4:30 in the morning because I'm not going to say this very eloquently, but I'll do my best with it. Again, guys, these last couple of questions, I'm picking on it with the hardest stuff really out there. I mean, I don't think it gets a whole lot tougher than this. Where it's kind of the stuff that's amorphous. There's not a lot to hang your hat on. It's kind of that nailing Jello to the wall kind of feeling. How many easy eliminations are you getting? Not a ton out of these. And then you kind of get into these issues where it's like, hey, I can't teach you anything out of a grammar book that's going to help you a whole lot. It's just kind of picking up on the cues they give you and doing your best to kind of battle your way through the meaning. It's tough. So even if your goals are kind of 40 and above and you're struggling on this guy, I missed it the first time I saw it. Probably taught it a few times for a few years, kind of didn't look at it for a while and then missed it again. I mean, like this is a tough one because I don't think the right answer sounds right. I wouldn't say it's an idiom question exactly. I would say that this is a comparison question, and I want you to really tune into sort of how they've constructed it. Take my dumb little example here. If I strip out some of the awkwardness in this stuff a little bit, in no other country did I eat more calories than Laos. What do you think of that? I don't think it's great because I'm not saying that in no other country did I eat more calories than Laos. It kind of gets confusing, right? Like it almost sounds like what is the Laos being compared to? What's the comparison I'm trying to make? It's the action I took in other countries or failed to take in other countries versus the actions I took in Laos. A lot of food in Laos. Lao food, amazing. If you've never been to Laos or had a chance to go to a Lao restaurant, amazing. One of my favorite things on earth. And that's saying a lot. If any Lao people are watching, love you guys. In other countries, eat more calories than in Laos. That's the comparison. I'm comparing action in Laos to action, in this case, not taken elsewhere. Okay, now when you kind of apply that type of thinking to Haley's comment here, in no other historical sighting did the comet do whatever. As well, we're comparing this, what happened in this historical sighting to what happened in some other historical sighting. I'm going to be honest, not real satisfying here, but that should lead you pretty quickly to see, are any of these others wrong? Is there a grammatical error there? I'm not going to argue that there is. I'm just going to argue that C really cuts to the heart of what you're trying to compare here. So, all right. We are out of time, running a little bit over on this lesson. So apologies for cutting this particular example short. I think I've written many, many words about it on the forum. So if you have questions about this one, go ahead and click the link. Feel free to tag us if you have more questions about this one. Bottom line here, again, as we get deeper into the night here, or morning, or whatever, afternoon, depending where you're in the world, I'm ramping up the difficulty level. Not sure why I'm doing that to myself. I think it's to be sporting. Try to get to the point where you can be entertained by watching me suffer. But this, again, I think this is about as tough as it gets. If your goal is something like a 40, crack the 700 barrier, I'm not crying if you miss this because this is super subtle, super annoying. Pick up on their cues, do your best to line up that comparison as best you can, but there really are no rules here that are going to help you. It's rough. Okay. That wraps up our number, what was this? Number 20. Thank you so much, guys, for watching, and thank you a ton to the live audience for keeping the energy up in here. Man, that picture. Crap, did I say that out loud again? Charles from GMAT Ninja here. Hour number 21 of our 24-hour nonstop GMAT Crash Course Marathon, benefiting charities that are doing work with Ukrainian refugees. Cracking myself up because I'm getting so punchy. A lot of Red Bull going through the system now. Hour number 21, doing some geometry. This is the last of our normal quant lessons for the day. Normal is in not Bunuel's questions exclusively. So we're going to start with the quiz again, which hopefully is ready to go. Now, look, on this geometry lesson, I am not going to melt your faces or anything. I don't think these are going to be super hard. I just want to clean up some things in terms of your hygiene. Again, try to defend everybody against those careless errors. Get your process really nice and squeaky clean. If you're really great at geometry, look, my goal isn't to sit here and go through obscure formulas, nothing like that. It's just building up your process so that you're more insulated against the errors that you can't afford to make. All right. 5 questions, 10 minutes. Let's hope I don't fall asleep. And as always, punch your answers into the form. If you're watching this live, more data I have, the more I can tailor it to what you guys are struggling with. So please, 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 if you get stuck, just pick something and go. All right, that was abrupt. Live crowd, please put your answers in. Waiting for more responses here. Okay, super interesting. Seen a lot more struggles than I expected. So I might have lied to you. I said I wasn't going to mulch your face off here, but I seem to be accidentally doing it a little bit. First one was the easiest of the bunch, and even on this one, we had some struggles. Looks like about 2/3 right, 1/3 wrong. Pretty wide scatter on the wrong answers. So it's pretty cool. And then from there, it all went downhill, and everything else was even tougher. Less than half right on a couple of the other ones. So, hey, struck a nerve. Didn't really think we would, but this is cool. Okay. In the rectangular coordinate system, line K passes through points 0, 0, and 3, 2. Which of the following points are also on K? And apologies, I didn't get a chance to write them all out here. I can leave the question up on the screen for a second. Having trouble. There we go. So I'm going to do with this guy a couple ways you can go about it. You could be pretty algebraic with it. One of the big punchlines of GMAT geometry is a lot of things that make them a little bit on the tougher side. Again, there's geometry questions that are really, really hard to penetrate. But what are kind of the broader themes that there's room to get better at if you're kind of an intermediate level quant student, which I think, judging by the numbers, I think that's what we got a lot of here. Amber, thank you so much for being here at a ridiculous hour of the night where you are. They love to misdirect you just a little bit. So give you the choice of algebra and geometry. This feels like a question I have to draw out. Hey, I want to know what other points are on this line. So I got my 0, 0. I got my 3, 2. And there's a temptation just to go, okay, well, let me just draw it really carefully and try to clobber ham hock my way to those points that are in the list and see which ones fit. We can do a lot better than that. Coordinate geometry and algebra are exactly the same thing. Cartesian coordinate plane. So algebra's been around for a long time, a couple thousand years. And then during the Renaissance, Descartes came along and said, hey, let's visualize algebra. That'll be cool for people. Depending on where in the world you learned your math, you might have learned them in a really integrated way where you look at the coordinate plane and you go, hey, that's just algebra. And I could solve this with a picture, or I could solve it with algebra. And you think of those things interchangeably. Awesome if that's the case for you. You learn math the right way. Most of us in the West, quite honestly, not everybody, but I'd say majority of us, we don't learn it that way. We kind of learn, draw your pictures over here, do your algebra over there. And GMAT kind of gives you a chance to blend them. Again, gives you the options. What's the best way to go about it? Here, I don't think the picture is awesome. I don't mind drawing the picture. It helps me visualize it a little bit. But I think this is way easier with a little bit of algebra. Let's just figure out what's the equation of that line. Y equals mx plus b, that the intercept's 0. Your b is 0. What's your slope here? It's basically teed right up for you, 2/3. So here's your equation of the line. 2/3 x. And then we just go through these points, see which ones actually match, see which ones would work, would solve that system. We got 9, 4. Definitely does not work. We got b, which is 4, 9. Same thing. You could punch that in. X is 4. Y definitely isn't 9 in that case. And we can just go on through. I'm not going to go through all the math. You can punch those in really, really easily, and you're done. That's all you really have to do here. So I think seeing about 1/3 of you miss it might have been careless errors. But what I'm betting there's a lot of is just lacking that flexibility. If you try to do it purely with the drawing and you don't think to use algebra as a tool here, that's where you're probably getting into trouble. All right, next one. You guys got absolutely obliterated here, which again really surprises me. So that's good. I like it when we strike a nerve like this. What is this question really about? I think we can kind of go down the road of memorizing. Oh yeah, this is gonna be my approach to these, frame or border kind of questions. There's a garden and there's a wall around it, or a border around it. You could think of it that way. I think that's a mistake. I think the way I want you to think about it is the GMAT loves to give you geometry cleverly disguised as algebra. I think most geometry, not most, but maybe most, maybe a majority of GMAT geometry questions really are algebra. And as long as you approach it in that way, you're going to be able to embrace a quick route to the answer really, really nicely. So what do we have here? We got 8 on this inside, 8 and 10 on that inside bit. What are we even talking about here? It's a photograph. Yep. We know that the area of the border is 144. So that's just this part. We got an X here, uniform width, X here, X here, X here. So now your entire thing, you can turn into a nice little quadratic equation. So this is going to be 8 plus 2x. This is going to be 10 plus 2x. So that's going to give you the entire photograph plus frame. So that entire area, I'm getting less and less eloquent at this hour of night. 10 plus 2x times 8 plus 2x. That gives you the whole thing. I subtract out this middle bit. That's easy. That's 80. And then I get that area of the border. That's 144. I don't know that I necessarily want to go through all of this. But my guess is, so let me see what you guys picked for the most part. You were all over the map. I'm guessing that one thing folks fell into is not getting the 2x in there and just going, if you did decide to put a variable. So mistake number one, not using algebra at all here, trying to do something else. Mistake number two, not getting the 2x. You just did a single x, very, very common. Possibility number three is you just got tripped up on the algebra. This does get a little hairy. It's not that bad. I'm not going to go through it. This is an official question. We'll post a link in a minute here. But I have to do is expand this out. A little bit of work, not too bad. And you're going to solve for your x, and then you're basically there. So it's geometry, or algebra cleverly disguised as geometry. That's all it is. Really, really common overall theme with geometry on the GMAT. Okay. So this next one, how do we do? About 50-50. This one's just about reading carefully and being really careful with your picture. That's really it. So in the xy plane, k has a positive slope, x-intercept of 4. And we're going to create a triangle formed by line k and the two axes. And what's the y-intercept of that line? This shouldn't be too bad. This time I am going to draw the picture out. Positive slope, y-intercept, or sorry, x-intercept of 4. There's my x-intercept. Positive slope. So just embracing the visual, wow, I'm not very eloquent, the visualness. When you think about slope, always read from left to right. Positive slope, going to look like that. Pointing upwards as you read from left to right. Negative slope, going to point downward. Just that little bit of intuition, you're basically done here. So there's my line. Do I think I have the slope exactly right? I don't know. Doesn't really matter. Because what I do know is that triangle formed by k, formed by this line and the two axes, this area right here is 12. Well, I know that this is 4. Has to be. So all I need to do is figure out what this is. I'm guessing a lot of you might have picked 3. Or -3, possibly. Let me see if that's what we got in the data. Nope. That wasn't it. Interesting. So pretty easy here. I mean, you could call this, I don't know, call this y if you want. And say, well, all right, 1/2 base times height, 4 times y is going to give you that area 12. Pretty straightforward. Your y is equal to 6. That's the absolute value. That's the length of this is going to be 6. But what's the actual y-intercept? It's down there. That's a negative intercept. So your answer is -6. Answer here is A. So what I saw happening quite a bit here, some people are forgetting the half. That was about 25% of you. Another 25% got the sign wrong and decided the y-intercept was a positive number. That was actually the most common error in this. So again, you guys, it is really, really tempting to kind of go down this road of going, hey, I want to work on the hard stuff. I want to work on the hard stuff. Give me the hard geometry. Give me the hard geometry. And I see that all the time in the chat. But look, what's going to kill you in an adaptive test is when you miss stuff that's not a very hard question. This is all pretty foundational stuff. Get your hygiene right. Read twice. Be careful. Plot your path forward. See if you can find the best way through. Don't just start doing stuff. And I know I've been saying it for, I don't know, about 21.5 hours now. Everybody gets tired of hearing it, but that is really the thing that stabilizes your score. You don't have to be that magnificent at math to get a 47, 48, 49 quant. And we can say things like, I've been playing with this all night too, fell into a trap. Yeah, but I don't want you to think of the test as setting the trap for you. We created ourselves. The traps are of our own making, right? We make the mistakes. The test is trying to test us on whatever they think is important in math. We create our traps ourselves. Once we understand that, then it's easier for us to control it and learn to have better process to stop doing those kinds of things to ourselves. All right, not picking on you, AB, because that's, I mean, I say it too, right? You've heard me say the word trap probably a dozen times. But the way I want us all to think about it is we create them. So if you miss this question, I don't think there are very many people in this group that don't understand the math behind this. Pretty straightforward. But somehow I got half you missing it. Yeah, you're creating your own traps here. Oops. And this one, you guys did pretty well. This is cool. This one isn't super important. You don't see this a whole ton on the test. I think it's worth a quick moment. How do you think about area of something? I'm not going to go all the way through the question. Actually, maybe I should, because I don't think this is an official one. So when we think about area of a triangle, we tend to picture a nice clean right triangle, right? So if I give you a right triangle and tell you that this is 6 and this is 3, no problem, right? 1/2 base times height, you know exactly what base and height are. Pull this off the screen for a second. I could give you one of these guys. Here's your base, here's your height. No problem. But as soon as I do something kind of funky looking like this, very common thing, especially if you're a little bit of a beginner, brains start exploding because it's like, well, where's base and where's height? And you can get really complicated with it. Let's imagine that this part is lying on flat ground right here. Here's your base, right? Now, how tall is this thing? Imagine that this is some piece of modern art. I grew up in a small town in Iowa, for those of you who know where that is. Kind of things that small towns in Iowa did in the 90s was that they would buy very expensive, large pieces of modern art, abstract art. And there was like a big triangle on the, for $30,000, big metal triangle in front of City Hall. Why? Who knows? That was a cool thing to do in the 90s in small towns, apparently. And if we had this triangle sitting on the ground and we asked the question, how high is it? How tall is it? You'd measure from here, right? Or if that was a horse's head and you say, hey, how tall is the horse? Well, you're measuring from its highest point up at its head, right? So here's your base, here's your height. Here's my point. Whenever you're trying to get the area of a triangle, base and height always meet at a right angle somewhere, even if that right angle isn't actually part of the triangle. Again, how common is this? This is one of those granular little things. All right, Iowa in the house. Samuel Kim from Pella. Makes me happy. Love it. Ames. So base and height meet at a right angle always. This doesn't necessarily feel natural, but that's how it works. Once you understand that, this question's pretty easy. So we've got 1, 7 up here. 9, 4, 3, 4. So this side right here is 6. How tall are we? Y coordinate 7. Y coordinate here is 4. That's 3. There's your right angle. 6 times 3 divided by 2. Answer's 9. Answer's B. And that's really it. Getting a question here. Shouldn't we find the middle point of the long side? I assume, and maybe I have this wrong, so let me know if this is not what you had in mind. Are you kind of asking about kind of drawing this altitude kind of thing, whatever you want to call that? It's not that you can't. You certainly could do that. It's just a heck of a lot harder to do that. By the way, lots of ways you could solve this. You could go get this. That's one way you could do it. It's just going to be brutal. There's ways to do it, but it's going to take you, good luck doing that in under 5 minutes. Really, really tough. Another way you could do this, yeah, I could get the rectangle around it and then just subtract out this triangle and this triangle. More work, not ideal, but you can do it. And again, that's what the GMAT's all about, especially on these mid-level kind of questions. 3, 4, 6 ways to solve it. Can you find the easiest way to do it? Okay, one last one. And yeah, let me come back to that. Seeing a good question here. If it wasn't flat at the bottom, better to take the rectangle and then subtract the 3 triangles. Very possibly. And there's not a lot of questions that do that. But yeah, very possibly the case that would be easier. Now, maybe there's something else that's going to tip you off. What if it's a right triangle and it's just oriented strangely? Maybe that's going to be the easiest way to get at the area. It just depends on how the question is configured. But sure, it just depends. Make a little tweak to the question. And now we sort of change which method is best. Classic GMAT. So again, not that you're going to see a ton of triangles and coordinate planes like this, but you very well may see that figure configured just a little bit differently. And your optimal path on this one might be a little bit different on the next one. Good question. Oh, this one's fun. Got about halfy on this one. This one's actually a little more mechanical. And I don't know, I guess the follow-up I'd love to ask, and I can't get a good answer in this format, the half of you that missed it, whether you sort of understood the underlying rule. I'm going to go through it quickly for those of you who are new to it. Fairly frequently tested thing on geometry. When you think about what a triangle is, and people love to kind of apply a formula here. I like to do a little bit more intuitively. Let me write out these numbers and then we can talk about it a little bit. So we've got a triangle, lengths of 2, 5, and x. And we want to know which could be the perimeter. So we got 10, 12, and 14. Now I'm going to translate that and say, well, what are the sides in that case? So we'd have 2, 3, and 5. Somebody please stop me if I botched the arithmetic. Hour number 21. If it's 12, I think we got 2, 5, and 5. If it's 14, we have 2, 5, and 7, I believe. 14, 12, 10. Yep, got it. Okay, so what's the deal here? Can this be a triangle? Underlying rule briefly. And I'm going to do it in an intuitive way. Again, you see all kinds of formulas for this and very long-winded ones. I'm going to kind of get it a little more intuitive. If you prefer the longer-winded version of the formulas, knock yourself out. A, B, what is a triangle? Well, in a way, it's the scenic route. So you're going from A to B, but you're going the long way, no matter what. No matter what kind of triangle it is, no matter which, which 2 points you're talking about. If you go through point C, it's going to be longer. So it always has to be the case that the sum of any 2 sides is going to be greater than the third side. Now, look, that's not very interesting because, of course, the largest 2 sides are going to be bigger than the smallest side. So in practice, the only real test here that matters as far as determining whether a group of numbers could be the size of a triangle, it's really the sum of the smallest 2 sides. That's the part that's interesting. Now, you see a lot of stuff out there where they rearrange this, turn it into a formula. But once you understand the intuition, you can forget formulas, right? Especially when they're long-winded. For some of you, again, if you already know this stuff, no problem. For those of you who are just trying to assimilate it into the way you do these problems, I'd rather have you think about how does it work. Once you understand the logic, this is pretty simple. Sum of the smallest 2 sides bigger than the third. Really, sum of any 2 sides. And then you're all set. Okay, with that in mind, can you have a triangle with sides of 2, 3, and 5? Doesn't work. 2 plus 3, same as 5. You don't have a triangle. You have kind of lines collapsed on top of each other. So can't be this guy. Can you have 2, 5, 5? You bet, no problem. 2 plus 5 bigger than 5, obviously. 2, 5, and 7. 2 plus 5 not bigger than 7. It's equal again. And your answer is 2 only, so that's answer choice B. Okay. How much time do we have? 23 minutes. A bit more time on those foundations than I expected. Again, thank you everybody for punching your answers into the form. This lesson would have gone a very, very different way if I'd kind of listened to the louder folks on the chat. So great to see kind of that there's underlying struggles going on there. Let's address them head on. Okay, this next one, Bunuel, tell me if I'm wrong. I think this might be one of yours. Tell me if I'm wrong here. I assume you're still here. And as always, once you got something or once you feel like you're really screwed, punch it in the chat. Let us know that you're screwed. Good to know. And if you got an answer, let us know, please. Okay, this one's official guide. That's how convincing your questions are, Bunuel. Can't tell whether it's official or not. I mistake the actual GMAT for your work now, Bunuel. Anil, I'm with you. And again, apologies for mispronunciations of names. My brain is just fried, so I feel you, buddy. Source of the question shouldn't change your process too much, but I love it. I feel you on that. I get more paranoid on his questions too, in a good way. Yeah, this is cool. We've kind of had these different waves in the live group. Really appreciate the participation, guys. Only thing keeping my head off the desk. So wave of one answer, then had some waves and some different answers, and then kind of came back to the original one. Let's see what's going on here. Data sufficiency. Sounds really silly, but push the question. How do they make geometry deceptive? It's kind of the thing that your eyes are kind of drawn to isn't necessarily the thing where the excitement comes from or the answer is going to emerge from. So I'm going to do everything I can to rewrite this in some different ways. So what do I know about x? Well, x is 180 minus r. I don't know that this is going to get me somewhere, but let me give it a shot. Let me see if it takes me somewhere. It's not going to take me that long to do this business because I don't really have my head instantly around kind of that relationship between x and y. What's all this other stuff doing there? I don't know. My brain hurts. Maybe on a different day I'd see it faster. Too bad. I'm going to do the math systematically here. So x is equal to 180 minus r. Y is equal to 180 minus t. So I could rewrite this question as 360 minus r minus t is equal to what? Remember, data sufficiency. I don't really give a crap about that 360, right? That's not a mystery. What am I really interested in? I just want the minus r minus t is equal to what? I could factor out a -1. That's not going to matter either. So -1 r plus t equal to what? And again, why am I doing this? It doesn't take me very long, first of all. Second, it really helps me to give myself a shot to see the relevance of those answer choices. That's why I do this. If I reframe this in enough ways, maybe a kind of misdirect answer choice or a data sufficiency statement that kind of feels non-intuitive, maybe it emerges for me out of this. It happens really commonly, I think, over the course of the 20-something hours we've been here. I had half a dozen questions where this is the case. You pushed a little bit, had some really good ones on percents. It cleans up really nicely. So what I want r plus t. I'm not done yet. What's r plus t? Well, that's going to be the complement of s, right? So I know that r plus s plus t equals 180. So what's r plus t? R plus t is equal to 180 minus s. So I can rewrite this one more time. What's 180 minus s? Once again, the 180. Not a mystery at all. So what do I want? Give me s and I got it. So it looked like a lot of work, really isn't, and it pays off. I do the work up front. Now these answer choices are going to be a joke. So statement 1, s equals 40. Yeah, BCE's out, A is sufficient. Statement 2, r is equal to 70. Not helpful. I need r plus t. R by itself doesn't get me there. Answer's A. Okay. Let's do, we got time for maybe 2 more. Do we want to, okay. I'm trying to figure out which one of these is from Bunuel. Bunuel, is this one of yours? But let's go with it. Either way. I think we're kind of proven that that is not true. We got Bunuel doing all sorts of work on the chat. Can't do that while I talk at you while sleep deprived. Bunuel is a very special cat, separate guy. It is just one person, contrary to rumors. Amazingly, it's one person doing all the amazing things he does. All right, seeing lots of debate on this one. Pretty fun little question, I think. Again, getting at that kind of misdirect thing they love to do. Algebra cleverly disguised as geometry. All the themes that make geometry, again, it's not that it's super technical. We kind of want to go, the instinct for a lot of people is memorize more formulas, memorize more stuff. Not really what they're after, kind of that intermediate to advanced level. It's just making sure you don't fall into those misdirect issues and make sure that you can kind of be flexible enough to see a good way through it. Okay, right triangle. Don't know anything about it other than the fact that it's right. Hypotenuse at 10. I'm looking for the perimeter. I mean, I suppose I could go down the road of saying, I don't know that it helps me at this point. I could call that L and W or other way around. And say, wow, I want to know what L plus W is. You could do that if you wanted to. You could also say that I know because it's a right triangle that I could use Pythagorean theorem here and say W squared plus L squared equals 100. Does that help me at this stage? Not necessarily. Good things to have in the back of my head. I don't necessarily need to go crazy on it because I don't necessarily see great ways to recycle this other than just, well, what's the perimeter? I already know the hypotenuse. I'm just looking for those two legs. Am I helping myself? I don't know. Worth kicking the tires on that stuff, see if it gets me anywhere. Right now, not getting me anywhere. Not yet. Okay, the area is equal to 25. So LW is equal, divided by 2 is equal to 25. So LW is equal to 50. What can I do with that? So remember that whole conversation we were having sometime for me yesterday about quadratics, and talked about how GMAT loves quadratics, all these special little guys, you know, kind of the x squared minus 2xy plus y squared and x squared plus 2xy plus y squared and x squared minus y squared. I guess this guy too. Went through a couple examples of them pretty quickly. And my point wasn't to go memorize these guys. It's that they need to be working knowledge. You need to be able to recognize these when they're hidden nicely. And a couple of the questions we went through, again, if we'd had more time, I would have taken you through more of those. Kind of turns those sorts of things inside out a little bit. Where once you kind of recognize, like, let's say that you're looking for 2LW, well, hey, maybe that could have come out of quadratic. That's the hint here. A little bit hard to see. But if I know that the area is 50, I know that that product is, if I know that the area is 25, tells me that L times W is equal to 50. So I'm after L plus W. And hopefully you're starting to see the theme here. That guy looks like a thing you see in the special quadratics. That guy does. 2LW does. And now we've got all the components of some nice quadratic stuff recycled into geometry. It's getting harder and harder as I get fatigued here. 2LW is equal to 100. If my math is right. So W squared plus L squared equals 100. Do it this way. 2LW equal to 100 as well. I can add those up. W squared plus 2WL plus L squared equals 200. And I've got that nice little thing that I can then, and I might be making a little arithmetic error here. Please yell at me in the chat if I am. Square root it. W plus L square root of 200. I don't even care what that is. It's data sufficiency. I got exactly what I want. I'm on my way to the perimeter. Add that to 10. I got it. So A is sufficient right there. Good stuff. Again, it's integrating things you don't necessarily think of. We want to kind of get into this geometry orthodoxy. Our brain's not necessarily thinking about algebra. There it is. Once your brain goes to the quadratics, this one cleans up real fast. Two legs are equal. This one's pretty straightforward. That makes it a 45, 45, 90. You could do Pythagorean theorem here, or you could just recognize that you have a nice ratio on these triangles. So x root 2. All I have to do is take that, divide it by root 2. And there you go. There's my sides. I'm going to get the perimeter in a big hurry. And the answer is D. All right. We got time for one more. I hear rumors that one of these really is Bunuel's. I keep mistaking them. I think it's, okay, I think I know which one it is. So the one we just did, yes, is OG. This one I am 98% sure is GMAT Club tests. And this will be our last one, then we'll get to verbal. Yes. Third time's the charm. Give you guys another 30 seconds or so because we're running down to the end of the hour here. Seen a ton of disagreement. Great question, Bunuel. Okay, just got 2 more minutes here. Going to rifle through this one pretty quickly. A lot of the stuff we've covered up to this point, it's kind of somewhat intricate versions of things that are foundational. Your goal is a 47 plus. Pretty much everything else we've covered here, I'd like you to be pretty darn good at. That last one's a little bit hard. It's hard to see the foundational skills underneath it. You should be able to get some of these questions okay if you miss them, if you're going for a 46, 47, 48. This one's brutal, man. And I'm not even sure I'm going to get it right, to be honest with you. Full disclosure here, we put together this fundraiser on really short notice. So I think I texted Bogdan about 9 days ago, founder GMAT Club, originally from Kiev. Started putting this deck together. So I don't know, 300 slides, 200 some questions over the 24 hours. We started putting together this week. So some of these questions I glanced at and said, yep, that looks good, put it in the deck. Didn't really work through them. Some cases, it's official questions I've known for a long time. Other cases, ones I wrote. Bunuel's questions, barely laid eyes on him. So he might get me here. He's definitely going to get me an hour number 24, his hardest questions ever. That's not going to be a great session as far as learning stuff, but it's going to be a lot of fun. Watch me squirm, you guys. All right, is the perimeter of this triangle less than 15? Lengths are consecutive even integers. Well, 2, 4, 6. So that's a possibility that's less than 15. But here's the problem. That's not a triangle. 2 plus 4 not bigger than 6 can't be. Okay, next set of consecutive even integers. What about 4, 6, 8? That works. 10's bigger than 8, so this could be a triangle. But now I'm already in the world of this is 18, and they're only going to get bigger from here. Smallest possibility is 2, 4, 6. But that's not a triangle. So no matter what, that perimeter has to be greater than 15. So statement number 1 is sufficient. Bunuel, if I screw up, yell at me, man. Statement 2, some of the lengths of the shortest and longest sides are 12. Okay, so I'm going to lay these out kind of in order. So some of the lengths of the shortest and longest are 12. So if I add these guys up, I get 12. Now, the only way for the perimeter to be less than 15 is if this thing is less than 3. Only way for that to happen. Now, the question is, can that happen? Oh, man. This cramps my brain. This is fun. Because if this is the middle one is less than 3, then the smallest one has to be even less than 3. So that's, I'm goofing around here, but we know these are both less than 3, right? So if this is less than 3, these two add up to 12. This thing has to be bigger than 9. Put a 9 plus there. So if this is bigger than 9, this is 3, this is 3. This is the only way to get me to 15, to under 15. Not a triangle. Less than 3 plus less than 3 is smaller than greater than 9. Not a triangle. There's no way for me to get this under 15. This triangle's got to be bigger. So I got D here. Man, that hurts. No shame in missing this, you guys. I'm not sure I got it right. Bunuel, you be the judge. I think I got it. I think I got the logic right. Smallest plus largest is 15. Is 12. The only way it's possible for this triangle to be under 15 is if the middle one is under 3. And that can't be. All right, got it. Okay, don't stress about this question. It's a fun one to work through. Have some fun with it. I'm sure if he hasn't already, I'm sure we'll post the this question or the link in the chat. Go check it out on the forum. Feel free to tag me in it. You're better off tagging Bunuel. He's way more coherent than I am anyway. All right. Hour number 21 in the books. Thank you so much, everybody. Huge, huge thanks to the live crowd. Love the energy. Thank you for keeping me upright. Charles from GMAT Ninja here. Welcome to hour number 22 of our 24-hour nonstop GMAT Crash Course Marathon. Starting to crack up. My eyes are bloodshot. Benefiting charities that are helping Ukrainian refugees. And I am totally lost. I don't even know what we're doing this hour. Sentence correction meaning. Again, if you're watching this months or years later, don't know why you would, because I'm not sure I can form a sentence anymore. And you find these sessions of value. I've done, 50, 60, 70 sessions on the GMAT Club YouTube channel now. You find any of them of value, whether it's part of this marathon or not. You see a cause that you like, you think the session's been of value, you would have paid for this as part of a course. Please donate to some sort of charity. If Ukraine's still an issue, I'd love to have you donate to help out displaced people in Ukraine. If not, if things are great in Ukraine, would make us all really happy. Find some other cause you believe in, donate to that. Don't pay for test prep. If these videos do the trick for you and you think they're valuable, spend whatever you would have spent on test prep, go donate to somebody good. All right. These last 3 sessions, I don't know why I'm doing this to myself. I think it'd be fun. Give you guys some entertainment on watching me scuffle around. Ramping up the difficulty level. These are sentence correction meaning questions. Now, all questions on sentence correction are meaning based. You really can't divorce that from the mechanics. We've been talking about that in kind of all of these sessions that get into kind of more granular issues, modifiers, comparisons, parallelism. We're always thinking about meaning. It's always there. There's very, very few absolute rules. These are the questions, and we'll see if I did a good job selecting. We'll see how you guys fare with them. I was trying to pick questions where it really is, it's the harder judgment calls. You're really anchored more purely in meaning. There's not a lot of cheap eliminations there. There's a couple, but maybe the last 2, you've got to really battle through to make sense of it. I'm not sure that these are the hardest questions ever. I'm not necessarily looking to melt your faces off, but I think these all kind of have a little bit of subtlety to them. And again, if you're going for something like a 40, I don't know that you necessarily need to get all the questions that are in here, but the skill that I think almost everybody, chances are if you're watching this video, you have at least some room to improve on your ability to kind of drill down into meaning. Now, it might be that your actual reading skills could use some work. That could be the case as well. But given whatever your reading skills are, I think what we see a lot of the time is it's really hard to learn how to focus in the right ways on meaning. That's what we're going to work on in this hour. Let's get you started. And as always, if you're debating between 2 and you're struggling, or debating between 3, can't eliminate anything, really helpful for me to hear what those struggles are. So if you're watching live, punch that in the chat. Coffee. Okay, gonna be honest with you guys. My personal preference when I work through these questions in these videos, the reason I like to write it on the board, I don't love using tablets. I like to be able to kind of, I don't know, sort of feel it, be able to work with it, write things, draw things, change things, like putting it up on the board. I know it's uglier that way. At this point, guys, I am so freaking fatigued. Hard for me to even write this much down. So I'm gonna leave it up on the screen. I know it's a little bit less engaging when there's nothing to touch, nothing for me to draw up there. other than my good old A, B, C, D, E. A little bit of cross-elimination, that's it. Okay. So some guy named Ramon pointed out that food high in whole grain fiber creates the energy we need to fight illnesses, as do vegetables and lean proteins. Okay, I don't know. I don't see any problems there. Nothing's jumping out at me really at all. And again, that's kind of a little bit of the theme of this this particular hour is a lot of these questions. Not a lot jumping out at me. Going to hang on to A. Am I convinced it's great? I don't know. B, whole grain fiber. In addition to vegetables and lean proteins, think about that for a moment. Create the energy we need to fight illnesses. Are we saying that it's food high in whole grain fiber, and it's food high not only in high grain, let me try that again. That food high in whole grain fiber, that food is also high in vegetables and lean proteins. That's what B seems to be saying. At the bare minimum, it's confusing. Ramon pointed out that food high in whole grain fiber. He pointed out that the food high in whole grain fiber is also high in vegetables and lean proteins. And now I'm pretty darn lost. If you want to be conservative, you could hold on to B, but at bare minimum, it's confusing. I don't think it really makes any sense. It doesn't really convey the meaning. What's A saying? If we contrast these two, A is saying that food and whole grain fiber creates that energy. So do vegetables and lean proteins. They also create that energy we need to fight illnesses. B, that's not what it seems to be saying. B's out. C, fiber creates the energy, whole grain fiber creates the energy we need to fight illnesses, along with vegetables and lean proteins. This feels a little bit like some of the comparison stuff we were getting at a couple hours ago, the fungi thing. Fiber creates the energy we need to fight illnesses, along with vegetables and lean proteins. So fiber creates the energy we need to fight vegetables and lean proteins. I mean, sometimes you just got to take a rutabaga and just punch it in the throat. But that doesn't make any sense, obviously. So C is out. One other thing on B real quick that somebody pointed out, and this is fatigue setting, and I didn't even notice it. Food high in whole grain fiber, food creates or create. Thank you so much for pointing that out. I had a couple people pop that in. Thank you guys. This is what happens in hour number, I've lost count. The food creates the energy. It doesn't create the energy. There's your easier elimination. Great example of do as I say, not as I do. Find those easy eliminations. I failed at it. You're going to see more of that as these last few hours wear on. D, fiber. So food high in whole grain fiber, vegetables and lean proteins creates. So food high in these things creates. Okay, subject verb is better. Notice at that time that we need to fight illnesses. But now we're back to that meaning thing that I was kind of driving at a little bit with B. Food high in whole grain fiber, food high in vegetables, food high in lean proteins. What exactly is the parallelism there? To me, it looks like it's the fiber, vegetables, and lean proteins that are parallel, which means that it's food high in these things. And now that's pretty darn confusing. So I'm going to get rid of D for that reason. Subtle. E, food high in whole grain fiber, as vegetables, lean protein. I think I saw a lot of people picking E, or a decent number if I remember correctly. I love this comment. You guys have no idea how much I've eaten. I've been wolfing down all sorts of little light on the vegetables, but a lot of lean proteins, fiber, drinking smoothies. I probably consumed 5,000 calories since this started. Very proud of myself for not having to do it on camera. All right. Back to E. So food high in whole grain fiber as vegetables and lean proteins. Now, if this had an as do vegetables and lean proteins, we might have something there as far as that structure. I really don't like the as vegetables and lean proteins. It's kind of like, so we could say Bruce Wayne as Batman, Bunuel as Superman in his role as Superman. It's like you're saying that it's sort of it's acting as that thing. Fiber as vegetables and lean proteins. Wait a minute, that doesn't make any sense. Then you also have that good old subject verb thing. If I'm not mistaken, Ramon pointed out that food create the energy. Right there's your smoking gun on E. So your answer is A. All right. And thank you guys for bailing me out on that subject verb thing. Let's hit one more. Again, not melting your face off with these, but these all have kind of these subtle little issues that I think are fun to dive into. Get you kind of in the habit of seeing this stuff. Give you a couple minutes. That's the feeling a lot of the time on these meaning ones. They all kind of look and feel the same. Give you guys another minute or two here. My classic mistake, muted myself. John, really productive comment. I actually really like this. Because I think it's really easy for us to go down that road of like, oh, I think it is better in this format, better in active voice, sounds better this way. Real life, awesome instinct, right? I mean, that's the way you want to think as a writer, as a communicator. What's going to be the most effective way to say it? The most elegant way to say it, totally. GMAT, watch your back, because I think it's better in the active voice. What does that mean? Do I see a definite error? Do I see a meaning issue? What's better fundamentally about the active voice here? Do you have an argument for it? You've got to be a little more specific than that, ideally. That's what you have to fight for. And sort of zooming out from this particular question, when you have an instinct like that, I'm not saying ignore it. I'm saying try to pin that down to something and say, well, wait a minute, here's why it should be active voice. And here's the problem with making it passive. Not just, I think it's better, right? It's a great instinct. And it's something that people go through all the time, right? It would sound better if this, I think it would be better if that. Yep. Now see if you can kind of take that instinct and fight for it to be something really specific you can point to and say, yes, let's say B is better than D, and here's exactly why. Great comment. Okay. I really like this question. Again, just from kind of if you're being super, super literal about it, saw plenty of struggles with the group, which is fantastic. All right. World Wildlife Fund has declared that global warming, a phenomenon most scientists agree to be caused by human beings and burning fossil fuels. What exactly is causing global warming here? Is it caused by human beings and burning fossil fuels? What does that mean, literally? We say caused by human beings in burning fossil fuels. Human beings in burning fossil fuels. So I'm in a vat of oil and the fossil fuels are burning and I'm in there. Literally, that's what it seems to be saying. Global warming is caused by the people who are burning in a vat of oil, in a tub of coal. What? Doesn't make any sense at all. And that's the literalness. What exactly is this saying? It's saying we got human beings in a vat of fossil fuels that's burning. That sucks. Answer choice B, a phenomenon most scientists agree that is caused by fossil fuels burned by human beings. I'm going to hold on to that for a second. We can kind of get into the business of that is caused, or rather say a phenomenon that scientists agree is caused. That's better. It's a little vote for C right there over B. I want to come back to the comparison in just a second. Caused by fossil fuels burned by human beings versus caused by human beings possessive burning of fossil fuels. Really subtle, pretty classic as you get to some of these tougher meaning-based questions on the GMAT. It's not really about idioms. What it's about here is what exactly is it that creates the global warming? Is it the fossil fuels that do it? No, not exactly. Fossil fuels exist for a very long time, buried in the earth, long before humans came along. It's not the fossil fuels themselves. It's the act of burning them. So it's not to say that B doesn't get at that. It does, but kind of indirectly, right? It's caused by fossil fuels burned by human beings, when really what we're trying to say, it's the human beings' act of burning them that's causing the damage. If you want to say to me, as GMAT hat off, human being hat on, where you say human beings burning of fossil fuels, and if you want to go, this is ugly, I don't like that phrasing, it's kind of a weird possessive, it sounds funny, totally with you. If you don't want to put that in your writing, cool. But when you think literally, what conveys the meaning most clearly? Is it caused by fossil fuels or caused by human beings' act of burning fossil fuels? C is a lot stronger than B. You got 2 votes there. I'm not saying B is absolutely wrong. I'm just saying that C is conveys that meaning in a much more succinct, clear way, much more direct way. What does the act? It's the burning of them, not the fossil fuels themselves. 2 votes for C there. I can ditch B, hang on to C. Maybe we'll get something better. D, which scientists agree on as a phenomenon caused by humans who burn fossil fuels. Again, we can split hairs over the rest of it. Scientists agree on as a phenomenon caused by, not crazy about that. But I'm going to keep focusing on that subtle little meaning thing that's going on there. Is global warming caused by humans who burn fossil fuels? Or is it caused by the burning of fossil fuels? It's the latter. It's the act of burning fossil fuels that causes it. It's not the humans who burn them. Because this actually isn't even really directly saying that it's the fossil fuels burning. It's caused by the humans who burn them, not necessarily the act of burning them themselves. Hey, I burn fossil fuels in my car. I'm causing global warming, but I'm not actually saying that my act of driving is doing it. So given the choice between C and B, I'm taking C. E, which most scientists agree to be a phenomenon caused by fossil fuels burned by human beings. Same issue as before. Fossil fuels aren't causing global warming, it's the act of burning them. Agree to be a phenomenon? I'd much rather say agree is caused by than agree to be a phenomenon. We can argue about that. I'm not saying it's an absolute error there. But given those two things, again, this is the process as you kind of get past the really clear stuff where we're crossing things out. Hey, it's a pronoun error. Hey, it's a modifier error that's super, super clear. As you compare something like C and E, we're saying, all right, a little bit clearer to say it's a human being's burning versus the fossil fuels themselves. A little bit clearer to say agree is cause than to say agree to be a phenomenon. 2 votes for C. Can we argue about whether E is absolutely wrong? I suppose we could argue. I wouldn't necessarily say that it is. Grammatical errors, not exactly. But given the choice, 2 things that are stronger in C, I'm picking C. Clear is better every time. All right. There was a question up here I did want to hit. Something about the passive and active voice. Thank you for that question, Dinesh. I would be very leery of using the word always on GMAT sentence correction. There's very, very few things we can point to. And we can say, hey, the thing that has logical meaning is always better than the thing that doesn't. Well, great. What does that mean? That's really subtle. Like which one is logical, which one isn't? We could say that, I suppose. Bad subject-verb agreement is probably wrong always. That's fair. I can't say always for very many things. I've got to really think about it. Maybe I can count them on one hand. Active over passive always? No. There's actually a really good reason to use passive voice. It exists for a reason in language. It exists if we're trying not to be clear about what's performing the action. Maybe it's not important, right? So what if, for example, the pizza was eaten. What if I don't want to tell you who it was? Passive voice, nothing wrong with it. What if I want to emphasize, let's see if I can think of a good example. The artificial lung, I have no idea where I'm going, made from recycled GMAT books was inserted into the patient's chest. That is one of the strangest sentences I've ever written. Passive voice, right? Who's doing the inserting? What if that's not the point? What if I'm not that interested? Sure, some doctor did it, some surgeon did it. But what I'm trying to emphasize isn't the surgeon. I'm trying to emphasize, man, this is weird. We got an artificial lung made from recycled GMAT books. So I want to lead the sentence with that. That's a stylistic thing. And nothing wrong inherently with passive voice. So don't look at passive and automatically think it's wrong. Are there a lot of cases where active is better than passive? Yeah, but it's context dependent. Think about whether you have a good reason to use passive. If you see a contrast between active and passive and there's no reason to use the passive, yeah, active is probably better, but don't cross out things just because they're passive. Really good question. All right. Any more questions here? Outstanding. Love it. Thank you, guys. Next one. I think this one is easier, but I might be wrong. Good luck to you. Don't worry, I'm still here. All right. Guys, I think you're doing a little bit better on this one than some of the previous ones. Looks like about 60% of the live chat folks are getting it right. Again, super subtle. I'm going to try to start with the most egregious ones that I think are the most ridiculous and kind of work our way backwards a little bit. 6 a.m. here. Sun's coming up. Outstanding. So I'm going to start with E. In the tracks they left, dinosaurs are shown walking. That doesn't make any sense at all. So inside the tracks, right, we're implying that you can look at a dinosaur track. It's a big fat claw print or whatever on the ground. And inside that track, you see a picture of a dinosaur walking with its feet under its body. It doesn't make any sense. When you think really literally there, you got a real problem. So E is out for that reason. Where to next? Let's pick on that like thing a little bit in A. Dinosaur tracks show them walking with their feet directly under their bodies, like mammals and birds, not extended out to the side in the matter of modern reptiles. So again, the tracks show them walking. That doesn't make any sense to me, right? That it's like the track is showing us something. I don't know. Maybe that's fine. But as I look at that like business, so under their bodies, like mammals and birds, I don't like the placement of that very much. Like mammals and birds. Seems like we're comparing that to bodies, which doesn't make any sense. And we also don't have dinosaurs as a subject there. I think what we're comparing is dinosaurs to mammals and birds. When you look at that construction in A, dinosaur tracks show them doing a bunch of stuff like mammals and birds. So if you want to make the argument, so like has to compare nouns, like mammals and birds would have to be compared to dinosaurs. We actually don't even have the dinosaurs there. We have the dinosaur tracks. So even if you want to make the case that the placement isn't a problem, and that somehow the like mammals and birds can kind of go all the way back to the dinosaurs, which I think is pretty funky and pretty confusing, you don't really have that there. You have the dinosaur tracks, not the dinosaurs themselves. For that reason, we can get rid of A. Where to next? C, dinosaurs left tracks that showed them walking with their feet directly under their bodies, like mammals and birds. Again, I really struggle with that placement of the like mammals and birds. I don't think that makes any sense. Dinosaurs left tracks. If that was in the very beginning, like mammals and birds, dinosaurs left tracks, maybe we're okay. But even then, the meaning doesn't make any sense. Like mammals and birds, dinosaurs left tracks. What we're trying to make the comparison to is the behavior, the walking habits of mammals and birds versus dinosaurs. And that gives you the trouble in C. That comparison doesn't make sense. Look at they, them. Yeah, absolutely. This is spot on. And my exhaustion here, I wasn't pointing it out because I'm kind of in meaning mode here. Maybe somewhat unnecessarily. And yes, this is an official question. As you look at A and B here, dinosaur tracks showed them, let me pull the question back up. Showed them walking. Who's they? There's no dinosaurs here. There's tracks. The tracks show the tracks walking. Doesn't make any sense. Same thing in B. Dinosaur tracks show that they walked, showed that the tracks walked. So right there, you've got a smoking gun. So you need something that actually has dinosaurs in it for those pronouns to make sense. So thank you for pointing that out. Again, punch drunk here. Sun's already up. I'm making those mistakes and missing stuff. So again, do as I say, not as I do. Also, get more sleep. You'll do better on the GMAT. Okay. That gets rid of A and B. I hope you like D. The tracks that dinosaurs left show that they walked. Fair enough. They refers back to dinosaurs with their feet directly under their bodies, as do mammals and birds. Now the as do sets up the comparison nicely between the behavior of dinosaurs and the behavior of mammals and birds. They're all walking with their legs directly underneath them. Cool, we're good. Answer's D. Now a thing that, and Dinesh, I'm not sure if you're referring to D here. So the tracks show something. I don't know if this is the thing that you're struggling with a bit there. I don't love it. The tracks show something, but it's in all of them, so I can't do a whole lot about it. Again, not sure if that's addressing your question. All right. Next one, have at it. I'm laughing at this one. A versus C, according to our crowd. Which one is correct? Let's find out. In other words, GMAT Ninja, get off your butt. Okay, I'm gonna be lazy and leave this up on the screen again. All meaning stuff. So key discovery in the scientific effort to understand fire was made in 1774. Lavoisier recognized that the apparent disappearance of matter in flames is an illusion. First of all, by the way, as always here, I'm going to skim through, see if I can find anything that's low-hanging fruit. My eyes go to the it. It's almost the only thing I see here that gives me a shot. Now, maybe I'm not seeing things very well after however long I've been here. I might go to D and E first. I see the it. It was an illusion that there is an apparent disappearance of matter in flames. If you want to be super, super conservative, keep that in. Because I'm not sure that there's an argument that this is absolutely wrong. It was an illusion. That's one of those dummy pronouns. What's the it? Referring to a state of affairs. It is an illusion that blah, blah, blah. It's a construction that is not that unusual. Use of that dummy pronoun. I don't love it. Usually I have to have a pretty good reason to do it. I'm not sure it's a smoking gun. E, same thing. It was an illusion that matter apparently disappears in flames. Just from the standpoint of that, it, same thing. Dummy pronoun, it is raining. It is a fact that people who stay up all night are not very intelligent by the end of the night. I'm not sure that it's wrong. So from just kind of is there something kind of strict mechanical? Is there something really, really clean I can look at? Not really. I'm not seeing anything super obvious there. Now, let's get into the meaning a little bit. I'm going to stay focused on D and E because I think there's some ugly stuff there. It was an illusion that there is an apparent disappearance of matter in flames. Okay, now I'm in meaning world here on D. It was an illusion in the past that there is an apparent disappearance of flames. Whoa, 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 whoa. It's not to say you can't mix tenses. You certainly can, but you got to have a good reason to do it. It has to match the sequence of events. Are we saying it was an illusion in the past, but then in the present, there is an apparent disappearance? That's a general characteristic that just happens or is happening right now. That doesn't make any sense. Why would we put those two things in different tenses? Right there, I'm going to ditch D. E, it was an illusion that matter apparently disappears in flames. Same deal, right? Why are we saying that matter disappears in flames? Present tense. And then saying it was an illusion in the past. That doesn't make any sense either. Why are we mixing those tenses? Again, no rule saying you can't have past and present in the same sentence. Super easy to do, not a problem. Got to have a reason to do it. It's got to match the logic. Here it absolutely doesn't. A, B, and C. Here's where it gets a little more subtle. I'll pick on B because I don't think we had too many people pick it. Recognize that the matter that apparently disappears in flames is an illusion. So what are we saying there? The matter. Now we're going to say more about it, right? We're going to modify that a little bit and say the matter that does stuff is an illusion. What is it that's the illusion? Is it the matter itself? However we might qualify it. Is it the matter itself that's the illusion? Or is its disappearance, the act of disappearing? Is that the illusion? It is not the matter itself. That's why you can get rid of B. A and C. The disappearance of matter in flames is apparently an illusion versus the apparent disappearance is an illusion. Super, super, super subtle here. I'll pick on C first. The disappearance is apparently an illusion. The disappearance of matter is apparently an illusion. It's almost suggested that the disappearance itself is an illusion. I like that placement much, much better logically of apparent. When you read C, you go, the disappearance of matter in flames, that's the thing that actually happens. Oh, wait, it's an illusion. Or would I rather say that the apparent disappearance, and pointing out very specifically there in the beginning, that disappearance isn't real. It's the apparent disappearance that you see in fire. That apparent disappearance is an illusion. Really, really super crazy pants subtle. But that's why A is the right answer. And on a different day, I would probably explain this much, much, much better. But what are we saying? The actual disappearance is an illusion? That's what C seems to be saying. A is saying that disappearance was apparent in the first place. It's something that we see, but isn't necessarily real. That's why A is your answer and C's out. Oh, good times. Getting a question here about possessives. Hour number 12, I think it was 12 pronouns. Hour number 14. Spent a whole bunch of time talking about that. Once that's up on YouTube for all time, go watch hour number 14, pronouns again. Much better than the older version of that. All right. Any other questions on this one? Team C lost. Actually, here's a great question. Glad you brought this up, Asim. It's actually something that was kind of on my mind earlier today. Didn't bring it up. No, that's not it at all. Really, really common fallacy. And thank you so much for this question because it's fantastic. It comes up all the time. One of the things we see in the forum, people will say, I need to preserve the original meaning of A. No, you do not. There's absolutely nothing special about A. I think it's worthwhile to kind of imagine that these answer choices are randomized and that they can be shifted around any way you want to. What you're going after is what is the most logical meaning? They're not asking you to read anybody's mind here, but there is nothing special about A. If A is a little bit illogical, and C is more logical, something that just makes more sense, has a clearer meaning, you can get rid of A. There's nothing special about it at all. So don't go out and try to defend the meaning of A. That is nothing special. It's a fallacy we see quite a bit. So fantastic question. Really, really common issue people run into. Not that consequential. I don't think that causes that many errors, but it's a subtle thing to keep in mind, especially if you're trying to aim for super high scores. All right. One more. Let's go New Mexico with this one, I think. Yeah. Clovis, New Mexico, land of enchantment. I'm not going to spoil the surprise just yet to say whether Sumit's right or wrong about A, but I really appreciate the sentiment because as you get into these kind of more, for lack of a better word, advanced questions, get the subtlety of meaning, this is it, man. Like this is the GMAT. The right answer is often something you hate, or the answer you choose, whether it's right or wrong, is often something you hate, or you hate them all, or you eliminate three. You really don't like the last two. This is the feeling. And a lot of what you're doing is you kind of try to climb that ladder and fight for those last few inches of the really hard sense correction questions. Yeah, part of it's embracing that feeling and seeing what you can pin it down to. So that feeling, 100%, 100%. I'm with you all the way on that. And you guys probably know that I like to write, have a pretty strong background as a writer. used to write plastic surgery. I was a ghostwriter for plastic surgeons for a while. Random thing I did for a couple of years. Super interesting. Know all kinds of weird stuff that I never thought would be useful. Isn't very useful, frankly. Anyway, so if you enjoy writing, you're going to look at a lot of sentence correction sentences and go, man, that's just wrong. Kind of the more you embrace the written word in English, and maybe you do some writing and start to have your own opinions about style, you're going to hate more and more of the right answers on the GMAT. All right. I kind of got everybody kind of arguing between C and A, it looks like, which is pretty cool. So I'm going to start with B, D, and E. So B, although named for the New Mexico site where first discovered in 1932, shaky, Clovis points are spear points of longitudinal grooves and have been found all over in North America. Kind of a mess. But when you think about what the heart of what the author is trying to say is, so I'm going to focus on the meaning part here, and we can split hairs over some usage things here. But the key contrast in the sentence, although they're named for the New Mexico site where they were first discovered, and again, all sorts of janky stuff in that first clause there in B. The contrast we're trying to draw is they're named for this place in New Mexico, but they've been found all over North America. That's the contrast. So when we have that although there, that's what we're trying to set up. It doesn't happen in B. Although named for the New Mexico site, Clovis points are spear points. So we're actually kind of missing the whole point of the meaning. Again, other things we can split hairs over there, but we can get rid of B. C, we'll hang on to. That one's been pretty popular. D, spear points with longitudinal grooves that are chipped onto the faces. Clovis points, even though named for the New Mexico site, were first discovered in 1932, but were found all over North America. What a freaking mess. And especially for native speakers. I actually see native speakers get a little lazy with this stuff more than I see non-native speakers. You can kind of look at that and go, I don't know, it's just a mess, it's wrong. Fight to pin that down to something. Just play it safe, because there's all kinds of questions you look at or right answers that you look at and you say that's a mess. It's a judgment call. I don't want you getting into judgment land and kind of opinion land. Lots of things we can hang our hats on here. Biggest one is this isn't a sentence. Spear points, so that first chunk in D, spear points with longitudinal grooves stripped on the faces, noun, bunch of modifiers, Clovis points, noun. Even though named, we still don't have a main clause. If Clovis points is your subject, there's never a main verb for it. So we can get rid of D. E. Well, and again, heart of the sentence here is about that contrast between the name of them, discovered in New Mexico, found all over North America. Why do we name them after New Mexico? That's the contrast. E botches it again. Well, Clovis points are spear points. So we're contrasting something to the fact that they are spear points whose faces have longitudinal grooves chipped into them. And then the contrast is they've been found all over North America, which doesn't make any sense at all as a contrast. Get rid of E. A and C, your favorites. Pick on A first. Even though Clovis points, then we describe Clovis points, they're spear points with longitudinal grooves, blah, 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 have been found all over North America. So even though they've been found all over North America, they're named for the New Mexico site where they're first discovered. Gets that comparison totally clean. Sets up exactly that contrast we're going for. Even though they've been found all over North America, named after that one place in New Mexico where you can get great green chili. I'm going to hang on to that one. C, named for the New Mexico site where they have first been discovered in 1932. So in 1932, they were discovered. They are discovered. They have been discovered. Think about the meaning there. If we said something like since 1932, move this off the board. Since 1932, they have been something. Maybe if it said since, if it's in 1932, this is straight past. You would look at the present tense here and say, well, that's absolutely ridiculous. Nobody's hesitating at that. But look what's going on there, where they have first been discovered in 1932. If you like the jargon, present perfect tense starts in the past, continues into the present. No. Happened in 1 year. Single event back in the day. Doesn't make any sense to use that tense. That's probably your smoking gun. And you can get rid of C. The answer is A. All right, 2 more minutes. Give you guys the option. We can switch over. I've got a bunch of nasty reading comp and critical reasoning passages. We can go over those, or we can do one more sentence correction. Any requests? Going once. Going twice. Actually, a couple good questions here. Let me answer those, and then we'll cut over to the next one, to CR and RC. So completely underlined questions takes time to solve. Any advice? Good question again, Dinesh. Got you up here 3 times. Appreciate it, man. Yeah, same advice I always give. Look for low-hanging fruit first. So you find stuff that leads you frequently to eliminations. A lot of stuff we've talked about today: pronouns, subject, verb tenses. You see those shifts. Parallelism. Over time, you learn to recognize those things that get you to eliminations most frequently. Honestly, the way I want you to think psychologically about those completely underlined questions, there's more to work with. There's actually more opportunities to find those really clean errors. Odds are pretty good. Again, every question is designed to be about the same amount of time to solve, right? There is a quick way to solve the longer ones, just a question of finding it quickly. A lot of time, those short ones. Think about the Halley's Comet one that we did during the comparisons one. You can just drive yourself nuts reading that sentence over and over and over again, and just spin your wheels forever. So sometimes those short ones are really, really nasty. Don't get intimidated by the completely underlined ones or the super long ones. Just do a better job of scanning through and hunting for the thing that might be an issue: the and, the pronoun, the verb tense shifts, the subject verb shift. And there was a related question in here. We can argue about this. Depends on the question, I suppose. I'm always kind of looking for those definitive errors first if I can find them. And again, I'm not doing a great job of modeling this at hour number 22 here. But I want the stuff that's more definitive versus less. It's going to get me the elimination faster. I'm always looking for it. One of the skills you're always looking to develop on sentence correction is just learn to scan and kind of have those things jump out at you. One of the things we run into a lot, we see people struggling on sentence correction, and they've kind of swallowed, they've read all the grammar books, they've taken a couple courses, whatever it is, and they come to us, sentence correction is not so good. And we see them missing these mechanical questions, and we're like, wait a minute, this guy, has taken 3 courses and swallowed 4 grammar books. Why is this? Yeah, they're just not seeing it. So, when I say something like, hey, tell me about parallelism, great textbook definition of it. But then when there's a sentence, they just can't pick it out if it's split up in a funny way. They just don't see it. So that's a separate skill, is learning to scan and have those things jump out at you. The pronouns jump out at you here. Are they doing anything terribly interesting? Not in most of them. But yeah, I think meaning is almost always, not always, but in most cases, meaning is going to take you longer than some of those really mechanical things that can get you the quick, cheap elimination. All right. Let's wrap this up. Let's get to hour number 23. Reading comp, critical reasoning. These last 2 hours are going to be pretty gratuitous. Everybody, thank you so much for joining us, and we'll see you in the next hour. Charles from GMAT Ninja here. Welcome to hour number 23 of our 24-hour nonstop GMAT Crash Course Marathon, raising money for Ukrainian refugee charities. I've been doing this for so long, I don't even know what I'm doing anymore. Been up all night. It's fantastic. Hopefully this is going to be useful to some of you guys down the road. I got to be honest with you, this one's a little bit gratuitous. A lot of what I'm trying to display in this crash course, what really goes wrong for us? What does it really feel like to suffer through the GMAT? We could sit here and kind of work through all those foundations again. That's been done in plenty of videos, some videos I've done, plenty of stuff on the internet where we can kind of go, hey, let's rehash sort of the basic ways to read a passage, or basic structures of critical reasoning, or whatever. a lot of what I want to model here is what does it feel like to suffer and how do you get better at it? And the stuff where there's no magic, and kind of aiming this at folks that are maybe kind of at an intermediate level or maybe an advanced level and are just fighting for that next 10 points, 20 points, 30 points, those extra couple inches on verbal. And what is it like? What can you do? Sometimes you just get obliterated by hard language. It's going to happen to all of us. But how can we move the needle a little bit and fight a little bit harder to kind of take a really brutal passage, stop in the right places, digest in the right places? And again, no magic to it. It's just practicing a lot of these, getting comfortable with the discomfort, starting to embrace that pain of doing these really, really tough passages. Again, difficulties in the eye of the beholder here. So I think this passage we're going to do is actually from the GRE, not the GMAT. Stylistically, I don't think there's a very big difference. I think it's super tough. My opinion, the stats on it, I think people really struggle with it. And again, reading comprehend. So we're going to do reading comp passage, a couple of questions off of it, then do a couple tough reading comps, or sorry, critical reasonings. But what I want you to focus on in this really, really tough reading comp passage, it's all one blob of text. I want you to think about when can you break it up? When can you stop and say, what's the author driving at? Do I see a purpose in here somewhere? I always want you to fight for purpose on reading comprehension. Stop as often as you need to go, hey, what's going on here? If you try to swallow that passage whole, you're going to get yourself into trouble. And again, some of you guys are going to really struggle with this one. I think it's pretty hard. I'd love to be wrong and y'all nail it. But part of getting better at it is just getting better at focusing and powering through, and no magic. Sometimes it's just a ton of practice. And again, learning where you need to stop, digest, and go, whoa, whoa, whoa. What's the author getting at here? Okay, I'm going to stop again partway through. What's the author getting at here? How does it connect to that first part? So gnarly little passage. Good luck to you. Okay, I can hear the gears grinding back there. I don't know, maybe you're not struggling as much as I am. Tough passage. Here's what I'd like you to do if you're watching this live. Punch however you would process this passage and think about kind of the author's overall purpose or main idea. what are you getting out of this? So how would you summarize this passage? And I'm going to keep my mouth shut until I see, I don't know, let's say 10 of them up in the chat. Don't be shy, as long or as short as you'd like. And then once I see enough of those in there and kind of get a sense of what you guys are getting out of it, we'll come back, break down the passage, then we'll tackle the questions. Asim, nice. Getting somewhere. Good, you guys. I'm seeing variety, and again, we can split the hairs and tinker with this and the different versions I'm seeing, but I'm seeing some really, really good thinking, and it makes me happy. Shika, you got this. And again, one of the toughest passages, deliberately picking a super, super tough passage. A lot of it's about the fight, you guys. You're not going to win it every time, but the more you fight, the better you're going to get at these. And I wish there was more magic than that. I wish there was some magical technique. I don't have a ton for you here. The only thing that I find myself thinking about is I got to stop partway through to make sense of this. Kind of got to stop, again, for me, twice, might be more than that or less than that for you. But if you try to swallow this thing whole, you're going to get pretty lost in all likelihood. You break it into pieces, then you start to have a better shot, I think. And again, keep practicing this stuff. It'll get better. Yeah. I'm just seeing really good thoughts. And again, we can argue about the details on some of these, and that's great. But you guys are fighting really hard and synthesizing this stuff, and I think it's fantastic. Okay. There's some pretty funky turns of phrase here that are absolutely brutal. And here's the thing: when we talk about kind of breaking down these passages, and if you've watched other reading comp videos I've done, you hear me talk about this. Where it's like, look, do you have to get every single word to get what you really need on that reading comp passage in order to move on to the questions? You don't need to get every word. So you're going to get beat sometimes. I mean, so kind of the just above the first half of the passage, kind of the end of the first half. Granted that the presence of these elements need not argue for an authorial awareness of novelistic construction comparable to that of Henry James. I have no idea what I just said. That makes no sense. Now, do I really need it? I'm not really sure I do, to be honest with you, because as I look at that first half of the passage, let's kind of look at that and say, once you get to the however, maybe there's a new thought going on. so that first half, we're saying, okay, there's kind of two different ways of reading this, right? The second part is a counterpoint that, so many critics see the second part as a counterpoint that comments on it or reverses the first part. So that's one direction critics can go, is say, so second part is a counterpoint to the first, and then it talks about a romantic reading. Where it gets more confirmation. You can see the two parts of the whole as a whole instead, right? Okay, great. So there's this idea in there that you could read it as two different parts. You could read it as a whole. And then you get to that second part, the author takes a turn here and says, well, wait, any interpretation that seeks to unify all those diverse elements is not convincing. So you could read it as a whole and not as a bunch of diverse parts. It's a counterpoint, but you can't really do that. Why? And then you get some really messy stuff there again. But because Wuthering Heights has recalcitrant elements of undeniable power that resist inclusion and all-encompassing interpretation. Again, you don't need every word. Not super important to get every word there. But again, what I'm seeing in your nice little summaries is this idea that, yeah, there's the critics that kind of say, hey, you could read the second part as a counterpoint to the first, or you could take a romantic reading where you take it all as a whole. But the authors are arguing that an interpretation that unifies all of this diversity of Wuthering Heights is going to be unconvincing. Is that good enough? We can find out when we get to the answer choices. But again, don't be a perfectionist here. If you can kind of understand the author's main idea and how those ideas connect, you might have enough to fight on. Okay. Let's go ahead and hit a couple of the questions real quick here. Rough stuff. All right, this is hard, you guys. So I think it's actually the what this is pointing to, which the following inferences about Henry James's awareness of novelistic construction is best supported by the passage. That sentence that brings up Henry James's authorial awareness, that was actually one of the ones I think I was clowning a minute ago, where I was saying, hey, I can't make a whole lot of sense of this thing. I didn't really understand why we're talking about Henry James. I am not well read enough to know who Henry James is, frankly. I'm a culturalist cretin. So here's that sentence again, or that chunk of the sentence: an authorial awareness of novelistic construction comparable to that of Henry James. Okay, I think we're saying that this Henry James guy has a pretty good authorial awareness of novelistic construction, is very aware of the construction of novels. I assume he's a novelist as well. Okay. I'm going to have a really hard time here, to be honest. I mean, part of this is pureed brain at this point. I think I've gone from mashed potato brain to applesauce brain with gravy. It's going to be really hard for me to eliminate the wrong answers, but I see one that just jumps out at me as right, which is not good hygiene. It's not a good technique. I'm going to do my best to refute the others. James, more than any other novelist, was aware of the difficulties of novelistic construction. A couple thoughts here. I don't know that there's anything about James being aware of the difficulties. I don't quite see that there. Maybe I'm missing it. I don't see where James is aware of the difficulties, number one. Number two, more than any other novelist. I think it's kind of saying the opposite, right? Well, it's not saying the opposite, but is there a comparison here where we're saying that James, more than any other novelist, is aware of this stuff? There's no comparison between James and anybody else, really. It's saying that the presence of these elements in Bronte's work need not argue for an awareness that James has. But even then, it doesn't quite go to say that she lacks the awareness that James has. It doesn't even say that. It says it need not argue for it. So going way too far to make that comparison and say that James, more than any other novelist, is out. B, James is very aware of the details of novelistic construction. Yeah, I think, maybe I'm misreading it, but I think that's exactly what that's saying here. So I'm going to hang on to B. C, James's awareness of novelistic construction derived from his reading of Bronte. Whoa, we're way off the reservation here. We don't say anything at all. Like, how do we know that James even reads Bronte? There's a comparison here between their writing or their authorial awareness of construction, but we have no idea if James has read Bronte or even has any idea who she is. D, James's awareness of novelistic construction has led most commentators to see Unity as individual novels. We don't know anything about what most commentators in general know about this guy. D's out. E, James's awareness of novelistic construction precluded him from violating the unity of his novels. I'm pretty lost there. I don't think we know anything about the unity of James's novels here. All we know is this is the only mention of him. His authorial awareness of novelistic construction. B captures that, E doesn't. We're out. So again, if you're getting intimidated by this stuff, look, this is stuff where I think even when I'm rested, I'm going to struggle with this passage. I'm going to have to really fight through, really concentrate hard, find those moments where I go, okay, wait, I'm going to stop here and reread it and make sure I fight for that purpose. I might miss sentences. I struggled with the sentence until I had to break it down. And this becomes kind of about focus and saying, well, let me take that chunk. There's nothing else there that even refers to James. Let me see if I can break that down enough to fight my way through this question. Good, tough one here. One more on this passage, and then we're going to switch over to critical reasoning, and then we get to the fun stuff with Bunuel in the final hour. Okay. This one's pretty tough as well, and going to be honest with you, I'm really going to struggle to explain why some of these guys are wrong, given the state of my brain at the moment. And this is going to be the last question for this passage. And then there's some good questions about inferences actually that came up. I'm going to circle back to those for the previous question we went through. Author of the passage would be most likely to agree that an interpretation of a novel should. Okay, really big key here. The question is talking about the author's point of view and what they would agree on, that an interpretation of a novel, not necessarily this novel, a novel in general. That's actually kind of the key here. Do you think the author would agree that an interpretation should not try to unite heterogeneous elements in the novel? I don't think the author is arguing that at all. I think the author is arguing that trying to do that with this particular novel is problematic. And is actually saying, so what is it that the author generalizes that? So it's kind of look at that last half of the passage. An interpretation that seeks to unify all of the novel, this novel's diverse element, is bound to be somewhat unconvincing. Why? It's not because such an interpretation necessarily stiffens into a thesis. It's not that it's necessarily a problem, but because this particular novel has a whole bunch of fancy words. This particular novel, Wuthering Heights, has certain elements of power that resist that rigid interpretation. Look at that little chunk in parentheses. Although rigidity in any interpretation of this or any novel is always a danger. This is where people are struggling, I think, between A and B. And since I'm not seeing any love for C, D, and E, I'm not going to spend any time on them because they're going to hurt my brain. So that's kind of the scope shift I think people are getting caught in a little bit. She doesn't think you should be trying to unite heterogeneous elements of this novel, Wuthering Heights. But look at that bit in parentheses. Rigidity in interpretation is always a danger. That's B. So this is almost, I think it might be the only time in the passage where the author talks about general interpretations of novels in that parenthetical statement, although rigidity is always a danger. So B is spot on. You should not be inflexible. Any interpretation should not be inflexible in its treatment of the elements in the novel. And there you go. I want to glitch back here to one of the questions that came up on the inference question. Had some really good, productive, kind of general questions about inferences, if I can find these again. And I'm struggling to find them. Okay, Asim, none of it with these questions. Really enjoy it, thank you. Although I agree that I can eliminate all the other options except B, isn't an inference supposed to bring new information to the picture? This is actually another, I'd say, common kind of general fallacy. Critical reasoning and reading comp both is that when you see the word inference, it's really easy to say, well, it's something that's not literally stated in the passage. I think that's really, 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 really dangerous. And back in the day, I don't know, 4 or 5 years ago, I think I did a video about, I think it might have been a video titled something like 7 Biggest Mistakes You Make in Critical Reasoning and Reading Comp. And this is one of the big things I talked about, is overthinking inferences and going, well, it isn't stated. And as soon as you get in that mindset, you're going to start picking answer choices that are where you've got to add things to it. When you see the word inference, critical reasoning or reading comp, what I want you to think is, hey, which of the following is most true? That's it. Don't get caught up in the business of, is it stated, is it not stated? Because you can get yourself into real trouble. A lot of things that are inferences are really, really simple restatements. Now, nothing simple about this passage, my opinion. But if I say something like, hey, I know this guy, Chuck, happily eats 6,000 calories of food daily and is a renowned enthusiastic eater. Inference. Chuck likes food. Now, a lot of people would look at this and say, well, no, that's too obvious, right? That is basically stated in the passage. No, it's not directly stated. It feels so obvious. You feel like I already said it in the dumb little passage up there. But yeah, this is a very true statement, very easily inferred from that passage. It feels too obvious. Don't fight an answer to an inference question because it feels too obvious. It's almost certainly your right answer. It certainly isn't going to be outside information. It might be something that's not stated directly, but it still has to be something that is very much supported by the passage. Don't overthink it. It can be anything from a very, very simple restatement to maybe something you got to fight for a little bit. But bottom line is when you see the word inference, I want you to think, which of the following is most true? That's it. Keep it that simple. Stop you from getting into trouble. And similar comment here from Sanjana. And again, apologies for mispronunciations. Yeah, textbook definition, dictionary definition of inference, you're spot on. But I think it gets you into trouble because then you start kind of hallucinating stuff and you start taking things for a walk and saying, well, that one's too obvious. So when you see inference, simplify your approach and just say, hey, I'm looking for the thing that is most supported. Which one of these is the most correct, most true, based on what I see in the passage? That is it. Don't make it any more complicated than that. And even Maria, as you know, love her work. But yeah, you're both right. There's a dictionary definition of it. But I think in terms of your habits of mind on the GMAT or LSAT or GRE, whichever one you're doing, that can actually get you in a little bit of trouble. And I just want you to think of it as which one is the most true. That's it. Super, super simple. All right. Cool. Where are we? I think that wraps up the reading comprehension. That thing hurt my brain. Let's do a couple critical reasonings real quick that I think are pretty nasty. Some of the toughest ones I could find. Somewhat gratuitously, again, if you're struggling with these, you are not alone. Please do not be embarrassed by it. A lot of this is having a little bit of fun in hour number 23, having you guys watch me stumble and fumble. Is this useful for you? I don't know. But one of the things that I think, sometimes test prep people, and again, a lot of the crowd on GMAT Club doesn't make this mistake, but I think, sometimes we make it look easy, whether we mean to or not, and it isn't. It just isn't. And I think that's something that you just need to embrace, that sometimes you're going to get punched in the face by this stuff. And especially on adaptive tests like the GMAT, depending on what your goals are, how many of these you need to get right? This level of question depends on what your goals are. But, if you're shooting for a 40, I'm not crying if you, get the snot beat out of you on this question, because it is really hard. This is the kind of thing where if you want a 46, 47 on verbal for some reason, yeah, I should be able to get this. But for most of you shooting for 700, 40 on verbal, really good practice. The more you fight through these really tough passages and work on that skill of breaking it down, breaking it into pieces, trying to figure out how those pieces fit together, the more you practice that, the better you're going to get. It's going to help you on easier questions too. Really good skill to develop. But for most of you with reasonable goals, you don't need to get the snot beaten out of you by this, and no shame in missing the questions here, but really, really good for you to get in the habit of fighting through it. Part of why I like the LSAT so much. Sometimes you get these really, really tough passages. Thank you, Sanjana. All right. Yeah, real quick. This is a good one. Actually, go back to Hasim real quick. Yes, that's exactly it. Don't consider the outside information. Just don't do it. There's no reason to do that on an inference. We're just saying, hey, which of the following is the most true? Keep it that simple. That's it. So don't bring in that outside information. A lot of what the deal is on GMAT verbal in general, don't bring in outside information. As soon as you start going, well, if this is true, and if this is true, and if that is true, you're taking the passage for a walk. You have a very high risk of getting yourself into trouble. All right. Great question here too, Whitney. I think I wrote a whole article about this years ago on GMAT Club, and maybe I'm making that up. I feel like there was kind of a thing that somebody asked me, and I wrote a whole rant about how to go from good, 40, 42 to kind of a 45 level. I don't know if that article is any good. I haven't looked at it in years. Yeah, look, if you're at a 42, you're doing great. I mean, that's a fantastic score. That's 90-something percentile. That's magnificent. What do you need those 3 points for? There might be a good answer to that, right? But I think for people watching in general, it's like, what do you want a 45 quant or 45 verbal for? Chances are, again, if you're applying for an MBA, most business schools, they need to see a strong quant score out of you, probably 47 or above. Depends on your profile. I don't want to overgeneralize that. So if you've got a 42 on verbal and you're kind of at that 47, 48 level on quant, do you really need to push that verbal higher? So that's one question. I think we sometimes see people who are kind of fighting for higher scores and they don't really need it for what their either composite score goal is or what their business school goals are. So that's one thought. You might have a really compelling reason looking at the averages of schools you're applying to and kind of what the rest of your profile is. You might talk to an admissions consultant, and if my brain was working a little better, I would name all the sponsors we've had today. MBA Mission, Gatehouse, Stratus, Missionato, Applicant Lab, obviously. I'm sure I'm missing a couple, but Personal MBA Coach. Some of these wonderful folks that have been doing this forever. And they might say to you, hey, do you think you can squeeze out a 760 instead of a 740? And that's where this conversation about bringing the verbal score up matters. But just make sure that you're not doing this, that you know why you're doing this, and that you have that in kind of the context of your overall admissions goals. That said, what are we arguing about here from a 42 to a 45? It's 3 questions, 4 questions. That's it. So yeah, it's fighting for these little scraps. Like, are there little bits of kind of the mechanical stuff? Are there little bits you can pick up? If versus whether is a silly little thing that's come up a couple times today. How often do you see it? I don't know. It's maybe 4 or 5 questions out of all the official ones that have been released. It's not that big. Yeah, at the point where you're trying to get those last couple questions right, you probably need to fight for those little things. You probably need to look really hard at your results and say, yeah, do I see any patterns at all? Do I tend to miss assumption questions a little bit disproportionately? A little bit. You're not missing a lot if you're at a 42. Then maybe there's something there you need to work on. But yeah, I mean, it really is like once you're fighting for that kind of mid 700 score, or fighting for that mid 40 score on verbal, 50, 51 score on quant, it's just you're scrapping for every little quarter point, and it's fine tuning this little thing and that little thing, and just doing enough passages that you just get slowly a little bit better at powering through them. And I wish there was better advice than that. But that's really it. It's kind of fighting for every little inch, and it's maddening. One last wisecrack on that is that the GMAT isn't very good. Once you kind of get to the top of the score scale, sometimes that 3 points, again, it's 3 or 4 questions, might be good day versus bad day. I'm not saying that if you're at a 40 level, you're going to imagine to get a 45 on your best day, very unlikely. But if you're kind of somewhere in that 42 to 45 range, or 43-ish is where your skills are, yeah, 41 one day, 45 the next. That's just kind of natural variability. And I think you're a little more subject to it at the top of the score scale like that, because a couple of questions swings it. And again, that's frustrating because it certainly can matter for admissions. All right. Yeah, these are really, really good general questions here. Not to get super in admission stuff, but always love hearing from Maria on this stuff. Right about the 47 plus being for most people kind of the floor for top programs. Maria has seen many, many, many applicants, knows what she's talking about. I just saw a good one here. Overall time management. John, I assume you're referring to verbal here, since that's what this lesson is on. Yeah, quant, we've got one rant. Not going to spend time on that here since this is a verbal hour. But if you're curious about time management on quant, one of our tutors at GMAT Ninja, Mike, did a really, really good video on it a couple of years ago. Come over to the GMAT Ninja YouTube channel. Check that out. Pretty short video. I don't know, maybe 10 minutes, something like that. That'll help you there, because I think there really is a strategy on quant that can help you. Verbal, look, guys, one of the things that really sucks about verbal is I don't think there's a lot of strategy that can help you. And this has actually come up a couple times in the chat, and I haven't really addressed it yet. There's time management strategies. And I think for quant, it's like, hey, let go of the questions that are hard for you. That's really the strategy. Invest your time in things you got a real shot at getting. That's what efficiency means. Again, go check out Mike's rant on the GMAT Ninja YouTube channel for that one. Verbal, I don't think there's management strategies, really. I think all you can really do is get more efficient. Yeah, you don't want to obsess if you're spending 5 minutes on those last 2 answer choices. At some point, you got to walk away, man. I mean, so that's a little bit of a strategy, but it's almost impossible to glance at a verbal question and know whether it's hard right away. You kind of get through, 50, 60, 80% of the work before you realize you're in trouble. And bailing at that point, yeah, if you know you're really screwed, go ahead and bail, save whatever time. If the time's going to be wasted, walk away, you bet. But quant, I think in 30 to 60 seconds, you can see if you're in trouble, bank that time for something else. Verbal, you can't do that. There's not really time management strategies. Usually on verbal, it's just you go until you can't go anymore and dial down the center after that, just guess. And there's not much more you can do. And I've seen a million different variations of, this timing trick or that timing trick, and they usually do more harm than good. So really, time management on verbal, it's just gaining efficiency. It's all the stuff we've been talking about, building your strength at cracking these passages. As we talk about critical reasoning, right? It's like sometimes thinking structurally really, really helps you, depending on the passage type. Reading comp, same thing. You don't want to overread, you don't want to underread. That's a really hard skill to calibrate. But if you obsess over detail and go fact, you're going to waste a bunch of time. You're going to get to that main idea question and go, fact, and spit out a random fact instead of understanding the author's overall purpose. So all of those things that I talk about in all the verbal videos about good hygiene, critical reasoning, reading comp, sentence correction, all three of them, you master some of those strategies over time. And again, some of them are really hard to learn. I mean, they're things that are really slow burns. That's what's going to make you more efficient. I don't think of it as speed. I think of it as more efficiency. That's really all you can do. For some of you guys, reading speed's a real issue. If you happen to be a super slow reader, yeah, you're always going to run into timing problems on verbal, and it sucks. But I think what we see mostly out of our students, we get this question a lot, like, hey, I'm not finishing the verbal section on time. I have to scramble after question 30 or whatever. I'd say a majority of them, we find stuff that's going on with their process that's slowing them down. So there's room to gain. Do we still meet people whose reading speeds are really, really slow? Yeah, it happens. Not sure it happens a ton, but it happens. All right. Another good question here. I didn't mean to make this hour in a Q&A, but might as well run with it while we got it. So correlation between the score and number of snakes we can afford to get to a specific score. A lot of ink gets spilled on this on the forum. I don't remember anything in particular that I've written about it, but I'm sure there's a lot of stuff there. And maybe somebody who can think of a good article about kind of how that works. Wouldn't be surprised if Bunuel's written something there. Yeah, I want to be really careful with this, Fahad, and again, apologies for any mispronunciations. The way I want you to think about the GMAT, fundamentally what that algorithm is doing is it's trying to find the level of question at which you get half right, half wrong, and there's some twists and turns to it. You're not going to miss exactly half of it. So you can miss a whole crap ton of questions and do really, really well, especially on quant, depending on how you define well. Honestly, this question, I think, depends on your score goal. If you're telling me that you want to, let's say, a 45 quant and a 35 verbal, just pick some semi-random numbers, you can miss a ton of questions and get those scores. And you could miss very few questions and get those same scores. It just depends on what you miss. What you miss matters more than how many you miss. That's the bottom line on the GMAT, which is why I harp on this business of good hygiene. Don't make the careless errors. Make sure you're doing things to make sure you're getting the stuff you know how to do. As you get higher on the score scale, it becomes a little bit easier for us to say, yeah, to get a 45, you can only on verbal, let's say, super elite score. That is a tough score to get. You're looking for a 45 on verbal. Yeah, you're missing 3 or 4. We can say those kinds of things top into the score scale. As you get into kind of the middle or even kind of, somewhat above average, but not super elite. Yeah, you can miss more questions than the guy next to you and get a much better score depending on what you miss. If the guy next to you misses a bunch of easy stuff, you nail the easy stuff, get obliterated by the hard stuff, you might make twice as many errors and get a better score on that section. So again, in terms of your mindset, what I want you to think about here is get the stuff right you need to get right. What you miss matters more than how many. And again, if you're way up on the score scale, we can start to have a conversation about a specific number of questions that gets you in the ballpark. Hope that helps a little bit, Fahad. All right. Mountains of questions. This is turning into a Q&A, and that's cool. Some of these are really, really good. Gloomy Bison, great one. I'm going to pull this off the board since we're not talking about that passage anymore. Yeah, I think there is such a thing as how precisely you can read. So when I give you a passage, a sentence, a paragraph, whatever it is, one of 3 things can happen to you. You can nail it, get the author's intent exactly, understand with pinpoint precision. That's a skill required of lawyers, for example. If you can't be super precise, you're going to have a really hard time as a lawyer. Category number 2 is that you get the gist, but you're missing a little bit of the detail. You drop a word here or there. There's some fine shades of meaning that you struggle with. And thing number 3 is you get obliterated. Now, we all have passages, and certainly moments too. Like, your reading ability in a given moment is going to be, variable. Mine is falling apart as we get to almost hour number 24 here. But I think even at our best, we all have a reading ceiling. And it is hard. It is far from impossible to push that reading ceiling upward. You can do it. You spend more time reading stuff. Got a couple of articles about that on the forum. You spend more time reading stuff, you're going to get better at reading. I mean, that ceiling is going to increase. It just takes time. So I think we all kind of have that fundamental ceiling where there's some kind of level of passage where we're likely to get just the gist and not the exact meaning, or we're likely to get obliterated. It happens to everybody. Everybody has that ceiling, myself very, very much included. That's what I mean by that. Now, things we talk about in test prep, where it's like, hey, here's the technique I want you to employ when you do reading comp or critical reasoning. We're talking about process and not improving your actual reading ability. We're trying to improve the way you approach these passages or this task or process elimination. So in the short run of, let's say, a couple months, somebody comes to us for tutoring, or you come to the forum, you start asking questions, you come to these live events or whatever, and you say, well, hey, I got 2 months to study before my exam. How do I get better at, let's say, reading comprehension? In 2 months, you're probably not going to become a fundamentally better reader, maybe by a little bit, but not by a lot. It takes more time than that. But can we make your processes better? Probably yes. So hope that helps, Gloomy Bison. Awesome questions today and yesterday. Okay, wow. And yes, this is true. You guys are asking really good questions that I'm happy to answer. It's actually easier for me than battling through some of these crazy critical reasonings I picked out for you guys. First few questions. Yeah, this is another good one. I think warm-ups are good. I think it depends on why you struggle. Is it that your brain's not warmed up? Or is it that you're getting a little anxious in the beginning, which is totally normal? If you kind of have an issue kind of with focus in the beginning, you might want to check out. So, brought Dr. Jenny Foreman on sometime in that first half of the day today. Had a lot to say about kind of resetting your routines. Got a bunch of similar content from a sports psychologist on our YouTube channel at GMAT Ninja. So if it's kind of a performance thing where you're just not locked in yet, maybe that's something that can help. I'm a big fan of doing warm-ups. Sometimes people just struggle to get in gear. It might be something physical as well. I mean, there could be all kinds of things causing that. Not a stupid question at all. I mean, this is actually a big deal. And one of the things, if I'm analyzing somebody's ESR, their enhanced score report, that's one of the things I look for. Like, hey, are you struggling at the beginning and end of sections? If you are, there's probably something going on there where you've got some performance issue. Could be any number of things. I like the warm-up idea. Sometimes section order can help. There are people out there that still choose to do the kind of not very important stuff, AWA and IR, at the beginning, because then they're kind of into the groove of thinking and writing and reading stuff. That's another option. It's not right for that many people, might be for you. So sorry, it's kind of a generic answer, but it is a really valuable thing for you to think about. And as you kind of do your practice tests, and for that matter, your practice sets, try to focus on, hey, what happens on the days when I'm better at the beginning of the section? What happens on the days when I'm worse? And see if you can drill into it a little bit. And this is awesome. Seeing family drop by. Very, very cool. All right. I cannot even keep track with all these questions. You talk about the gaps. Yeah, another good one, Natasha. Can you talk about the gaps between successive mocks? Got a whole article up on the forum, also on our website at GMAT Ninja, about what are the reasons why your actual tests don't match your practice test scores. And that actually kind of gets at the same question. I know you're talking about the gaps between your practice tests, but it's the same kind of factors, right? One might be that if they're non-official tests, it might be that those tests are faulty and they're kind of giving you funky scores. Very, very possible. Might be possible that you've seen some of the questions before. I religiously have stayed away from GMAT prep questions from those MBA.com tests today. I didn't always do that in my previous videos. You can go search around for questions on the forum and do a ton of GMAT prep questions, and then your tests are warped a little bit. All kinds of stuff like that can happen. Maybe it's a performance issue. Maybe it's just that you're not systematic. That's the biggest thing. I'd say reason number one for differences in your practice tests, if they're official practice tests, good quality, haven't seen the questions before, you're probably not systematic. You're doing different things on different days. You don't have a process for each question type that you can repeat. And so you're kind of like, oh, for example, you might be saying, hey, today I'm going to sit down for the exam and I'm going to read the reading comp extra hard. Now you're in trouble, right? If you're sitting down for an exam and you're reading differently than you have before, different things are going to happen, right? So whatever your process is needs to be super, super consistent. Again, that's hard. I mean, that's kind of everything we've been talking about that gets really difficult, is how do you get better over time at being super systematic and locking these ways of doing things into place? It's really tough. It can take time. So I hope that helps a little bit, Natasha. I know it's kind of another, could be a million things kind of answers. Wow. Okay. Getting messages from my kids. This is fun. And I'm trying to figure out which questions in here are going to be useful for everybody in general. I know this is supposed to be a verbal hour here, but I like this question. In a day, yeah, go get some sleep. Don't watch my stupid sweaty face here in hour number 24. Go get some rest, get a good meal, relax. If your test is tomorrow, just get your mind right. Go in there super relaxed. Quant, you're not going to get better at quant between now and tomorrow. Can you get better at execution? All the stuff I've been barking about in 11 quant lessons today, or 10 of them. Number 11 is coming up in 10 minutes. Read twice, check your work, plot your path forward, all that stuff. Don't make careless errors. Your job, especially when you're at 17th percentile, nail the stuff you know how to do. Nail the stuff you know how to do. Don't waste your time on the stuff you don't. Keep moving. If you're stuck on something, don't see a good path forward, get out of there. Nail the stuff you can understand. It's going to take time to really raise that score a lot. But if we're talking about moving the needle by 10, 20 percentage points, yeah, maybe getting your mind right, getting your body right. And just really concentrating on being super accurate on the stuff you know how to do, letting go of the rest might move the needle a little bit. Okay. I think I've gotten all of these that are up here. Yeah, another really good question here. And again, apologies for the mispronunciation, Sushil. How much time should you give to a verbal question before guessing moving to the next? That's another tough one. Because I think it depends on the question, depends on why you're struggling. I think at whatever point you recognize, I think a not very useful generic thing we can say is at whatever point you recognize you're in real trouble, and investing any further time is likely to be a waste, yeah, move on. But I don't think there's any particular number we can say, hey, at 2 minutes, move on. Because if you're at 2 minutes, let's say it's sentence correction, and 20 more seconds is all you need to lock in your answer, spend the 20 seconds. It's worth it at that point. 20 seconds to get a right answer versus a coin toss between the last two, I'll take it. Now, if I start obsessing over two answer choices and I'm totally lost and I got nothing, at some point, yeah, maybe I do have to move on. So yeah, no real rule for this. It's one of those things you have to kind of experiment with a little bit. And just think about at what point is this a waste of time? And as you kind of track your times, one of the nice features of the new MBA.com interface, you actually get the times now on those official MBA.com tests. You can see the individual question times. Look at the ones that took you the longest and ask yourself, as you review your practice exams in particular, or your practice sets, are there any of these that I spent 3 minutes, 4 minutes on, maybe even 2.5 minutes on, and missed anyway, where I should have seen a moment where I was in trouble and moved on? And again, depending on the test taker, maybe that's going to be common for you on verbal, that you're going to see opportunities to move on. A lot of test takers really never have that at all. They're going to get to some point where they go, well, I've got my best guess and I'm going to move on. They don't have to worry about it too much. But again, just depending on kind of what sorts of things you're struggling with, I would just pay attention to your own data. You see those 3 and 4 minute questions, try to ask yourself, was there a moment when I should have bailed? Same for quant. Yikes. Okay. Another good question here, Sahil. And again, apologies for the mispronunciations. Verbal not as good as quant. Should I start with the comfort zone paper or verbal? I think you're talking about section order here, I assume. Yeah, I think that's just a personal detail. I've got a rant about section order, if that's what you're getting at here, over on the GMAT Ninja YouTube channel, how to choose your section order. I don't think it necessarily matters a ton. There are things you can look for in your performance that might direct you one direction or the other. But I don't think that's necessarily going to make a huge difference. It's very, very rare that we run into students either on the forums or in real life whose performance is radically different, changing the section order. Maybe you're an exception. You can check out that video. It's pretty short, maybe 6 minutes. That might help a little bit. All right. Yeah, great comment, MT. If you find a reading comp passage, you have some knowledge of it, some background in it, don't let it trick you. Stick to the passage. Be literal, be literal. 2 different errors I see on passage types where people get intimidated, or not necessarily intimidated, led astray by the topic, it's never because it matters if you have pre-existing knowledge exactly. Every passage is designed to be totally fair. It doesn't matter what your background is. It's a test of reading. It's not a test of your science knowledge or anything like that. The mistake you can make in your own head is you get intimidated by something. I'm uncomfortable with science, and then I read it badly. The same thing can happen in something that I am very comfortable with. Studied economics. I like economics passage. And now my own knowledge of economics is getting in the way. I'm bringing in my own outside stuff. And I'm not reading what's there. I'm reading some combination of whatever's going on in my brain about economics and what's there. So absolutely true. And this is part of kind of developing a really consistent process on reading comp or critical reasoning or anything else, is trying to make sure you kind of calibrate right where you keep all that outside stuff out of it, and don't worry about the topic. It should be the same exact process no matter what the topic is. And again, really hard to achieve. It's hard to turn off that voice in your head that's saying, hey, I know a bunch about this topic. Yeah, but what about this? You got to really fight to turn that off and get you into trouble. Yeah, related to a question we had earlier. So trying to solve verbal within the exam time limit, pacing's a problem. Look, they don't hand out any trophies or any cookies or any bottles of wine for finishing the section on time. And what you need to think about is, given kind of what your constraints are in terms of your speed as a test taker, especially on verbal, how do you best allocate those 65 minutes? Where do you put them? So if you have to do all the questions, let's say that you need 20% more time. If you had 20% more time, you could answer everything comfortably. Well, okay, so you got 80 cents on the dollar when you do the verbal section. How do you want to allocate that? Do you want to do 80% of the questions really carefully and systematically? Or do you want to spend put 80% effort into all 36 questions? The latter is a bloodbath. If you try to cut off that last 15, 20 seconds, that last 20% of a verbal question, that's where the misreads are going to happen. That's where you're going to miss that little detail that's going to kill you. If you try to speed up verbal and you're thinking in your head, I'm just going to go faster, not building better processes that make you more efficient, that's a good thing to do. But if you're saying, hey, today I'm going to go faster on verbal so that I can end on time, you're going to miss all kinds of easy questions. Can't say it enough, guys. Adaptive test, you miss easy questions. That's where you get into trouble. Easy for you. Don't let that happen. So if you can handle 32 questions comfortably and be accurate on them, and those last 4, you got to guess. I'd rather have that than see you kind of, pardon my language, half-ass your way through the whole thing and make sloppy errors all over the place. Again, no trophies for finishing up. Now, if you have a real problem, you can only finish 25 questions in the time allotted. Now, that's a different problem. Maybe that's a reading speed issue. Maybe it's that your processes are so broken, you need a whole lot more practice. That's a deeper issue. But if we're talking about you struggle with those last 3 or 4 questions, look, you're probably better off guessing on those last few and just be as accurate as you can be up until that point. Maybe time for one more real quick. And yep, Ian, as usual, spot on. Getting hard questions wrong won't hurt you very much. Doesn't matter where they are on the test. Doesn't matter if it's the first 10, quant, verbal, universal principle of the GMAT. Missing the hard ones, good. Don't beat yourself on the ones that are a little bit easier. Time for any others here. Yeah, this is a much longer topic. How exactly it works. If any of you guys are having a hard time sleeping, we can have a conversation about the 3-parameter logistic model in computer adaptive testing. That is a word from our non-sponsor. That's a word from my PhD advisor. I bailed on my PhD program halfway in because that stuff's not very exciting. So we can get into that. Bottom line is, don't worry about the algorithms doing. Don't worry about the man behind the curtain. Does not help you one bit. You control what you can control. Get the stuff right you know how to handle. Nice, clean process. Don't panic. Don't start rushing through stuff. And I wouldn't worry about this. Again, it can be fun to talk about. And maybe at some point we'll do something, one of the YouTube channels where we can get into some of those super nerdy details if anybody really wants it. But again, it's pretty academic. I don't think it helps you a whole ton. All right. Thank you, everybody, for carrying me into a Q&A and letting me off the hook on those super, super crazy pants, hard critical reasoning questions I'd selected. Not at all where I was expecting this was going to go, but you guys are asking amazing questions. Thank you so much for keeping my head off the desk. All right. Let's get out of here. Hour number 24. Been looking forward to this one. Charles from GMAT Ninja here. Welcome to the final hour. I made it. I'm totally exhausted. I can barely see. My eyes are watering. My face is red. I'm sweating. I smell terrible. I think my wife just moved out of the house because I smell so bad after 24 hours of standing here sweating, talking up a storm. This room is totally destroyed. Food scraps everywhere. I'm having a good time. You guys have been awesome. Hour number 24, endless marathon. Totally gassed. Gonna have some fun with this. Bunuel has prepared the hardest questions he has ever written. I have barely seen these, so I grabbed these off of screenshots to quick glance at them, tossed them in the slide deck. And look, I don't think there's going to be anything terribly useful about this one. We're just going to be going through having some fun, challenging you guys with the hardest questions, challenging me. So I've glanced at them, have a sense of what they're about. I'm probably going to make mistakes. We peppered those in a little bit throughout the day. So this is mostly for fun, guys, also as a homage to great Bunuel, all the amazing work he does here on the forum. So we're going to lead off with a quiz here. So we're going to spend an hour grand total. I'm going to give you 10 minutes for 3 questions that hopefully are ready to go. Abhijit or Evan or whoever's back there. Do we have that quiz lined up? Do we have the form lined up for that? Not so sure. Getting crickets back there. Oh, okay. Yeah, that was one of the things I was asking you guys to do on the fly. So my bad. That wasn't something I prepared in advance. And I don't know who's on the admin channel right now. Okay. So we're not going to do it that way. Let's just go through these one at a time. I was going to have this as a quiz just so I can see the data on how you guys are struggling on it, because that's super fun with these. But instead, let's just jump in. And again, I'm not sure that anybody's ever going to watch this video in isolation, because I don't think this is going to be of great value to anybody. But if you're just tuning in, hour number 24, fundraiser for Ukraine, raised about $40,000 so far. If you're watching this later, maybe Ukraine's not in the news anymore. Donate to something you love. All right. Bunuel's hardest questions ever. I'm going to give you guys about 3 or 4 minutes for this one. As soon as you get an answer, please pop it in the chat. 160 people watching live. I know maybe about 10 of you are family here to harass me and watch my failing brain. But for everybody else who knows something about the GMAT, knows something about units, digits, I want your answers in here. I want to see 150 of them. Wah, ah, ah, ah. Hey, Bunuel, do you have an evil laugh that you're willing to share during this? Because I know people are looking at this and going, hey, this is easy. Okay. I love this stuff. And Bunuel, I hope you're having fun watching this. Man, this one's super obvious, super easy. We're clowning you by giving you a really easy question. Unit digit of 66 to the sixth. No, that's just got to be a 6 because you can keep, raising 6 to some power forever. You're just going to keep getting a 6 in that units digit. Super, super easy, right? 5, keep raising to whatever power you want. Super, super easy. Units digit is just going to be a 5. So 6 minus 5, that's 1. Answer must be B. Nothing? Nothing? That's wrong. Why is it wrong? Well, we're assuming here that this difference is going to be positive. And do we know that for sure? Again, we know that this is Bunuel's question. Do you really trust that that's going to be the end of the story? So something we need to pay attention to. Like in the kind of boring stuff that we say all the time about good hygiene on Quant, where we're talking about, read twice. Everyone's sick of hearing me say this. If you watch the stuff on GMAT Ninja's channel, Branson and Harry bark about this all the time too. Plot your path forward. Check your work as you go. Blah, 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 blah. You're tired of it. Read one more time. What is this? It's not just kind of blindly reading stuff. What this is here, pay attention. Where might you have made a mistake? Is there something there that you can look at and go, what trap might I have made for myself? What trap might I have fallen into of my own making? What are the mistakes I typically make? Where do I need to stay awake? Says the guy who's struggling like mad to stay awake. Maybe this is the end of the story and this is right, but what do I need to check for? Why might this not be right? That's a question I need to ask myself. Yeah, what if this is bigger than that? All we need to do is investigate that and we're somewhere. This is tough to do. And again, I'm not clowning you guys at all. Like I barely spent time looking at these questions. And I look at this and go, it almost can't be that simple. Let me just check and make sure that it isn't. Let me see which one of these guys is bigger. How can we think about that? I'm kind of tempted to factorize this stuff. And I'm not seeing a super clean way to do it here. There's got to be a way that I can kind of, make these a little bit more comparable to each other. What if I rewrite, what if I rewrite this? I'm going to call this 5 to the 54th for a second, because that just because that gives me an opportunity to say, well, that's 25 to the 27th. Or better still, this is 125 raised to the, I believe, 18th. And if you're not clear about what I just did there, what I'm basically trying to do is say, well, that's going to be 5 to the 54th is equal to 5 to the 3rd raised to something. So 3 times what's going to give you the 54? I think it's 18. At this hour, 4 times 7 is going to be 32 sometimes. Apologies for that. So now, what do you think of this? Unambiguously, undoubtedly bigger, even though I kind of lopped one off there, lopped up one of the 5s. This guy's bigger, which means we've got a negative number here. So it's more like we have something like this, 6 minus 15, not 6 minus 5, because we're going to get the negative. I think we got 9 here. Bunuel, if you're with us, am I right? And the chat's frozen on my end, so I can't even see his answer at this point. I'm getting stickers. Love that. Thank you so much for the donations, guys. And yeah, if you see it intuitively, awesome. My brain is not so intuitive at this point, so I had to break it down a little bit and make it more comparable. But there you go. Okay. That was question number 1. Got all these people kind of saying, oh, why are you giving us easy questions? Bunuel, always getting you guys. Okay, next one. Okay, real quick, guys, in case there's an issue with because the slide's not coming out super, super clear, left side of that inequality, that's meant to be a fraction. It's a little bit hard to see. But on the left side, you have x divided by the absolute value of x less than x, in case that's causing any trouble. Give you guys another 30 seconds on this. And I don't know if any of the GMAT Club folks have any ideas, but I am not seeing the bottom of the comments anymore. And maybe that's just because we're getting so many of them. But it's hard for me to see what's going on there in real time. Maybe nothing we can do, but keep popping in your answers, guys. Got some A's, got some E's, got some D's, got some B's. There's some C. Oh, this is good. Bunuel, man. If you're not a GMAT Club person, you might not know Bunuel. Very much a legend. There's theories going around that it's AI, that it's a group of people, has answered. I don't know, how many posts do you have, Bunuel? Tens of thousands. Just unreal, just a machine producing question after question after question, offering great explanations. If you're curious about the guy, there you go. Even his morning breath smells like lilacs. And he's crushing you guys here. This is fun. Okay. My turn to get crushed. And again, being totally honest here, I barely spent time on this. I've seen it. I'm very likely to make a mistake. Let's see how it goes. So what do I know? Well, I know that this thing is positive. That's kind of cool. I have this temptation to start kind of rearranging stuff, and I can multiply by the absolute value of x, divide by the x there. But again, one of the things that we've talked about, basic hygiene on these inequality questions, you can get yourself in a lot of trouble doing that. You got to watch the negatives. I can get a bloodbath here. So let me see if I can kind of switch from that algebraic mode and see if there's anything I can do that's kind of more intuitive. This guy's positive. So what we have on the left side, so that left side is either 1 or -1. And I can break that down a little bit more. So left side, so if x is positive, then we know that that left side is just going to be 1 because that's positive, that's positive. So then we know that 1 is less than x, I think. Let's go with it. If x is less than 0, got to be negative, right? Because that bottom part's going to be positive, that's negative. So then we know that it is -1 is going to be less than x. We know that x is not equal to 0. So if x is negative, x is bigger than -1. So what is this saying? This is saying that x is a negative fraction. If x is greater than 0, when x is greater than 1, is that right? I feel pretty good about this, I think. Did I flip this around? That's right. I'm missing something. I can feel it, Bunuel. I can feel it. I guess that's true, but then I don't like these answer choices. What is less than x? Yeah, I guess. Okay. I'm kind of lost here, guys. Because what I'm not seeing here, I've got x is less than 0. Is there something going on here where x can't be less than 0? Unless I'm missing something, these seem to contradict. If x is less than 0, x can be a negative fraction. That seems correct. Yeah, I'm stumped. I'm totally stumped on this. Bunuel, what you got for us? Oh. I love you, Bunuel. Great job, man. You got me. This the following must be true. X is always going to be bigger than -1. Right there. It's right there. What must be true? I was trying to find a statement that is equivalent to this, and that's not what you were going after at all. It's what has to be true. I know that X is either a negative fraction or it's a positive number bigger than 1. No matter what, X is bigger than -1. Nice, dude. That's fantastic. Feels like the GMAT too. Good job. Okay, one more. Thank you for that, Ian. I think I'm getting somewhere on this one. Give you guys another 30 seconds. If you're struggling, let us know. Hey, I'm seeing my family in here. Try doing the math. Let's see what happens. John Spillane, if you're watching, you can do this. Okay. Let's come on back. X and Y are positive integers. Marker's dying. We'll write out this way. X is bigger than 0. Y, I'm write out in words, actually. So X and Y, both positive integers. I don't know how that matters yet looking at it, but probably does. And the question is X prime? I'm not super confident here, but kind of working through it a minute ago. I think I got something. What I think is pretty brilliant about this question, and I might make a real butt of myself saying that because I might be totally missing what's going on here. But what I think is happening is it's kind of that tugging back and forth again. It's a little bit of algebra, a little bit of mechanics, a little bit of logic, and it is hard. At least for me, it's hard to put together. So as X prime, first statement, we got X minus 2 less than 2 minus Y. I think I could go down the road of like, not with the inequality. It's like there's kind of that temptation to split this into two inequalities, turn that absolute value into positive and negative. I know personally, I don't execute well on that kind of stuff. That's not my wheelhouse. I'm going to see if I can kind of fight my way through it intuitively. This thing has to be either 0 or positive. So then this thing has to be positive for sure. So if 2 minus Y is greater than 0, got to be true that 2 is bigger than Y. Okay, positive integer things coming into play now. I know that Y's got to be equal to 1. Does that get me anywhere? Y is 1, so right side's 1. X minus 2 less than 1. So this thing, again, absolute value, can't be negative. This whole value can't be negative. So this thing has to be 0 here since X is an integer. That means X is 2, X is prime. I think that's sufficient. Bunuel, please yell at me if I got that wrong. Statement 2, we're gonna need some more space for this. We got X plus Y plus 3 is equal to absolute value 1 minus Y. Well, no. Crap. I think I'll turn this into 2 equations and hope that gets me somewhere. I don't know what else to do here. If anybody has great ideas, pop it in there. X plus Y plus 3 is equal to 1 minus Y. Positive version, it could also be equal to Y minus 1, just getting the negative version. What's in that absolute value sign? Okay, I'll deal with this guy first. I get X plus 2Y equals negative 2. Is that right? Did I write something down wrong? Yeah. Wait, sorry. That's negative 3 right there. Quick thing. I know that I am doing a totally lousy job here of making this useful for anybody who's actually trying to take this test. One quick thing here. Watch the mistakes I make. Super exhausted, obviously. Punch drunk. Have no idea where I am, who I'm talking to. I'm just looking at a camera for 24 hours straight. Really easy to mess up that transliteration. You know how I bark all the time about like, oh, hey, read the question twice, plot your path forward, check your work. Think of that moment when you're writing the question down from the screen on your paper during the exam. Hey, that's your first step. Double check it, just like everything else. Really easy to make a mistake, really embarrassing when you do. Do as I say, not as I do. Get some sleep. You'll be better at test taking. All right. So that's a negative 3. I'm here. X plus Y. I'm going to add the Y back in over there. I'm going to add the add 3 to both sides. So I get 4. Positive integers. Y can be 1, X is 2. That's it. Only possibility. So here X is 2 prime. What about this guy? I think you get to the same place. X minus 3 is equal to negative 1. X is equal to 2. I think that's prime as well, no matter what, for X. I think we got D there. Bunuel? If you're with us, how'd I do? Anywhere close? Since y is a positive integer, that's greater than 0. Okay, D. Okay, so I think what you're saying, Bunuel, is I did not find the best way there. But we got there in the end. Good times. Oh man, not a sponsor. Got my can of Red Bull. Red Bull makes me mean. I kind of hate the stuff. My wife won't come near me when I drink it. Hates the smell of it. Not sponsored by Red Bull, but if anybody knows anybody at Red Bull, get them to kick in a little bit to help Ukrainian refugees. Let's do some more math. Oh man. Me too, Hamza. Don and Maria, really fun to see you too, shooting the breeze. Real quick, guys, just partly to stall for time, and also because I don't want to forget to do this at the end as my brain melts and I just want to pass out. Just want to one last time kind of thank all the sponsors, Missionato, Applicant Lab, Maria. It's been an absolute blast having you here for most of the day. GMAT, some of the original and best guys doing the on-demand courses. Cars Helping Charities, go check those guys out. Great on-demand software if you got a charity, trying to find ways to boost your revenue. Plug and Play, you can take cars as a donation. If you got a car to donate, go check those guys out. Old student of mine surprised us with a sponsorship hour before this morning. Stacy Blackman Consulting, in the industry for a long time. Stratus, love to see Donna here. MBA Mission, Jeremy, thank you so much for going to bat for us. Gatehouse, Liza, thank you so much. Personal MBA coach. Scott, been at it for a long time. All of you, thank you so much. Short notice, we gave you about 8 days, if that, and thank you so much for sponsoring this and helping us out. Okay, enough stalling for time. I guess I got to suffer through this. I see it's a bloodbath with everybody watching too, which is fair enough. Bunuel, man. I think there's something going on here. And I'm cheating a little bit because I've been playing with some of Bunuel's questions that I'm not super familiar with all day. There's a bunch of them with kind of this theme of what is doable in a triangle, kind of this business of, well, any two sides got to be bigger, summed up, have to be bigger than the third. Something's going on with that. And I don't really like what I'm about to do, which is start kind of playing around with numbers here. I don't think that's ideal, but that's what I got with my brain the way it is right now. A minus B is 15. Okay, so let's start laying these numbers out. Let's say that, let's say A is 1. I'm sorry, B is 1. C would have to be 16. And now I think in order to make this a triangle, this would have to be at least 15, right? So a little bit more than 15. That gets me to 32. Now, what I did wrong here was, well, sure, B can be less than that, right? It can be just barely bigger than 0. That's all we're saying, is that B has to be bigger than 0. This could be just barely bigger than 15 by the tiniest bit. I think it still holds, because if this difference is 15, I'm going to need this to be more than 15 in order to make up that difference. So I'm north of 30 here, I think, no matter what. And I think A is sufficient. Bunuel, yell at me if I'm wrong. Area is equal to, I'm sorry, is that right? Area is equal to 50? Or is that inequality? No, it is 50. Okay, perfect. Oh, dude. So I think where I have to go here is something to do with kind of what's the biggest perimeter I can get for a given area, or what's the smallest, actually. That's what I'm after. So I want to try to see if it's possible to get under 30. Because I think, I don't think there's a limit on perimeter. I've never thought about this before. Or at least I don't remember ever thinking about it before. But then again, I don't remember anything that happened before 7 o'clock Pacific time this morning. So I don't think there's any limit on it. So if I have an infinitely long and skinny triangle, I could have a super, super tiny area there with a gigantic perimeter. So that area of 50, we could have a gigantic perimeter. So it's certainly possible for the perimeter to be bigger than 30. That's pretty easy. The question is, what's the smallest I can make the perimeter for a given area? I think the principle here is you kind of need to make the figure, and this can be true of any polygon, I think, is you kind of want to make it as, I think of it as square as possible. So if we're trying to maximize the area of a rectangle, given whatever the perimeter is, I think you want a square, not an oblong rectangle. I think the same principle applies here, and I'm way out on a limb, and I might be way the bleep off here. I think we're going to minimize the perimeter when we have an equilateral, I think. I think I'm going to do this, and I don't know if this is going to lead me to a mess, but let me pretend for a second that we have a perimeter of exactly 30. What would be the area of this thing? This really shouldn't be hard for me, but right now, man, it is 5 60-degree angle there. I think we get 5 root 3. So the area here is going to be, so 10 times 5 root 3 divided by 2. So 25 root 3. That area is less than 50. And now what does that mean? I think that means so if this is the highest, this is the biggest area I can get is to less than 50 with the 10, 10, 10. We know the area is 50. I think what we're saying is we need more than a length of 30 around that triangle. I think that's what we're saying. This is less than 50. The most I can get out of 10, 10, 10, but the most I can get out of the biggest area I can get from a triangle with a perimeter of 30. That's the best I can do, I think. that's still less than 50. So if the area is 50, the perimeter has to be bigger than 30. I think we got D. Bunuel? Wow, that is tough, man. How do you come up with this stuff? Amazing. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Einar, for the wizard crystal ball. That makes me happy. Okay, I think I got one more in me, and then I think it's time to wrap up after that. Got a special treat at the very end of this. Nothing new with the GMAT, but lots of fun, I hope. Quick minute. Already did this one, actually, earlier today. Oh, no. Oh, no. Can I skip past it? Ooh, I'm cheating. I'm skipping past it. This looks less scary. I don't want to do rates right now. This looks like too much algebra. Let's do that guy. And Bunuel, if I remember correctly, I have a vague memory of this getting flagged with something that's maybe this is one of the ones people really struggle with, which means I'm going to get obliterated. And again, thank you, everybody. Handful of people that have stuck with us pretty much the full 24 hours. And I don't want to start naming names because I'm worried I'm going to miss a bunch of them. But enormous thanks to everybody who's kept me company. Obviously, everybody donated. So I'm not sure that I've been here the whole time. I'm not sure I'm going to remember any of this tomorrow. Kid, if you've seen this before, can you help a brother out? I'm afraid of snakes. Not really. Fair question. Okay, seeing exactly what we'd expect. Plenty of disagreement in the live crowd. I would say, hey, I'm going to give you a nice coherent explanation of this is going to help you, but I'm just gratuitously getting my butt kicked here, just like the rest of you. At least one viper, at least one cobra. How many cobras? From any two snakes, at least one is a viper. I think that means that they're almost all vipers, right? So if I choose any two snakes out of the box, and I always get at least one viper, I'm I think it has to be true that however many snakes are in there, it doesn't matter. We can have no more than one non-viper. Part of what confused me a little bit about this question, and I don't think it's an issue, I'm not sure. But part of I think is it kind of twists me up a little bit is, okay, there's at least one viper, at least one cobra. I don't know whether or not there's any other snakes there, and I'm not sure if that plays a role here. I'm worried I'm falling into some sort of something that I'm overlooking. But I think in order to choose, so if I pick 2 random snakes out of there, give them a big old hug and a kiss, I'm always going to get a viper, at least one viper. I think there can only be one non-viper in there. It doesn't work. We know that there's at least one cobra. So that means we got to have exactly one cobra. So I think A is sufficient. And I think B is not. Total number of snakes is 99. I don't see why that would be sufficient by itself. I think we got A here. Bunuel, how are we doing? It's kind of like Judgment Day. It's like I'm waiting for the big guy in the ivory tower who knows all the things. Okay, one more. I think we got time for one more. Got to go through it pretty quickly. Honestly, guys, I think I'm getting a little lucky here. Not blowing these too much yet. Good one, AB. Yeah, sure. Yeah, Sanjana, I'm hanging on by a thread too. You're not alone. And again, this is I think easily the most impractical GMAT video I've ever done by far. Just having fun with Bunuel, celebrating all the amazing work he does on the forums. I mean, this guy just cranks out question after question after question, always online, always there to help. Bailed me up big time on this slide deck for this presentation. We've gone through about 300 slides over the last 24 hours. Bunuel, huge help. And I'll post something on the forum and try to be comprehensive about all the people we thank for this. But Bogdan, obviously, so originally from Kiev, I think he was up all night working on these slides the last couple nights. Gowrie, Selby Shovik, huge help. Nikhil, Abhijit, Evan, love you guys. I'm not sure who I feel worse for. The GMAT students who are watching this or the non-GMAT students. This has got to be just miserably boring if you're not a GMAT student and kind of demoralizing if you are. Because, boy, I think there's no shame in missing every one of these. And again, keep popping in your answers, guys. I'm super curious to see what you get there. Last question. We're going to wrap up. And I'm going to mic drop because I'm freaking exhausted. Show you a quick video, and we're going to call it a day after this one. Guys, if you're seeing stuff this hard on test day, you're doing great. this is the kind of thing that when I think about, at least my opinion here, and I haven't even honestly even understood the answer choices yet. This is the kind of thing where it's like, yeah, Bunuel's toughest questions, a lot of them have a really good realistic feel to them. If you're seeing that on your test, you're having a really good quant day, and you can afford to miss this. Almost everybody, you can afford to miss this. All right, let's get into it so I can mic drop and go to bed. Is the median, so we got 10 terms, each is a reciprocal of a prime number. Is the median less than 1/5? So I think that's kind of asking us, if we kind of think about what that prime number is, that it's reciprocal of. I guess that, maybe I don't need to get into that. Maybe that's fine. It's median less than 5. Okay. I'm gonna leave that right there for a second. Reciprocal of the median is prime. I'm just not even understanding why that matters. Bunuel, man, you're not putting answer choices in here that mean nothing. That makes me nervous because I can't even understand why I care about this. Which means you put something sneaky in there. Well, you know, I think, it's 10 terms, so we're kind of saying those two middle terms, reciprocal of the median is prime. I think for that to be true, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 terms, so your median is going to be the average of those middle two. So I think to get a prime number there, I think these have to be the same number, I think. Because if you take the average of those fractions and they're not the same, I think you're going to get some funk. You're definitely going to. If you take the average of two different fractions, even if the denominators are prime, even if we have something like 1/2 and 1/5, let's say, both reciprocals of primes, you're going to get 7/10. The reciprocal of that is not prime. I think the only way for this to work, these two have to be the same number. What does that tell me? I don't think anything. I still don't know. I mean, these could all be, I don't know, 1/11. They could all be 1/2. So I don't think A is sufficient. Yell at me if I botch it, Bunuel, and then I can go home and go to bed. Product of any two terms is a terminating decimal. So product of any two, okay. Product of any two terms of these fractions is a terminating decimal. Okay, we're running out of time here, so I'm going to kind of nervously not think through this fully, because if we go past the 12-hour mark, YouTube is going to obliterate everything we've done here. I think to be a terminating decimal, I think that the denominator has to be only 2s and 5s. I think as soon as you get to any other prime number in the prime factorization, so if we have anything over 3, not terminating, repeating, anything over 7, not terminating, repeating, I think it's going to be the same no matter how far we go. I think all of these guys are going to be repeating unless it's a 2 or a 5. So the product of any two fractions is a terminating decimal. So what we're saying is that everything in this is going to be 1/2 and 1/5. Got to be. Okay, but I don't think that tells me what. Tell me what the median is. Oh no, I think I'm getting close, but I don't have it. So reciprocal median answer is no. Yeah, on statement 1. Statement 2. Decimal. Is the median less than 1/5? No. No, it can't be less than 1/5. Either is 1/5. Wait. Yeah. Your only possibilities here, the median is a half, the median is a fifth, the median could be the average of those two because we're not using statement 1 yet, which means that you get 7/10. In none of these cases, none of these are less than a fifth. That's equal to a fifth, obviously. That's more, that's more. I think it's statement 2. I think it's B. Bunuel, judge me, please. And as soon as we get that judgment from Bunuel, in the interest of time, guys, thank you so much for watching, everybody. And apologies if you're watching this later and this is not the most useful thing you've ever seen. Sweet, I got it. All right, we got to run. Last little treat. Thank you so much, everybody, for the donations. Thank you for the support. Thank you for all the jokes. I'm going to go sleep for a couple days. Thank you to my wife for taking care of the kids and letting me be a terrible husband all week. Huge thanks to the GMAT Club staff for helping out, all the sponsors. Been a lot of fun. Not gonna remember any of it because my brain's pureed. Thank you so much, everybody. Whoever is back here, go ahead and hit that video. Stick around for just another minute. Got one last little quick thing here. I want to watch this other video, guys. 1 minute video, please stick around.
Ой, у лузі червона калина похилилася, чогось наша славна Україна зажурилася, а ми тую червону калину підіймемо, а ми нашу славну Україну розвеселимо.